A second torrent materialized directly beneath Mount Buzhou. Two tenths settled upon Xuanyuan, while the remaining 8 flowed toward Guangchengzi's back. The largest torrent appeared above the netherworld, fragmenting into many portions, the greatest share flowing to Ho2, the rest scattering toward Guangchengzi and Sanqing. Even the Demon River Patriarch received a portion, while others lingered swirling slowly above the netherworld skies. Seeing this, Guangchengzi tapped his Chaos Pearl, and the merit streams surged toward him like swallows returning to their nests. Ho2 blinked her eyes alight with delighted surprise as she gazed upon him. Guangchengzi gave her a gentle, affirming nod. Tears welled in Ho2's eyes, and she began to kneel in deep reverence. Elder sister, there is no need for such formality. Guangchengzi hurriedly stepped aside. After brief reflection, Ho2 said, once these affairs are resolved, let us meet in the netherworld. Guangchengzi nodded. Yet before he could speak, his eyes flared wide open. At that very moment, not only those present, but every being across the entire Honghuang realm stood frozen in awe. For a sea of black, karmic energy blotted out the heavens, obscuring even the sun star itself. Beneath that suffocating cloud, even Guangchengzi found his breath constricted. Karmic energy. Xuanyuan's fingers trembled uncontrollably. He had never witnessed such an overwhelming torrent of karmic burden. Even the Tao ancestors' own karmic accumulation at the time may not have rivaled this magnitude. Guangchengzi's voice grew hoarse. Above, the karmic cloud split cleanly into 3. Its first fifth surged toward the Wu clan. But the ancestral Wu were gone, and Ho2 herself was shielded by merit. So the karmic tide instead merged into the Wu clan's collective fate. A luminous river of fate emerged, sharply divided. Only 1/4 of the Wu clan's merit remained. As the black karmic cloud pressed inward, Ho2 touched her own heavenly Tao merit, and golden light clashed fiercely against the darkness. In the end, the Wu clan lost another third of its remaining fate. Ho2 exhaled deeply. Thankfully, her elder brother's contributions to founding the netherworld had spared the Wu clan from extinction this very day. The remaining karmic energy, however, flew unerringly toward the Chaos Pearl. Ho2's face paled. After a moment, sensing, Guangchengzi shook his head gently toward her. The Yao clan fared far worse. Rust bloomed upon Di Jun's demon sovereign sword, the very treasure embodying the Yao clan's collective fate, a stark testament to their dire straits. Countless wounded demons collapsed and perished on the spot. Di Jun and his inner circle hung by the thinnest thread of life. Deservedly so. Xuanyuan looked at Di Jun and said with disdain, "It is already contemptible for the demon emperor to collude with the demon clan. Moreover, using the Star Pearl to attack Buzhou Mountain, he should consider how many lives would be lost if it were to collapse. If it weren't for Guangchengzi covering it with his own laws, and Xiangui sacrificing himself, how much damage would the Honghuang suffer today? Xiangui's limbs are capable of supporting the 4 poles of heaven and earth, which shows how powerful the defensive turtle shell is. Likely not inferior to innate treasures, yet it was still left in tatters. Di Jun truly deserves to die." Guangchengzi's eyes flickered with divine light. This must be the work of his ancestor. Otherwise, karma should have descended first. At that time, he was undergoing nirvana, and the underworld had already been opened. If it weren't for the impulsiveness of the 3 masters, Hongjun would have come down to stop them, and the merits and karmic retribution should have descended long ago. The demon clan indeed deserves to die. Yuan Shi sneered in agreement, looking at Xuanyuan. "You ought to be called the ancestor of Earth Immortals." Xuanyuan was taken aback and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Saint, you flatter me. I dare not accept such a title." Laozi shook his head, saying, "There is no need for such humility, Dao friend." Tong Tian also smiled, scanning the surroundings. Those great powers who had been attracted by the merits and karmic retribution sensed the sword light in Tong Tian's eyes and retreated. "Dao friend Xuanyuan, there is no need to be humble. You came to aid my little disciple and used the Earth Book to protect the Honghuang and Buzhou Mountain. Naturally, you deserve to be called the ancestor of Earth Immortals." Hearing Tong Tian's words, Ho2 nodded in agreement, saying, "Dao friend deserves it." Guangchengzi cupped his hands to Xuanyuan, saying, "Uncle Master, your righteousness should be recognized as the ancestor of Earth Immortals." As soon as he spoke, congratulatory voices erupted from all corners of Honghuang. "We greet Dao friend Xuanyuan Sr. You should be recognized as the ancestor of Earth Immortals." They understood that since the Sanqing and Ho2 said this, they were giving them an opportunity, otherwise they would have to ask for help to maintain their dignity. Xuanyuan's face turned crimson as a beam of light flew from the sky, carrying an immensely heavy aura, landing before him. The Earth's sovereign seal. Yuan Shi was somewhat surprised. This seal inscribes the mountains and rivers, and can mobilize the earth veins suppressing fate. It is a treasure that perfectly suits Xuanyuan. A top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it seems the ancestor also acknowledges Uncle Master's title as the ancestor of Earth Immortals. Guangchengzi said with a smile. Xuanyuan felt an overwhelming amount of fate gathering around him, establishing a connection with the Honghuang, as if he could sense the earth breathing continuously. However, Ho Tu's gaze flickered. His aura surged, and with the enhancement of merits his cultivation continuously improved. Late stage of Quasi Saint. Congratulations, Dao friend Laozi said, while stroking his beard. Having not cut away the obsession's corpse, Xuanyuan also broke through to the late stage of Quasi Saint. With the earth book in hand, apart from the few of them, there seemed to be no one in Honghuang capable of breaking through Xuanyuan's defense. Thank you, Dao ancestor. Xuanyuan bowed towards the sky, then saluted the three Sanqing and Ho Tu. If it weren't for these Dao friends, he would have found it difficult to gain such immense fate. The others shook their heads with smiles. Yuan sure cast a look of disdain at Dijun and said coldly, disciple, since your ancestor has instructed you to handle this, you may take action. We shall return to Kunlun first. He was not at all afraid to leave Guangchengzi and Honghuang. With his disciples' merits, anyone who touched him would surely perish. Moreover, with his strength, not even Jian and Junti would be his match. Disciple respectfully sees off the master. Guangchengzi bowed as the three Sanqing vanished. Farewell, saints. Dao brother, take care. Ho Tu watched the Sanqing depart and sighed. With a wave of her delicate hand, she collected the living Wu clan members, while the other fallen Wu clan members had already merged with the earth, such is the Wu clan. I will await you in the underworld. Ho Tu nodded to Guangchengzi and Xuanyuan before disappearing. Guangchengzi looked at the tragic state of the demon clan and couldn't help but smile, which puzzled Xuanyuan. Dijun, how do you feel? Dijun kept his eyes tightly shut, remaining silent. Tai Yi beside him looked indignant, but he was severely injured and bound by karma, lacking even the strength to lift the chaos bell. Seeing him not respond, Guangchengzi was not angry and directly seized the chaos bell from Tai Yi's greedy gaze. The treasures of the opening of heaven should belong to the Sanqing. Tai Yi, do not look at me like that. Perhaps it is because you call it the Eastern Emperor bell that you are destined to have no connection with this bell. As Guangchengzi teased, he shook the chaos bell beside Tai Yi's ear, causing Tai Yi to roll his eyes. Xuanyuan found it amusing. He hadn't expected this young friend to be so vengeful. She coughed twice, looking at Guangchengzi with pleading eyes, wanting to say something, but in the end only tears. Guangchengzi sighed, and the light of the divine chariot appeared, illuminating the area brightly, even causing Dijun to open his eyes. Hearing the little golden crow's incessant cawing, Guangchengzi sneered, saying, do you see? Your father committed such heinous acts, colluding with the demon clan and almost destroying the Honghuang. What happens today is truly deserved. Dijun's face turned pale. At that moment, he was just an ordinary father being demeaned before his own offspring, losing all dignity. Guangchengzi looked at him with disdain, as his intent was to nail the demon clan to the pillar of shame in Honghuang, leaving a stench for countless years. She gazed longingly at the little golden crow, feeling fortunate that she had sent them away early, avoiding being implicated. Dao friend. A weak voice rang out. Guangchengzi turned to look, and it was Fushi. Xuanyuan furrowed his brow. This one would be difficult to deal with, as Nuwa would one day become a saint of the heavenly Dao, and it was unclear how Guangchengzi's young friend would handle it. Pa! A crisp slap echoed as Fushi rolled on the ground a few times. Guangchengzi looked at his palm, which burned with divine fire, with an indifferent expression. Xuanyuan's heart sank. This young friend truly is domineering, showing no respect to Dao friend Nuwa. Guangchengzi waved his sleeve, collecting the treasures of the demon clan, including the river map and Luo Shu, the sun and moon wheels, and the star flags. All of you Dao friends, please depart. After saying this, his evil corpse, the god-slaying Daoist, stepped forward, and the god-slaying spear instantly enlarged and thrust forward. Dijun, Tai Yi, Shi He, and Kuanping were all pierced on the god-slaying spear. Their primordial spirits instantly devoured, their auras extinguished. Guangchengzi smiled slightly as he collected their corpses, while the demon soldiers shivered in fear, their hair standing on end. I almost forgot about you. Guangchengzi said softly, raising his hand, which burned with divine fire, and slapped down, leaving barely a tenth of the living demon clan. Gasps were heard throughout Honghuang, as they did not expect Guangchengzi to be so ruthless. This slap nearly annihilated the demon clan. A burst of merit golden light fell instantly, leaving Xuanyuan speechless, and then he turned to look at Fushi, the only one still gasping for breath. Nephew, may I go to Kunlun Mountain to see my sister one last time? Fushi, knowing he could not escape, called Guangchengzi nephew, hoping to play the emotional card. Guangchengzi was taken aback and smiled mockingly, saying, "Sorry, Your Majesty Shiha, I cannot fulfill any of your 3 wishes. I cannot fulfill any of your 3 wishes." Upon hearing this, not only did Fushi freeze in disbelief, but even Jin Yuanzi was left speechless. What 3 wishes? Dao friend, go to Kunlun Mountain. Meet Nuwa. Guangchengzi looked at Fushi with disdain, thinking that even in calling each other Dao friends he feared tainting the principles of the Dao. He believed Fushi had never contemplated the destruction of Buzhou Mountain. However, it was he who first discovered the emergence of the demon clan, or if he had sent word at that time, they could have prevented it early on. How could Emperor Jun conspire with the demon clan again? Later they had entered a time of calamity where even the 3 masters could not act lightly, which led to the demon clan reappearing. As for going to Kunlun Mountain, that was just wishful thinking. Nuwa is currently imprisoned by the 3 masters. Where could he possibly meet her? Let me send you on your final journey. Guangchengzi's voice was chilling, and he looked at the unwilling Fushi with no change in his mood. The radiant seal reappeared, and the purifying light within it was almost overflowing. Guangchengzi continually made hand seals, and in Fux's incredulous gaze struck down upon his heavenly spirit. Crack! Fux's divine body shattered like porcelain, and a rich purifying light removed all negative energy from the battlefield. Holding the radiant seal, Guangchengzi lightly patted his sleeve, and blew a breath of flames of light, burning everything away. Jin Yuanzi looked at him with a complex expression. He did not expect this young friend to truly dare to take action, especially with such brutal means, and he could not sense any trace of the primordial spirit. This is Fushi, the brother of Nuwa, the future saint of the heavenly Tao. It is truly bold to act without hesitation. Even though Guangchengzi has the support of the 3 primordial ones, does he not fear being resented? In front of the Sanqing Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Nuwa suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. The fate of the brother and sister was intertwined, and she sensed that her brother had fallen. Nuwa glared at the Sanqing with hatred. That was her brother. The 3 corpses that were continuously merging within her showed signs of separation, and the flora and fauna at the peak of Kunlun were being drained of their life force. Laozi coughed lightly, and the yin-yang energies immediately halted Nuwa's actions, restoring tranquility to the peak of Kunlun. The 3 corpses were forcefully suppressed within Nuwa, and she finally regained her awareness. I have a technique named Taishang Wanqing, Laozi spoke blandly. Is the elder brother trying to make me forget my— Not at all. It is to have feelings without burdens, to forget feelings and achieve impartiality. Laozi lifted his gaze to Nuwa. My path of forgetfulness aligns most closely with the heavenly Tao. Nuwa replied coldly, no need. Sister, why not practice a bit? We are doing this for your sake. Tantian lightly flicked the Qingping sword, his tone ambiguous. Nuwa remained silent, expressing her opposition. A glint of killing intent flashed in Yuan Shi's eyes. Guangchengzi had already killed Fushi, and Nuwa would surely resent him. This disciple was the first to be accepted by Guangchengzi upon arriving at Kunlun, while the elder brother and 3rd brother only became Guangchengzi's masters after him. With their guidance, Nuwa would undoubtedly achieve the path of the mixed Yuan Daojin Xian, and as the future saint of the heavenly Tao, unless they kept Guangchengzi by her side, everyday Nuwa would surely seek opportunities to strike. As for the oath of the heavenly Tao, he believed that given Nuwa's feelings for Fushi, even if she were to violate it, she would still slay Guangchengzi. Since it is dangerous, it should be nipped in the bud. The 3 treasures of the Yurui in Yuan Shi's hand flew out instantly, striking at Nuwa's heavenly spirit. It is merely the way of creation. I do not believe that such a vast wilderness cannot find another. Our Kunlun has countless resources. Even a pig can be piled to the quasi-saint realm. When the primordial purple energy descends, one can first become a saint of the heavenly Tao, and then create, completing the task of the heavenly Tao. Determined. Laozi shouted lightly, and the yin-yang energies on Nuwa instantly formed a Taiji diagram, blocking the 3 treasures of the Yurui. But a sword light filled with destructive energy followed closely behind, and Tongtian directly flicked the Qingping sword when he saw Yuan Shi make his move. The Panlong staff emerged at the right moment, gently flicking and sending the sword light of Qingping flying, which shot into a massive rock at the mountain peak, instantly turning it to dust. The 3 Qing faced each other without any hint of a fiery atmosphere. In an instant, Nuwa felt as if she had died 3 times. Elder brother! Elder brother! Yuan Shi and Tongshin's angry voices sounded, looking reproachfully at Laozi for protecting Nuwa, questioning why he wasn't aligned with Kunlun. Would there still be a chance to act against Guangchengzi? Should they keep her around to attain the Tao? Laozi glared at these 2 troublesome brothers, knowing they would directly take action for Guangchengzi, disregarding the previous admonishments from their master. Before Hongjun left, he transmitted to the three of them that they must not harm Nuwa, as the way of creation was of utmost importance to the wilderness. With our current means, we can easily strip her of the laws of creation. Yuanshi's killing intent surged as he transmitted to Laozi. Laozi shook his head. There is absolutely no possibility of attaining the mixed yuan through this method. Laws must be cultivated by oneself to align with them. Directly inheriting someone else's great path will only lead to stagnation unless one reaches the mixed yuan realm, allowing them to devour and complete themselves. If they were to find someone to start from scratch in cultivating the laws of creation to the late Croissant stage, who knows how many eras it would take. At least in the Purple Cloud Palace, besides Nuwa, no one else has cultivated the laws of creation. Given the qualifications of the beings in the wilderness today, it is likely that they cannot find anyone comparable to Nuwa. They may wait, but the wilderness and heavens cannot. Laozi also felt a bit helpless. Leaving Nuwa would undoubtedly harm Guangchengzi in the future, but he had no choice but to keep her. When Guangchengzi returns, we will take her to the Purple Cloud Palace and let our master decide. Laozi decisively declared Guangchengzi is the personally appointed chief of the third generation of the Xinmen by our master. He must be given some means of protection. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. A beam of white light flew from Guangchengzi, and Jin Yuanzi's eyes moved slightly. He could no longer see this young friend's strength, but the power of the White Lotus Taoist was not inferior to his own. Master Jin Yuan, how about we discuss matters in the underworld? Guangchengzi looked at the battlefield that had been purified and let out a long breath. The underworld reincarnation. Jin Yuanzi's eyes gradually lit up as he looked towards the direction where the White Lotus Taoist had disappeared. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is reincarnation. Good. Jin Yuanzi was so excited that he shed tears. Thank you, Dao friend. Uncle Master, no need for such formality. Guangchengzi shook his head. Since reincarnation has already manifested in the world, it represents a link in the operation of heaven and earth, the most just path of rebirth for beings in the wilderness. The elder Hongyun left his divine soul, so naturally there will be this opportunity. Jin Yuanzi grasped Guangchengzi's wrist. Let us hurry and leave. With a flash of silver light beneath their feet, the two arrived at the entrance of the underworld in the blink of an eye. The River of Forgetfulness. Jin Yuanzi was somewhat astonished as the River of Forgetfulness emerged, carrying two killing swords from the underworld to greet them. The saints have summoned you. The River of Forgetfulness looked at Guangchengzi with a complex expression, ignoring Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi's gaze was fixed on Ming, he nearly blinded by the virtue radiating from him. How could you possess such an abundance of virtue? Jin Yuanzi was puzzled as the virtue he sensed far surpassed his own. He looked around, observing the underworld, and upon noticing Guangchengzi's smirk, he suddenly understood and burst into laughter. Where is your sea of blood, my friend? Ming He's expression darkened in an instant. His sea of blood was gone. His immortal body no longer existed, leaving him with only this one life, and now he was under control, unable to escape the underworld. He had no choice but to take a few deep breaths to calm himself, forcing a smile as he addressed Guangchengzi. Friend, the sage has summoned you. Old ancestor, I promised I would arrange things well for you. Are you satisfied now? Guangchengzi looked at Ming He with a warm smile, while Jin Yuanzi laughed madly beside them. After all, this was his enemy. On that day, Emperor Jun and Kuanpeng had joined forces to kill Hongyun. If not for the assistance of young friend Guangchengzi, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd would have fallen into the sea of blood, and Hongyun might not have retained any spirit. The three laughed as they entered Ming He, with Ming He being the one laughed at. The laws of the earth manifested around Jin Yuanzi, resonating with the underworld. Waves of ripples shook the space. Jin Yuanzi closed his eyes, and a phantom of a ginseng fruit tree appeared behind him as he held the Book of Earth as if it contained a world. What is this? Ming He's face darkened as he looked at Jin Yuanzi. The underworld's establishment had encroached upon his entire sea of blood, directly stripping him of the blood god ability, and his immortality was also lost. Yet even though he lost his sea of blood, he gained a considerable amount of virtue, which was a consolation. At least with virtue on his side, no one dared to easily kill him. Moreover, he had effectively acquired a share of the underworld's original stock. Although he could not influence its operation, his strength could significantly increase here. Yet Jin Yuanzi had just stepped into the underworld, and he could resonate with it, just like Ming He, even borrowing the power of the underworld. How could this be? Seeing Jin Yuanzi open his eyes, Guangchengzi smiled and said, Congratulations, Uncle Master. This place is different from the heavenly Tao. Jin Yuanzi raised his head, and the underworld at that moment showed no hint of gloom. The ghostly energy had long been swept away, and the souls continuously entering were mostly from the fallen demon clan during the Great Battle. You have a keen eye, my friend. A woman's voice echoed as Ho-Tu appeared before the group. I pay my respects to the sage. Jin Yuanzi and Ming, he hurriedly bowed. No need for excessive courtesy. Ho-Tu lightly gestured, and the two involuntarily rose. Younger brother, let us discuss matters within the palace. Guangchengzi watched Ho-Tu thrive in the underworld and smiled. Congratulations, sister. Thanks to you otherwise. Ho-Tu shook her head, still feeling apprehensive. The two conversed as they walked, and the palace doors slammed shut with a loud bang, leaving Jin Yuanzi and Ming, he two old foes, staring at each other. I haven't even entered yet, Jin Yuanzi thought in surprise. Ha ha, Jin Yuanzi, you're not all that. Ming, he mocked. Ming, he, my friend, go wait at the entrance to the underworld. A voice came from inside the palace, and Jin Yuanzi smiled as he looked back at the frustrated Ming, he leaving without a second glance. Jin Yuanzi, I have some private matters to discuss with my younger brother. You may go contemplate the cycle of reincarnation. Thank you, sage. Jin Yuanzi's eyes flashed with joy as he bowed to the Pingxin Palace and hurried toward the 5 paths of reincarnation. Younger brother, I owe you much for today. Ho-Tu expressed deep gratitude to Guangchengzi, startling him into evasiveness. I merely received a glimpse of the heavenly secrets. Sister need not say such things. However, regarding the title Pingxin, do you aim to pacify the hearts of all beings? Guangchengzi's tone was filled with emotion. Ho-Tu nodded. Indeed, although I received your guidance to let the great Tao bear witness along with the help of my brothers in establishing the underworld, my true spirit remained intact, and under the assistance of the great Tao's virtue, I was able to give birth to my Yuan Shun. Moreover, if it were not for that drop of ancestral witch's essence blood you preserved, I might have lost my divine bloodline. Guangchengzi shook his head. It was merely a sip. That drop of essence blood was willingly offered by you back then. At that time he had intended to use it to practice the 9 turns mystic art, but later discovered that the effects of chaotic energy were even better than that of the ancestral witch's essence blood, so he saved it. As for Ho-Tu's mention of letting the great Tao bear witness, that was all Guangchengzi's idea. She possessed the bloodline of the Panga god, and with the connection to this great Taoist child, Ho-Tu's vows could reach the heavens. You otherwise, as a mere quasi-saint ancestral, which how would the great Tao recognize who Ho-Tu was? Sister, regarding the earth path. Guangchengzi's expression showed some hesitation. Ho-Tu looked at him and sighed, spreading her palm, revealing an invisible torrent of vitality that exuded the essence of nurturing all beings. Isn't this commotion a bit small? Guangchengzi observed for a moment, his tone somewhat puzzled. After all, he had seen the source of the heavenly Tao during the merging of Master Hongjuan, which was far grander than the earth path, in Ho-Tu's hand. Ho-Tu's expression was helpless. The earth path has always been suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Although it has been awakened by me, it is still not as grand as the heavenly Tao. Moreover, how many primordial gatherings have appeared in the heavenly Tao, and there have been Tao ancestors merging as well. Furthermore, the damage caused by the broken western earth vein is immense. If it weren't for us two, the earth path would likely never have the chance to revive. Sister, with your aid from the earth path, can you defeat Master Hongjuan? Guangchengzi asked softly. A mysterious light flashed in Ho-Tu's eyes, prompting Guangchengzi to cough a few times. Just asking. I cannot defeat him. The Tao ancestor has merged with the Tao for a long time, not to mention, he embodies the Tao of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. I was merely an ancestral witch before, how could I be his match? However, within the underworld we are evenly matched. This place weakens the power of the heavenly Tao, while the earth path enhances it. Nevertheless, unless absolutely necessary, I will not make a move in the underworld. Guangchengzi nodded, for if the cycle of reincarnation were disrupted, no one could bear that responsibility. However, it is feasible to suppress your master and the others outside the underworld. Ho-Tu smiled, watching Guangchengzi's changing expression, and added, of course it will be with the aid of the earth path. 3. Guangchengzi was somewhat surprised they were that strong. Indeed, I have observed their strength, and I can suppress them. Guangchengzi frowned. If that were the case, the earth path wasn't weak either. However, did Ho-Tu not know about the formations set by his master? And what about the 3 cleansings and the 3 corpse avatars? Could they all be suppressed? Guangchengzi was skeptical, but there was no need to discuss these things with Ho-Tu. In the primordial era, there were 3 paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. The path of humanity has yet to manifest, while the heavenly Tao has merged with Master Hongjuan. How many saints can the earth path produce? Guangchengzi's gaze was intense. The heavenly Tao could accommodate 9 saints, and even if the earth path was weaker, it couldn't be too far off, right? Ho-Tu's smile turned somewhat bitter. Younger brother, our initial assumptions were incorrect. I am not the great Tao saint you speculate. Guangchengzi's eyes widened in shock. What? What? Guangchengzi exclaimed in shock as he stood up. Isn't the merit of the great Tao descent? Guangchengzi choked for a moment, waved his hand to produce a set of tea utensils, and sat down to slowly sip a cup of Da Hong Pao, calming his emotions. He gradually became composed, contemplating the words of Hutu. Indeed, how many chaos demon gods were born from the primordial chaos, and even the great Panga, the child of the great Tao, did not claim to be a saint of the great Tao. So how could Hutu possibly become a saint of the great Tao? One must understand that this is a saint who can merge with the Tao. Just look at Master Honghuang. After merging with the Tao, he directly became the heavenly Tao. If Hutu had such an opportunity, wouldn't it mean that she has the chance to merge with the great Tao in the future? One day, by seizing the opportunities of the great Tao, she would grow into an existence equal to the great Tao, just like Master Honghuang in the future. Even the great Pangu had to open up the wilderness world himself to attain the great Tao. What right does Hutu have to be witnessed by the great Tao? The merit of the great Tao descending is probably due to the favor of the great Pangu, the child of the great Tao. So at that time, when reincarnation manifested in the world, the earth Tao also appeared. Although the great Tao descended, merit did it casually stuff my sister into the earth Tao. Hearing Guangchengzi's words, Hutu's expression twisted a bit. While his words were rough, they were indeed too crude. That's true. Hutu nodded slightly. Guangchengzi exhaled a breath of turbid air, realizing that he had been too optimistic before. So how many saints can the earth Tao accommodate? Looking at the essence of the earth Tao in the palm of her hand, Hutu said softly, 8 for the earth Tao, 9 for the heavenly Tao. If the human Tao manifests, it should only be able to accommodate 7 saints. Looking at the essence of the earth Tao in the palm of her hand, Hutu said softly, 8 for the earth Tao, 9 for the heavenly Tao. If the human Tao, the earth Tao doesn't know how many epochs it will need to develop to accommodate 8 saints. Now that it has just manifested, coupled with the damage in the west, it can only accommodate 3. Saying this, Hutu fixed her gaze on Guangchengzi. If it weren't for your preparation, once Buzhou Mountain collapses, the earth Tao would probably never have the chance to manifest again. Guangchengzi remained silent. Isn't this the original trajectory of the wilderness? The heavenly Tao is dominant, and Hutu has lost the memory belonging to the ancestral shaman, merely a gentle goddess in the cycle. The innate spiritual energy in the wilderness is decreasing day by day, until after the sealing of the gods, the wilderness land fragmented, gradually heading towards the end of the Law era. I was born in the wilderness, and my master is a descendant of the great Pangu, so naturally, I must take the responsibility to protect the wilderness. Moreover, my celestial path is at odds with the demonic path. As Guangchengzi spoke, a chill flickered in his eyes. Master Honghuang descended, but did not mention a word about the demonic realm, which is quite unusual. Are my brothers doing well? Guangchengzi took out the Chaos Pearl, and with the laws emerging from his fingertips, he gently tapped the Chaos Pearl. Hutu stared intently at the 12 blood-red true spirits wrapped in merit. Thank you this time. Hutu blinked, preventing her tears from falling. Seeing that her brothers could still retain their true spirits was enough to comfort her immensely. Thank you this time. Hutu blinked, preventing her tears from falling. Seeing that her brothers could still retain their true spirits was enough to comfort her. This was Guangchengzi's first visit to the Panga Hall. The method passed down by the Panga statue made him speculate that if it weren't for the ray of light he obtained at the peak of Buzhou Mountain back, then the Panga statue would not have reacted. That ray of light, even with his current strength, he still cannot discern clearly, as if it does not exist within the Chaos Pearl. This was also obtained at Buzhou Mountain, just like your Hongming Liangtian ruler, right? Hutu's expression was complex. This kid had not revealed a word in the Panga Hall back then. Guangchengzi paused for a moment. The Chaos Pearl was something he personally possessed. He only used it as a shell at Buzhou Mountain. As for the Hongming Liangtian ruler, Guangchengzi raised his head to look at Hutu, his gaze heavy. Sister, to be honest, if I had mentioned that I obtained the Hongming Liangtian ruler back, then would I still have been able to leave the Panga Hall? Hutu instantly fell silent. The Tower of Mysteries belonged to the 3 Pure Ones, so the Hongming Liangtian ruler should be the supreme treasure for the witch clan to suppress the fate. However, since this item fell into Guangchengzi's hands, it became his opportunity. If he had mentioned it back, then the 12 ancestral witches would not care about these matters and would surely force him to hand it over. This item falling into your hands is a matter of fate. Hutu felt a bit awkward and apologized to Guangchengzi, this time sorry for exposing the Chaos Pearl. Guangchengzi shook his head and comforted her. The Chaos Pearl is incomplete. It is only an innate supreme treasure now. Previously, Master Honghuang didn't say a word about it. Since he was determined to save the 12 ancestral witches, Guangchengzi had considered the consequences of exposing the Chaos Pearl. With his current strength and background, no one would dare to snatch an innate supreme treasure. He looked at the Chaos Pearl in his palm, not knowing if he had the honor to restore it to its status as a Chaos Supreme treasure, but if so, perhaps it could not be protected. Flipping his palm, Guangchengzi stored the Chaos Pearl in his divine consciousness, and said to Hotu, "Although reincarnation has occurred, I do not want the ancestral witches to reincarnate at this time." Hotu furrowed her brow. "What do you want?" Guangchengzi continued, "Sister, you also saw the blood-fiendish aura and karma entwined on their true spirits. With these merits, they can also be worn down. If they are sent to reincarnate, it may not bode well." What Guangchengzi said was still somewhat euphemistic. With these fiendish and karmic energies, the 12 ancestral witches would likely each become great demons after reincarnation. You decide on this matter. Hotu sipped her tea, knowing that her brothers were saved by Guangchengzi, so she would follow his arrangements. "I have their former essence blood here." Hotu's eyes lit up. Does this mean that her brothers can regain their identities as witches? Originally, she only thought it was enough for her brothers to be alive, but now there was an unexpected joy. "Good, I will entrust this matter to you." Guangchengzi smiled, looking outside the palace. The Balian Taoist had already arrived. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Sister, do you want Master Xuanyuan to attain the status of a saint of the earth Dao?" Hotu nodded. "What do you think?" He was personally granted the position of the ancestor of the earth immortal by the three pure ones, and after gaining the acknowledgement of the Dao ancestor, he can resonate with the earth Dao. Once he enters the underworld, he can attain enlightenment, which is very suitable for the earth Dao. Guangchengzi held his teacup, silently knowing that with Xuanyuanzi holding the earth book plus Hotu's assistance, he would definitely attain the Dao. Does sister want him to restore the western earth veins? Hotu nodded. We all know why Jian and Zhuanti can obtain the Honghuang purple qi. However, I don't know how many epochs it will take to repair the western earth veins with the position of a saint of the heavenly Dao. I need the earth Dao to strengthen quickly. That can be arranged. Guangchengzi rubbed the teacup. Master Xuanyuan and I have a good relationship with Kunlun. To attain the status of a saint is also an opportunity. Moreover, even if he attains the Dao, he will still be subject to Hotu. A hint of shadow passed through Guangchengzi's eyes. Nuwa could no longer be trusted. If she stands with Jian and Zhuanti, then Kunlun will need outside help. The protagonist of the heavenly land should be born soon. The expression of Hotu changed as anger flashed in her eyes. The war between the Wu and Yao clans lasted for several Yuan meetings, all to vie for the position of the Earth Master. Now both sides were heavily injured, and suddenly the Earth Master was born. Do you know this news? Guangchengzi said fearlessly. Now that the wilderness is at peace, it is indeed the perfect time for the Earth Master to appear. Which race? Hotu took a deep breath. Guangchengzi shook his head and said no more. The human race had not yet been born, and revealing it would be a breach of the heavenly secret. Sister, would you be willing to stand with my Kunlun? Guangchengzi fixed his gaze on Hotu and asked, Do I have any other choice? Hotu nodded, not hesitating. It wasn't just that her current strength relied on Guangchengzi's schemes, her brother's true spirits were still in his hands. Guangchengzi did not allow the ancestral witches to reincarnate at this moment, not without the intention of using true spirits to control Hotu. What do you think the human path is? All living beings. Hotu replied without hesitation. Guangchengzi nodded in agreement. Yes, the human path is the path of all beings, and the creatures of the wilderness belong to the human path. However, in the future, with the human race becoming the Earth Master, it would represent the human path. Thus, the relationship between Nuwa and their Kunlun had already begun to fracture, and she could not be allowed to act recklessly. Otherwise, if Nuwa were to master the human path in the future, it would bring nothing but harm to them in Kunlun. Sister, the reincarnation of living beings should not carry memories, right? Guangchengzi suddenly said. Hotu was taken aback for a moment, sensing the souls reincarnating near the reincarnation plate. She gradually emitted a sense of Dao, and what Guangchengzi said was very beneficial for the underworld. If living beings entered reincarnation with memories, wouldn't that give them an extra lifetime of memories? Then in the future, when beings perish, it would merely be a form of training. I will assist you with this matter, sister. A smile flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Hotu nodded at him, saying, However, if a cultivator reincarnates and reaches the Golden Immortal realm, they will gradually recall their past lives' memories. Once they reach the great Luo Golden Immortal, they will remember everything from their previous life. The lifespan of a Golden Immortal is equal to that of the heavens, and a great Luo Golden Immortal comprehends the laws stepping out of the river of fate, truly extraordinary existences. These are merely rules. Sister, you hold dominion over the earth path. Even if you are not a match for the heavenly Dao, it would be easy for you to play tricks. Hotu's expression changed, and she spoke each word slowly. What do you intend to do? Sister, what do you think of the current relationship between my Kunlun and Master Nuwa? Ho-Tu fell silent for a moment. Fushi belonged to the demon race, and since Guangchengzi was here it meant everything had been handled. The sibling bond between Fushi and Nuwa was well known among the great powers of the wilderness. Honestly, if Guangchengzi had personally killed the 12 ancestral witches, it would be a miracle if Ho-Tu didn't turn him into blood mist. In such a situation, if Nuwa were to become a saint of the heavenly Tao in the future, she certainly would not let him off the hook. Guangchengzi took out a blue light point from his sleeve, and Ho-Tu exclaimed in surprise, Fushi, you want me to seal Fux's memories? Guangchengzi nodded. He indeed had subdued Fushi, but unlike Dijuan and others, he used the god-slaying spear to devour the primordial spirit. To restrain Nuwa, he chose to leave Fux's true spirit. However, Fux's path of heavenly secrets truly made Guangchengzi wary. If this guy regained his memories after reincarnation and held a grudge against him, teaming up with Nuwa could indeed cause great trouble for Kunlun. Thus, even if Fushi were to become the emperor of the human race in the future, he could only belong to the human race. It would be best for him to forget his previous identity as a demon and the brother of Nuwa. This matter can be done. Ho-Tu nodded. But if he reaches the mixed Yuan realm, the seal will likely be directly lifted unless I reach the realm of the heavenly Tao. With a higher level of realm sealing, a saint's memory would not be a problem. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. A saint. This truly would be troublesome. If the human path came into existence, the future human race's 3 emperors might truly achieve enlightenment and become saints. Human path Master Nuwa, you only need to create people in the future. As for mastering the human path, I have other candidates. Guangchengzi rubbed the Kongtong seal in his sleeve, placing Fux's true spirit before Ho-Tu. I ask you to take action. Ho-Tu glanced deeply at Guangchengzi. The earth path gathered in her palm, and her reincarnation plate directly fell towards Fux's true spirit, with purple-black light flashing continuously until it completely enveloped the blue light. This seal is set with the help of the earth path. Even if he achieves mixed Yuan, it can last for a Yuan meeting. Ho-Tu's face turned pale. Guangchengzi had helped her and the witch clan too much. She could not afford to not do her best. This seal also had some of the earth path's origin added, and he had also damaged some of his own vital energy, requiring a Yuan meeting to recover. Thank you, sister. Guangchengzi expressed his gratitude, and he could see that Ho-Tu was sincere. It's nothing. Ho-Tu shook her head. Her relationship with Nuwa was not that close, but Guangchengzi was one of her own. This item is for you. Ho-Tu pointed with her fingertip, and suddenly changes occurred in the underworld. The reincarnation plate continuously emitted divine light, ultimately gathering on a purple lotus flower below. Then the lotus disappeared and appeared before Guangchengzi in the Pingxin Palace. A congenital supreme treasure. Guangchengzi was astonished. Ho-Tu smiled slightly and said, Indeed, if it weren't for you giving me the 12th-grade reincarnation purple lotus, I would not have comprehended the reincarnation laws and might have long since perished. This object has advanced to the 24th reincarnation purple lotus after I opened up the underworld of reincarnation. It is a genuine congenital supreme treasure. You have helped me and the witch clan so much, this can only be a small repayment. Guangchengzi sighed with a bitter smile. A congenital supreme treasure is of great use, even to saints, especially in suppressing destiny. Sister, saying this is truly belittling me. Ho-Tu laughed proudly. I hold dominion over the earth path. He who dares to lay hands on me. As for suppressing the witch clan's destiny, having the Pango Hall is enough. Moreover, although this reincarnation purple lotus is best at defense, don't forget, I am Ho-Tu, the ancestral witch. Guangchengzi fell silent. Indeed, Ho-Tu had not lost her ancestral witch form. She was the ancestral witch of earth, and her defense was no less than that of Xuanyuan, not to mention that she was now also a saint of the earth path. If that's the case, then I shall accept it, brother. Guangchengzi was about to take the reincarnation purple lotus into his Qiyun, when he suddenly froze, looking at Ho-Tu in disbelief. Have you discovered something? Ho-Tu chuckled lightly. You have saved my life and rescued my brother. How could such a thing be repaid with just a congenital supreme treasure? This object advanced in the underworld and is naturally connected to it. At critical moments, you can use the power of the earth path through the reincarnation purple lotus. I have transferred some of the power from the reincarnation plate onto it, allowing you to directly utilize the power of reincarnation. This item can assist you in controlling Fushi. As Ho-Tu spoke, she took out a yellow jade tablet, which radiated an aura of mountains and rivers, carrying a sense of pressure. She placed it in Guangchengzi's hand, who was staring in disbelief. With this object and the reincarnation intent on the reincarnation Purple Lotus, you can enable one person to attain the Tao of the Earth Saint. Guangchengzi stared blankly at Hutu, his expression extremely complex. He never expected Huta's generosity to be so grand. Not only did she give him a congenital supreme treasure, but also a position of a Tao saint, which was enough to make everyone in the Honghuang fight for it. Currently the Tao could only accommodate 3 saints. If one was given to him, and another was allowed for Xuanyuan to attain Tao, then Hutu would have no other leverage left. Take it, Hutu smiled gently. You have helped the witch clan so much. The position of a saint is nothing. Besides, we are all family. Guangchengzi finally came to his senses and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you, sister. Hutu shook her head, watching him accept the reincarnation Purple Lotus, feeling a sigh of relief in her heart. Guangchengzi had always been detached from the witch clan and did not care much about the title of the 13 ancestors of the witch. However, she had done her fair share of things. Now she was merely repaying a little, hoping he would treat his brothers well. After all, he was someone valued by the Father God, and they must maintain good relations. There is one more thing, Hutu said, lightly tapping her fingertip, causing a phantom of the reincarnation disc to appear before Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi looked oddly at a light spot hovering beneath the reincarnation disc and asked, Why hasn't he entered reincarnation? Hutu smiled bitterly. I do not know either. He was the first soul to enter the underworld after the reincarnation was opened. He should have been the first to enter reincarnation, and perhaps he would have received merit, but he has always refused to enter, and I cannot force him. Looking at that soul filled with the light of merit, Guangchengzi sighed. Did the Xiangui still have unfulfilled wishes? He had fought for a chance of survival with the power to support the heavens, and had blocked his self-detonation. Even now there were continuous merits descending. As long as the 4 poles heavenly pillar remained standing, Xiangui would continually receive merit. Even saints could not touch him. Let us go outside and take a look. Guangchengzi stood up and walked out, and Hutu chuckled softly, following him out of the Pingxin Palace. Guangchengzi took the figurine handed to him by Lian Daorun, and Hutu was somewhat surprised. Hongyun. Yes, Master Xuanyuan came here to allow Senior Hongyun to reincarnate. Hutu sighed. I thought Hongyun had completely perished back then. Guangchengzi shook his head, saying that if that were the case, Xuanyuan would have fought with the river of the underworld long ago at the entrance to the underworld. Sister, are you really going to let the river of the underworld stay in the underworld like this? Hutu's expression was somewhat complex as she replied. He has invaded all the blood seas and has contributed to the opening of the underworld. He possesses merit, and I cannot completely eradicate him. Guangchengzi understood now. The river of the underworld was homeless and could only stay in the underworld, where he also had the protection of a saint. Moreover, if there were any issues in the underworld, it would be inconvenient for Hutu to intervene. Thus, this quasi-saint with great powers could help him with matters. After all, the witch clan had suffered greatly, and as the lord of the underworld, they could not be left without anyone to command. Master Xuanyuan is still comprehending the Tao. The two arrived at the reincarnation disc, glancing at the souls queuing to enter reincarnation, and sighed. Hutu did not respond, turning her gaze towards the Xiangui's soul. Guangchengzi closed his eyes to sense it remaining silent for a long while. Had he been attached to him? He pointed his fingertip, and a small seal appeared, directly imprinting itself on the Xiangui's soul. The light spot flickered twice before directly entering reincarnation. Looking at the 5 paths of the reincarnation disc, Guangchengzi smiled. With the human race not emerging, the river of the underworld had not replicated Nuwa's creation of the Azura clan, so naturally there was no Azura path. Moreover, the 5 paths of reincarnation were more in line with their Tao sect. This underworld is somewhat too monotonous, Guangchengzi said, surveying the vast underworld with a hint of emotion. Hutu was responsible for embodying reincarnation, while the underworld was primarily developed by the 12 ancestor witches. Now it was extremely empty. Of course, it was sufficient for the current beings of Honghuang to undergo reincarnation, but in the future, when the human race emerged and souls increased, it would place a great burden on the underworld. The reincarnation Purple Lotus in his soul twitched slightly, and Guangchengzi emitted an aura distinctly different from the laws of the heavenly Tao. Hutu looked at him curiously, wondering what he intended to do with the powers of the underworld. Guangchengzi gradually ascended. At the junction where the underworld connected with the land of Honghuang, a massive black gate, exuding a ghostly aura, appeared, inscribed with the words Ghost Gate. Beyond the Ghost Gate, a winding path extended, beside which a stone tablet was carved marking the Yellow Spring Road. Immediately afterwards, dozens of grand halls rose from the ground, followed by the emergence of 18 levels of hell. The punishments within caused the ancestor of the river of the underworld who was watching all this to feel a chill, and he immediately abandoned the thought of troubling Guangchengzi later. Buildings like the Huangshuan River and the Naiha Bridge appeared one after another, making the entire underworld much more organized. Watching the merit descend, Hutu looked at Guangchengzi with satisfaction. What he had done had immense benefits for the underworld, making it much more complete. With a wave of her sleeve, countless spiritual treasures appeared settling on the various buildings created by Guangchengzi, such as the Three Lives Stone and the Mirror of Sins, all of which were congenital spiritual treasures. What I obtained at the treasure distribution rock back then is now coming in handy, Hutu said with a smile. Guangchengzi pointed at those buildings and said, Sister, you should have someone in charge of the records, right? Indeed, the supreme innate spiritual treasures descended by the heavenly Tao after the opening of reincarnation recorded all the fallen beings. Guangchengzi smiled and said, the 10 halls of Yama in the underworld should categorize souls based on their merits and karma, which could also lessen your burden, sister. Although the witch clan has withdrawn, there should still be a few de Luo Jinxian to be found. And there are the Wuchang ghosts who guide souls, and the judges who assess their deeds. These all require— Hutu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yes, not only would this alleviate the burden of the underworld's rules, but it would also allow judges in Yama to gain merit. Wasn't this the best way to eliminate karma? I will send a message for the great witches in our clan to come. You disciples of Kunlun also need this merit. Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed, there are not many disciples under Master Yuan, sure, but under Master Tongtian, who knows how many disciples my younger brother has gathered in these years in the underworld. No one would refuse more merit. The positions of judges in Yama are very important, but for the ghost messengers, and Wuchang's sister can let the little witches take charge. After all, some souls might linger on the land of Honghuang. After Guangchengzi finished speaking, Hutu pointed at the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Book of Life and Death, in her hand, and instantly 10 phantoms appeared landing in 10 palaces. The 10 halls of Yama managed the sub-register of the Book of Life and Death. She then handed the Book of Life and Death to Guangchengzi, saying, the underworld you have built bit by bit is now yours to manage. You can directly use it to send living beings into reincarnation. As Hutu spoke, her gaze swept over Guangchengzi's sleeve. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Thank you, sister. Guangchengzi accepted it. This item wasn't particularly important to Hutu. She was the master of the underworld, and she could not hide matters of the underworld from her. Handing the Book of Life and Death to him was still for the purpose of Fux's reincarnation, allowing him to restrain Nuwa to the greatest extent. Xuanyuan bowed to Hutu and offered his thanks to the saint. Hutu waved her hand, pleased that Xuanyuan had profited as she observed the laws on his person, growing ever more in tune with the underworld. A gentle smile crossed her face. Good, at last, there will be a capable laborer, Guangchengzi murmured. He produced a doll and announced that it contained the soul of Senior Hongyuan, whereupon Xuanyuan's eyes immediately brightened. Hutu stopped him, saying that if he wished Hongyuan to be reborn, he would need to wait another 10,000 years. Xuanyuan was bewildered and asked what the saint meant. Though puzzled, Xuanyuan nevertheless took Hongyuan's soul back from the Luanhui plate. Hutu pointed beneath the Luanhui plate and explained that this was Mingjia's greatest treasure. Every 10,000 years it produced 10 drops of Luanhui, yi, which were immensely effective for mending a soul. Hutu understood every detail of Mingjia. Although the cycle of reincarnation had not yet reached 10,000 years, she knew well the potency of the Luanhui fluid. Xuanyuan rejoiced inwardly. Hongyuan's soul had been shattered so grievously that even after tens of thousands of years beneath the Huangzhongli fruit tree, it remained feeble. To enter reincarnation now would only yield a being born with a damaged Yuan Shun. It would take generation after generation of reincarnation to patch what was broken, and with each cycle the chance of remembering past lives dwindled. Given this other means, Xuanyuan had no reason to refuse. Xuanyuan bowed again, thanking the saint for her counsel and admitting his short-sightedness. Hutu then asked whether he wished to stay in Mingjia. Xuanyuan was taken aback and wondered why the saint desired him to remain in the underworld. Did she intend to have him govern the Defu? He asked incredulously. Hutu looked at Guangchengzi and shook her head, slightly a chill running through him. She cautioned that matters should not be rushed. I merely think you are suited to remain in Mingjia, she said. Xuanyuan thanked the saint for her favor, but demurred, saying that at his realm the only path was to comprehend the laws and then break through. He had not returned to Wuzhuangwan for many tens of thousands of years. Hutu accepted his refusal and promised that once the Luanhui fluid had completed its nurturing, she would send it to Wuzhuangwan by messenger. Overjoyed, Xuanyuan vowed his service. Should the Wuzu ever command him, he would brave fire and water without complaint. He thanked the saint profusely. Hutu was slightly surprised, No wonder the Sanqing brothers were close to this man. He had a way with words, even promising allegiance to the Wuzhu in his vows. Guangchengzi saluted and announced he would return to Kunlun. Xuanyuan likewise took his leave, bowing to the saint. Huta signaled that she would have Xingtian and others bring their clans across, then watched the two depart, and surveyed the open expanse of Mingjia, before sending a jade talisman flying toward the Pangadian. Yuanshi greeted Guangchengzi with a tease, noting the triumphant air about him as he returned from his group. Guangchengzi gave an embarrassed laugh. Indeed, he had lingered long in Mingjia. Nearly 1,000 years had passed, and the after-effects of the Wuyao War had begun to ease, leaving the primordial world full of flourishing life. Many races that had been forced into hiding were re-emerging, and the ambient spiritual energy of the wilds had not diminished much, thanks in no small part to Guangchengzi preserving Buzhou Mountain and adding the 4 heavenly pillars. I assisted Sister Hutu in constructing the Defu, and was delayed. Guangchengzi explained. A master may now appoint junior brothers and sisters to serve there. Yuanshi and Tongshan's eyes brightened at the prospect. A boon for their disciples, and meritorious. Tongtian replied that after their apotheosis many came to seek mentorship, and since Guangchengzi had gone to Buzhou Mountain, numerous disciples had already passed the array. I have established the formation. Tongtian went on. A nun tainted by karmic burden slipped through, and some of the demons who tried to cheat were slain by your slaying evil sword. They have passed the formation, and as master I cannot break my word. I must admit them, Tongtian confessed, growing more uneasy the more he spoke, while Yuanshi smirked coldly at his side. Guangchengzi's suspicions hardened. How many had master taken in? 100, 200, 500. Tongtian remained silent. Silence stretched on, and Guangchengzi drew a breath. It cannot be 1,000, can it? He asked. 2,000, Yuanshi said flatly, glaring at Tongtian. Guangchengzi leapt to his feet in shock, nearly undone as he stared at Tongtian and demanded how master could have taken in so many disciples. The 3 Sanqing masters had been in seclusion for over 2 yuan hui, yet Shanking's disciples numbered only a little over 100. After awakening to the primordial way in mere tens of thousands of years, Shanking's ranks had swelled into the thousands. From where had so many come, and how could they all pass the Jaya Mirror Heart Array? Tongtian explained that even had the 3-way war of the Wu and Yao not occurred, the population of the wilds had already begun to surge long ago. When they attained the Tao, those seeking discipleship swarmed, nearly filling Kunlun Mountain itself. If not for your formation, we might have nowhere to stand, he added, casting an earnest look at Tongtian. With so many Kunlun disciples, even when he raised his eyes to ponder the Tao, he often found himself surrounded by people. Guangchengzi rubbed his forehead. It was an unavoidable consequence. Buzhou Mountain had not collapsed, so the denizens of the wilds suffered little harm and flocked en masse to take discipleship. Tongtian could not renege on those who passed the array, especially since only the Sanqing and Hutu had attained the Tao in this age. Guangchengzi presented the Hundun bell he had retrieved from master, and Tongshan's eyes lit as he hastily accepted it. The Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner rose in turn, resonating with the Sanqing. Their great ways intertwined, and the primordial treasures began to fuse, faintly revealing a blade that might cleave the wilds asunder. Pangus Wei, Guangchengzi murmured, sensing an aura ever more like Pangu himself. Could the 3 masters be inheriting Pangus Tao? After a long while the Sanqing opened their eyes and regarded the 3 supreme treasures before them with complicated emotion. Each bore an aura further heightened. Yuanshi smiled wryly and admitted he had not expected the Pangu axe to yield such subtle benefits. Even at their rank as Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, the axe's insight could raise their realms. Guangchengzi cupped his hands and congratulated them. The opening heaven treasures paired with the Sanqing, he said, and he had not foreseen such gain from bringing back the Hundun bell. Very well, take the Qinkuan Ding, one of them said. Guangchengzi was surprised and asked if the masters did not intend to fuse the primordial treasures themselves. The primordial essence had already been refined and was of no use to them, Yuanshi replied. You never know when an attachment might be realized, better it remain in your hands. As he spoke, a great tripod cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears flew from the Yushu Palace and settled before Guangchengzi. The masters explained that they had forged for him the Babao Wansho Zixia, a supreme innate garment. Guangchengzi watched as the yin and yang energies within the Zixiao robe coalesced into dragon and serpent motifs, recognizing the hand of Taiching master. The Pekin Pearl, Daoud Pearl, Sun and Moon Pearl, Zixiao Pearl, and Bilo Pearl were all innate spiritual treasures, brilliantly complementing one another despite being of the lower innate grade. The hem was woven with 5-colored lotus patterns, the robe embroidered with the cosmic star array, and within its lining the Sanqing Tao rhythms shimmered, plainly a joint endeavor of the 3 masters. This Sanqing crown, Qingxin jade pendant, and Taiyu boots were all forged together. Give them a try. Yuanshi looked at Guangchengzi, who had donned a brand new Taoist robe with a gentle gaze, and couldn't help but applaud, saying, "Not bad, my disciple shines like a clear sky, illuminating the myriad realms." Guangchengzi's face resembled a carved jade, his eyes sparkling like stars, and a serene light gathered between his brows, as if morning light had fallen upon him. Dressed in the 8 treasures of longevity purple cloud robe, he smiled faintly at the 3 Qing illuminating the entire Kunlun Peak. "Thank you, 3 masters, for your consideration for your disciple." Guangchengzi knew that all his clothing was destroyed when he was forced to self-destruct on Mount Buzhou, leaving only the innate mid-grade robe that retained the indestructible spiritual light. All other acquired treasures were lost. The 8 treasures of longevity purple cloud robe crafted by his 3 masters was indeed a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Refining innate spiritual treasures with the Qian Kuan Ding requires great merit, and Guangchengzi was deeply moved. "You and I, master and disciple, need not be so formal. Once I arrange for your junior brothers and sisters to take office in the underworld, you can accompany us to the Zixiao Palace." Yuanshi's gaze was filled with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Guangchengzi waved his hand to set up a barrier, taking out the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus, and said, "Sister Huta mentioned that I comprehended the reincarnation laws thanks to the reincarnation purple lotus, and with my arrangements I avoided perishing, hence I present this item to my disciple." The 3 Qing showed no change in expression. Laozi calmly stated, "It is only proper." Guangchengzi had exposed even the chaos pearl for Hutu in the witch clan, and had perished once. Thus Huta's gratitude was not excessive. Sister Hutu has control over the earth path, and has given a token to the disciple. Guangchengzi took out a yellow jade token, and the expressions of the 3 Qing changed slightly, as Guangchengzi elucidated the current capacity of the earth path that could accommodate the 3 saints. Hutu is indeed generous. Yuanshi lightly tapped the stone table. "However, Xuanyuan Taoist is also a good candidate. I have yet to inform Uncle Xuanyuan about this matter. He must agree to lead the team of Kunlun first." Yuanshi's face revealed a look of disgust as he glanced at the 8 scenery palace. Guangchengzi understood Nuwa was still imprisoned. Sister Hutu is also trying to repair the western earth veins, which is beneficial to the Grand Master as well. "Then when we go to the Zixiao Palace, you should speak with the master personally." Tontian casually played with the chaos bell, his tone grave. Nuwa must be guarded against. Guangchengzi remained silent. Given another chance, he would still slay Fushi. Does the Grand Master currently possess the strength of the heavenly Tao realm? The 3 Qing looked at him with strange expressions, questioning why he asked this. Yet Yuanshi replied, "The Master has merged with the Tao and should be able to unleash the strength of the heavenly Tao realm." After all, during their last joint effort, they all felt immense pressure. Guangchengzi tossed the jade token in his hand, thinking this simplifies things. "Master, please allow Nuwa to come out." Guangchengzi said confidently. Yuanshi hesitated. If Nuwa saw Guangchengzi, she might strike directly, but seeing his disciple's calm demeanor, he could only glance at his elder brother. Laozi pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Instantly 9 colorful beams of light shot up from the direction of the 8 scenery palace. Shortly thereafter, Nuwa seemed to sense something and rushed toward Kunlun Peak, causing other disciples in Kunlun Mountain to tremble under this pressure. Yuanshi snorted unhappily. After all, she was merely a prisoner, yet dared to be so audacious. As Nuwa hurled the red embroidered ball at Guangchengzi, a cold light flashed in Yuanshi's eyes as he prepared to throw the 3 treasures Jade Rui, while Tongshan's chaos bell wobbled uncertainly. Guangchengzi called out, "Wait," and both paused. Guangchengzi looked calmly at the approaching red embroidered ball. With a flip of his palm, a point of azure light appeared in his palm, emanating an aura that caused the red embroidered ball to come to a halt, with faint groans echoing from behind. A glimmer of amusement flashed in the eyes of the 3 Qing, their appreciative gazes fixed on Guangchengzi. Truly, he was the disciple of this master, and had reserved such a backup. Nuwa forcibly halted the red embroidered ball, suffering backlash, but she disregarded her injuries, directly approaching the stone table, trembling as she reached out to touch Fux's true spirit. Guangchengzi quietly sipped tea, observing Nuwa transition from despair to calmness, and shook his head. "Reincarnation opens up, all beings may be reborn." Nuwa's eyes lit up as Guangchengzi continued. "The demon clan colluded with the demon race, causing chaos in the wilderness, 10 suns in the sky, harming countless beings. I wonder how this karma can be cleared. It is my fault, please forgive me, nephew." Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Nuwa apologized to Guangchengzi, doing so for Fux's reincarnation. "Uncle need not be so formal. You are destined to be the saint of the heavenly Tao." Guangchengzi addressed her as uncle, but there was not a trace of a smile in his eyes. If you wish to send Fushi to reincarnate, at the very least you must clear the karma. Nuwa's expression changed repeatedly. With so much merit, she currently had none. However, she never expected Guangchengzi would agree to send Fushi to reincarnation. Alright, once I have merit, I will clear the karma on my brother's true spirit. At that time I hope nephew will not go back on his word. Guangchengzi smiled, saying, it's a promise. This matter counts as a debt of causality I owe to my nephew. Yuan sure sneered, looking down upon it. Hadn't Nuwa ever owed Guangchengzi a favor? When Fushi perished, didn't she act directly? The two from the west owe a debt of causality for the position of Honghuang saint. The latter perished without them taking a single step out. Nuwa's cheeks flushed red from Yuan Shi's ridicule. She declared, Heavenly Tao above, I Nuwa vow that if Guangchengzi can send my elder brother Fushi into reincarnation in the future, I will owe him a debt of causality. As long as it does not harm me or my brother, I will never refuse. Guangchengzi stood up, directly surprised by Nuwa's vow. Excellent. It seems preserving Fux's true spirit was indeed a wise choice. Since Fux's true spirit remains, we will not keep the junior sister. I suppose Fengqi Mountain still requires her to oversee it. Laozi stated, watching Nuwa calm down, directly asking her to leave. Just as she was about to collect Fux's true spirit, a hand moved faster than hers. Nuwa frowned lightly, while Guangchengzi looked at her expressionlessly, thinking she could just look. Did she want to take it away? This time my younger sister has been quite rude. I hope the three elder brothers can forgive me. Nuwa bowed to the three Qing, who didn't even raise their eyelids. After this incident, Nuwa had effectively torn apart her relations with Kunlun. In the future, it would only be about maintaining appearances. If anything were to happen to Fushi later, Nuwa might even find herself standing with the two from the west. Fortunately, there would still be Zhen Yuanzi, and Guangchengzi could attain the Tao. Kunlun would still remain dominant. They were merely three saints without innate supreme treasures, which wouldn't take much effort. Watching Nuwa leave, Yuan Shi sent a message for his disciples to come. Tantian hesitated for a moment, allowing Duobao to arrange this matter. Otherwise, if over 1,000 disciples rushed in together, not to mention the second brother, even the eldest brother would be angry. Master, the junior brothers and sisters have gone to the underworld. It would be best if they worked diligently. Guangchengzi reminded. Otherwise, neglecting their duties would hinder the reincarnation of beings, resulting in karma descending upon them. Laozi and Yuan Shi looked at Tantian together, as he was the least reliable among the three disciples. After arranging everything, they headed towards the Zixiao Palace. Stepping into the Zixiao Palace once again, Guangchengzi felt a stark contrast from his previous insights. Now he could perceive the manifestation of various laws interacting with the deepest origins confined within the Zixiao Palace. I have met senior brother Sanqing and fellow Taoist Guangchengzi. Hao Yanyaoqi performed a respectful bow. Although both of their statuses were extraordinary, Guangchengzi had to regard them as his juniors, yet in the vast wilderness, one still had to speak through strength. They could not discern Guangchengzi's realm, and coupled with the matters that the old one had mentioned upon returning from the wilderness, they had no choice but to show him respect. Guangchengzi nodded at the two of them. His identity as the chief disciple of the third generation of the Xianmen was not inferior to theirs, so there was no need for excessive politeness. Oh. Sanqing and Guangchengzi turned in unison, and to their surprise, Hutu had also arrived. Dao brother, little brother, Hutu greeted with a smile. Guangchengzi remained silent, pondering the chaotic titles used. Even if the ancestor appointed Hao Yanyaoqi as the heavenly emperor and empress, it shouldn't warrant Hutu's visit. Let us enter. Although Laozi was puzzled, he still beckoned the few to step into the Zixiao Palace together. Guangchengzi sat behind Yuan Shi, feeling a heaviness in his heart. The ancestor had not yet made an appearance. What could this mean? Yet he could only wait in silence, watching as Hao Yanyaoqi opened the palace doors once more, with Nuwa and Jiejin joining in, while Guangchengzi's expression darkened. Very well, very well. I have met the three uncles. Guangchengzi raised his gaze slightly. After several Yuan meetings apart, Jiejin and Juntai had cultivated to the late stage of Quasi-Saint. It seemed he had delayed for several Yuan meetings, and everyone had improved significantly. There is no need for excessive courtesy, nephew. Nuwa forced a smile, clearly able to see Guangchengzi's displeasure. But who could know that it was such bad luck to encounter these two right after entering the chaos? Now that the three of them were together to senior brother Sanqing, didn't it just mean that she was standing with these two? Heaven and earth bear witness, with her brother's true spirit still in Guangchengzi's hands, she would never do anything detrimental to Kunlun. I was summoned by my master and came directly from Fengqi Mountain. I did not expect to coincidentally encounter the two junior brothers in the chaos. Those unaware might think you two were specifically waiting for me. As I say this, my gaze turns towards Guangchengzi. You can understand what I mean, right? However, the expressions of Jiejin and Juntai changed slightly. Guangchengzi had slain Fushi, and Nuwa would undoubtedly harbor grievances. The two of them intended to pull Nuwa over to the west, which was why they had been waiting for her. Unexpectedly, as soon as Nuwa arrived, she aimed to sever ties, leaving no shred of face at all. Since you've come, please take a seat. Laozi spoke calmly, his voice exceedingly serene. Nuwa's heart sank as she again bowed to the Sanqing, taking her place on the fourth mat. Hutu sat on the cloud bed above her, gaze fixed on Nuwa, making her feel uneasy. What guidance do you have, Sage Hutu? I merely wish to see when Sister Nuwa can attain the Tao. Oh, after all, aside from the Tao ancestor, only the three of you have succeeded in the method of slaying the three corpses. My little brother has yet to slay the corpse of his obsessions, and I hope Sister can open my eyes. Nuwa's expression changed. How close was Hutu to Guangchengzi? By the way, my little brother is still in charge of the supreme treasure of my underworld, the Book of Life and Death, so the reincarnation of living beings on this vast land will still require his effort. A flicker of warning flashed in Hutu's eyes, leaving Nuwa with no sense of relief. With her brother's true spirit in Guangchengzi's hands, he could manipulate reincarnation. Hutu's words were a warning for her not to entertain thoughts of betraying Guangchengzi. Nuwa felt a chill in her heart. With four saints behind Guangchengzi, and the Sanqing, not killing her was likely out of respect for the master. Even if she were to attain the Tao, she probably wouldn't have the right to choose. Junior brothers, please keep your distance from me. You Westerners should tread lightly in my eastern lands. Nuwa glared coldly at Jiejin and Juntai. The Sanqing raised their eyebrows, wearing expressions of amusement. Guangchengzi smiled slightly at Hutu, feeling much more pleased. Oh, indeed, the fact that Nuwa had today attained the cultivation to slay the corpse of her obsessions was thanks to the three masters, so why should she casually stand with these two from the west? The peaches we cultivate in Kunlun are not for outsiders to pick. Jiejin and Juntai turned green with envy, never expecting Nuwa to insult them so blatantly. Clearly she was afraid of offending the Sanqing, and chose to pick on them instead. Nuwa snorted lightly. Her cultivation and spiritual treasures surpassed those of these two junior brothers, and with her brother's true spirit still intact, why would she need to take sides with them? Even though senior brother Sanqing currently did not favor me, you two are even less deserving. Ding! The golden bell rang and Hongjuan appeared directly on the cloud bed. The Sanqing and Hutu were all startled. With their current cultivation, they still could not see how the Master Tao ancestor had appeared. The gap in the Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal realm was indeed vast. I pay my respects to my master ancestor Tao friend. Hutu nodded at Hongjuan, and after all, at this moment, she represented the Earth Tao. Although the Earth Tao was not as powerful as the Heaven Tao, they were equal in status. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Upon finishing, his gaze settled on Hutu before shifting to Guangchengzi. Truly worthy of being the chief disciple of the Xuanyuan's third generation, he could even revive the dormant Earth Tao. Though this would harm the interests of the Heaven Tao and prevent it from dominating the wilderness alone, it would greatly benefit the repair of the Western Earth veins. He did not care how the Earth Tao fared as long as the Earth veins could be repaired and his karma cleared. I have summoned you here today for matters concerning the Heavenly Court. Hongjuan shifted his gaze away from Guangchengzi. The Heavenly Court governs the cultivators of the wilderness and requires the re-establishment of the Heavenly Emperor. Master, my disciples Underling Methreya and Medicine Master can serve as the Heavenly Emperor. Juntai spoke eagerly. Do you think you are worthy? Nuwa was furious. Her brother had not perished completely yet, and as the Heavenly Court was a remnant of the demon clan, the Heavenly Emperor should be that brother of hers, the Yaozu Shihuang. Guangchengzi still holds the 10 princes of the demon clan. How could it possibly fall to someone from the west? Nuwa's outburst made Guangchengzi somewhat enlightened. The position of the Heavenly Emperor carried merits. The position of the Heavenly Emperor has nothing to do with the demon clan. Hongjuan said, coolly, colluding with the demon clan, yet still wishing to sit in the position of Heavenly Emperor. What a beautiful thought. Nuwa immediately lowered her head, having only focused on fighting for her brother and forgetting this matter. Methreya and Medicine Master lacked the fate for the Heavenly Emperor. Before Juntai could even get excited, Hongjuan directly cut off this path. Seeing that the Sanqing did not recommend Guangchengzi, Huntai's expression changed. It seemed this was already predetermined. Master, the two Tao friends from Haoyan Yaoqi are suitable for the positions of Heavenly Emperor and Empress. Guangchengzi looked up at Hongjuan. Master, please speak plainly. I have no interest in the position of Heavenly Emperor. Let them take it instead. A glimmer of joy flashed in Haoyan Yaoqi's eyes. Guangchengzi was truly a good person directly recommending her. They had already attained the Quasi Saint Tao, and with the old one frequently closing himself off staying in this Xiao palace, was exceedingly dull. To enter the wilderness as the Heavenly Emperor was undoubtedly the best choice aside from attaining sainthood. I believe that Di Jun dared to collude with the demon clan precisely because the power of the Heavenly Emperor is too great, therefore there should be 6 positions within the Heavenly Court to restrain the Heavenly Emperor. This course is viable. Hongjun nodded faintly. Since you refuse to inherit the Celestial Emperor's throne, this Taoist shall appoint one directly. Ignoring the shifting expressions of Nuwa and Jane, Hongjun turned his gaze toward his side, Hao Tian and Yao Qi. We are here, master. The two knelt before Hongjun, their faces alight with exhilaration. You have served this Taoist for several eons. Go now to the Celestial Court and assume the thrones of Celestial Emperor and Empress. As he spoke, Hongjun tapped them once, and instantly Hao Tian and Yao Qi underwent profound transformation. Hao Tian assumed the visage of a resolute, middle-aged sovereign radiating imperial majesty. Yao Qi embodied the serene, all-encompassing grace of a celestial empress. With a wave of his sleeve, Hongjun summoned before Hao Tian a colossal golden sword, and before Yao Qi an exquisite hairpin and a tender sapling. This is the Hao Tian sword and the starry sky hairpin, yours to wield. As for this Rinshui peach tree, it may serve to recruit loyal ministers to the celestial court. All present stood dumbfounded at Hongjun's effortless bestowal. First peerless primordial spirit treasures, then a supreme spirit root, especially Jane and Zhuanti. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered subtly. The Hao Tian pagoda was already used to stabilize the celestial court. The Hao Tian mirror had likely been employed in the severance of a corpse, and the Hao Tian sword shared the same origin. Truly the venerable master had meticulously secured his attendant's future. We thank you, master. Hao Tian and Yao Qi bowed deeply in unison. Guangchengzi, since you proposed the 6 sovereigns' positions, this matter shall be entrusted entirely to your arrangement. Hongjun did not even glance toward the western pair. With the earthly Tao now manifest, the western land veins would inevitably recover. Jane and Zhuanti had long since diminished in significance to him. The 3 pure ones exchanged a silent look. Their master's words signified that the 6 sovereign seats held no connection to Nuwa or to the west. Yes, master. The 4 great emperors of the 4 directions. I shall entrust that matter to you, Guangchengzi. Since the Holy One governs the earthly Tao, only Ho-Tu, the sovereign empress of the earth, who upholds heaven's mandate, is fit to assume the post of Earth Sovereign. Though intimately related, Ho-Tu and Hongjun now addressed each other as fellow cultivators, not kin, making elder sister wholly inappropriate. After a moment's hesitation, Ho-Tu acquiesced, very well. A brother's face, after all, must be honored. The appointments of the 4 great emperors of the 4 directions shall be discussed later with the Celestial Emperor, Guangchengzi said, turning respectfully to Hao Tian and Yao Qi, deliberately refraining from declaring them outright. As our fellow cultivator has said, we owe our appointment as Celestial Emperor and Empress solely to Master's trust. Hao Tian bowed again to Hongjun, then turned toward the 3 pure ones and Guangchengzi. We humbly seek guidance from senior brothers of the 3 pure ones and fellow cultivator Guangchengzi. Hao Tian understood perfectly. Guangchengzi's deferral was not indecision, it was deference. Since Master himself had declared him sovereign over the matter, he could have ruled unilaterally. Yet by framing it as consultation, he preserved Hao Tian's dignity before the Western pair. What a noble elder brother Guangchengzi truly is. The 3 pure ones wore expressions of quiet pride. Such was the caliber of disciples they nurtured. Ho-Tu smiled faintly to orchestrate every facet so flawlessly. No wonder the 3 pure ones held their younger brother in such high esteem. Hongjun nodded approvingly, truly worthy of being the Xianmen sect's 3rd-generation chief disciple. The 3 pure ones indeed possess exceptional discernment in selecting disciples. Then, composing his countenance, he gazed gently upon those assembled. The heavenly Tao has resonated within one aeon. The world's foremost protagonist shall emerge. All raised their brows in unison, faces frozen in stunned silence. That utterance carried the unmistakable weight of divine decree. Nuwa, you shall diligently cultivate the law of creation. Hongjun regarded her calmly, his words abrupt yet profoundly resonant. The 3 pure ones recoiled inwardly, recalling their master's ancient prohibition against slaying Nuwa, and now this declaration. What remained unclear? The foremost protagonist destined to appear within the Aeon would be fashioned by Nuwa's creation law, the very great merit foretold when Hongjun bestowed upon her the primordial purple qi. Nuwa's heart stirred. She grasped at last why Tai Ching had intervened, and why Yuan Shi and Tong Tian harbored such trepidation toward the law of creation. Within the aeon, she must unify her 3 corpses and attain the supreme enlightenment of Honghuang. Only then could she forge the perfect foremost protagonist. Surely the resulting merit would suffice to cleanse her elder brother's karmic burdens. She gazed upon her own hands, where currents of creation law shimmered, and lowered her head. I obey, Master. Jane and Juanti, you two shall cooperate fully with the earthly Tao to restore the land veins. Do you understand? Hongjuan's voice fell again, this time laced with quiet warning. We obey, Master, and shall certainly coordinate with Empress Ho too. A chill ran involuntarily down Jane and Juanti's spines. For several eons they had failed to grasp the path to sagehood. Though their cultivation had advanced to the latest stage quasi-sage realm, they remained preoccupied with forging new cultivation methods, neglecting the restoration of the western land veins entirely. Now that their master had raised the matter, both felt deeply unsettled. We are indebted to you, fellow cultivator, Hongjun said, bowing slightly to Ho Tu. Every day the western land veins healed, the karmic entanglements binding him would recede. Ho Tu stepped aside modestly. Rest assured, fellow cultivator, the Wu clan shall safeguard the Honghuang realm. Hongjun paused, then murmured, restoring the land veins shall bring celestial merit, thus naturally cleansing the Wu clan's karmic burdens. Ho Tu smiled knowingly. Guangchengzi lowered his eyes. His elder sister had awakened her spiritual essence and now mastered the art of subtle calculation. Though she intended to restore the land veins regardless, she had deliberately invoked the Wu clan, eliciting her master's solemn vow to absolve their karmic weight. She sought nothing less than the Wu clan's reascension into the Honghuang realm, now that the foremost protagonist loomed near. Indeed, none who attained sagehood were ever simple souls. You may withdraw. Hongjun swept his gaze across the assembly. Jane and Juanti departed first, overwhelmed by guilt. Hao Tian and Yao Qi performed a reverent kowtow before Hongjuan, then exited the Zixiao palace to await Guangchengzi. Nuwa lingered, poised to speak. Yet seeing Hongjun close his eyes and observing the 3 pure ones, and Guangchengzi remain utterly still, she realized he wished her to depart alone. With a silent sigh she withdrew. Is there anything further? Hongjun opened his eyes, gazing serenely upon the remaining cultivators. Yuan Shi gently nudged Guangchengzi forward. Master, this is the appointed chief disciple of the Xianmen sect's 3rd generation. You cannot bear to watch him perish beneath Sister Nua's hand, can you? Hongjun arched a brow. This Taoist has already bestowed all appropriate spirit treasures. He paused. Then, as if recalling something, added softly, with you 3 present, would Nuwa truly strike this young man? That remains uncertain, Tong Tian muttered under his breath. Hongjun shot him a sharp, silent glance. Speak plainly. What do you wish this Taoist to do? Please, Master, intervene but once, Guangchengzi said, bowing deeply, and produced Fu Shi's true soul. Hongjuan's eyes shimmered with flowing laws. He glanced unexpectedly at Ho Tu, who returned a serene, knowing nod. Even should Fu Shi cleanse his karmic burdens, retaining memories of his past life would be perilous. We beg, Master, to seal those memories utterly. Guangchengzi's voice turned glacial, chilling the very air of the Zixiao palace. Hongjuan's gaze flickered. This disciple grandson saw 3 steps ahead. Ho Tu had already acted, yet he demanded one more intervention, to ensure Fu Shi, even upon attaining Xuanyuan, could never reclaim his former consciousness. Yet such foresight was no flaw. It was the mark of a true Xianmen disciple. With a gesture, Hongjun sent forth a phantom of the creation jade tablet suffused with the primordial source of heaven and earth, which settled into Fu Shi's true soul. Guangchengzi's joy surged. We thank you, Master. Hongjun shook his head. Disciples were debts incarnate. As the others took their leave, a fleeting struggle crossed his face. Then he sighed, and from his sleeve emerged 2 spirit pearls, one black, one white, descending into Guangchengzi's auspicious cloud. Nurture your chaos, pearl well. The footsteps of Guangchengzi paused slightly, yet waves of tumult surged within his heart. What is the intention of the ancestor master? Last time he overlooked the Chaos Pearl, he felt regretful, thinking there might be no possibility of recovery. If it were a Chaos Supreme treasure, this ancestor master would not have ignored it. However, the Chaos Pearl had previously absorbed some essence from 36 Dinghai Divine Pearls, yet its rank had not improved. Guangchengzi had already lost hope. Now, with the words transmitted to him by Hongjun, sensing the constantly pulsating Yin-Yang Pearl within his nascent soul, Guangchengzi's heart remained unsettled. What is it? Yuan Shi observed Guangchengzi's strange expression and softly inquired. Guangchengzi looked at the Hao Tian Yao Qi, which had been waiting for him, and shook his head, deciding it would be better to return to Kunlun and discuss it further. Senior brother Sanqing Taoist Guangchengzi. Hao Tian directly clasped his fists in greeting. Why are the junior brother and junior sister not heading to the heavenly court, but instead waiting here? Yuan Shi regarded the two and thought they still showed some courtesy. In response to senior brother Yuan Shi, I simply wish to inquire about the four extremes emperors proposed by Taoist Guangcheng. Is there anyone selected? You can decide this matter. Yuan Shi looked at Guangchengzi. Since the elder brother had no disciples, candidates could only be selected from him and the disciples of the third brother. Once I return to Kunlun and finalize this, I will have them go to the heavenly court. You need not rush, Taoist. Observing how Tian's anxious expression, Guangchengzi reminded him the ancestor master has previously sealed the heavenly court. It is uncertain whether there are still demon clans inside. You two should gather some subordinates to set up the framework of the heavenly court so that it can operate normally. Since the holy person of Hudu has taken over, as one of the 6, the Wu clan should not be opposed to the heavenly court. Taoist, you can discuss this with the holy person. Working in the heavenly court indeed brings merit, so the Wu clan should not refuse. Thank you for your guidance, Taoist. How Tian's face showed excitement. Guangchengzi's words truly pointed him towards a clear path. Yaoqi looked at Hudu. Holy person, may I disturb the underworld for a while? To persuade the Wu clan to ascend, one must provide appealing incentives. After all, they are called the Heavenly Emperor and Empress, yet they only have 2 subordinates. Certainly. Hutu replied with a smile, nodding at Guangchengzi, affirming that this younger brother did not misjudge him. Laozi, seeing that the discussion was finished, nodded to Hutu. Then, we shall take our leave first. After saying that, the 3 of Sanqing and Guangchengzi vanished from before the Zixiao Palace, while the remaining 3 also left the chaos. Senior brother, you have returned. Looking at Nuwa, who was guiding Du Bao, Xiangzi, Sanqing, and Guangchengzi were taken aback. How come you are in Kunlun? Nuwa felt a tinge of bitterness in her heart. Had she known that her brother's true spirit still remained, she would never have torn her face with Sanqing. Now she could only do her utmost to mend things. Younger sister is about to merge the 3 corpses and wishes to retreat in Kunlun Mountain for a while, borrowing it from senior brother. Nuwa's face showed a pleading expression. Since Hongjun and Hutu could be considered peers, the strength of Kunlun should not be underestimated. Since she had already offended them, she could only try her best to reconcile. Otherwise, her future would likely be worse than those 2 from the west. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly once more. Indeed, no one in the Honghuang was a fool. However, even if Nuwa lowered her stance, their relationship could not return to the past. Yet Nuwa probably did not think too much. As long as Kunlun did not deliberately target her, she would likely be satisfied. Then you may go to the 8th Scenery Palace. Laozi pointed and Nuwa nodded at Sanqing, smiling kindly at Guangchengzi before stepping onto the path of light. Arriving at the peak of Kunlun, Yuan Shi calmly said, there is no need to worry too much. You now have the true spirit of Fuxi in hand. She will not act against you. Guangchengzi nodded. As long as he attained the Tao of Hongyuan, Yuwa would not pose a threat. When I left the Zixiao Palace, the ancestor master transmitted to me to cultivate the Chaos Pearl well, and also gifted me this spiritual treasure. He took out the Chaos Pearl and the Yinyang Pearl bestowed by Hongjun. The 3 of Sanqing were momentarily speechless, pondering for a long time without understanding the ancestor master's intention. Perhaps all pearl-type spiritual treasures in Honghuang are related to the Chaos Pearl. Yuan Shi speculated with a frown. Tong Tian spread his palm, revealing a golden and a silver spiritual pearl. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. The Sun and Moon Pearl, the spiritual treasure that Tong Tian would later bestow upon the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, was the one he had transformed back to its original form with a heavenly seal. Yet as the Sun and Moon Pearl appeared, the Chaos Pearl remained silent, causing Sanqing and Guangchengzi to feel a tinge of disappointment. When I obtained the 5 elements spiritual pearl, the Chaos Pearl indeed devoured a part of its essence, and the Dinghai Divine Pearl also had a turn inside. However, now both the Yinyang Pearl and the Sun and Moon Pearl show no changes. Perhaps the timing is not right. Tong Tian also frowned. You should keep the Sun and Moon Pearl. It may prove useful one day. Thank you, Master. All right. Tong Tian waved his hand. Now tell me how to arrange your 4 extremes emperors. Guangchengzi had already considered this on the way back. He looked at Sanqing. Xiangzi is the manifestation of innate fortune and longevity, and should be the great emperor of longevity in the southern extreme. I originally intended for Du Bao to be the great emperor of the northern extreme, but now there are many disciples at the Qingping Peak, and Du Bao is likely stretched too thin. Tong Tian remained silent. Indeed, his disciples could not always be overseen. Currently, the most burdened were Du Bao and Jinling. Let me think this over. Tong Tian rubbed his forehead. Working in the heavenly court does yield merit, but right now the heavenly court is like a makeshift band, going there might delay cultivation instead. Actually, the Heavenly Court is short on personnel. Master, why not send some junior brothers and sisters to work in the Heavenly Court? This way they can also earn merit. No way. Yuan Shi directly interrupted Guangchengzi. The disciples of the third brother have just joined the sect not long ago and are not yet familiar with the techniques. If they go to the Heavenly Court and commit wrongdoings, it will tarnish the reputation of Kunlun. Tong Tian's expression grew somewhat unpleasant. He wanted to refute, but what Yuan Shi said was indeed the truth. Especially if they went to the Heavenly Court, their time for cultivation would be even less, merely holding the title of a Qingping disciple. If they caused trouble, the second brother would likely expel all those disciples. Guangchengzi lowered his head, not daring to look. The great Emperor of Eastern Extreme Qinghua and the great Emperor of Western Extreme Guangcheng will leave one from Master Taching, while the other will depend on whether the disciples under me are suitable in the future. This arrangement is quite appropriate, Yuan Shi praised, then looked at Tong Tian. Did you remember what Guangchengzi said? With so many disciples, even Dubao feels torn. Tong Tian pursed his lips. This matter was indeed somewhat tricky. Guangchengzi took out the star banner and the river map of Luo. Master, you should find this formation somewhat interesting. Yuan Shi snorted lightly, and Guangchengzi looked at Laozi with a long face. Master, save me. Enough, Tong Tian, hurry up and handle the matters regarding your disciples. No matter who is chosen to go to the Heavenly Court, the positions of the four extremes emperors must be filled quickly. Laozi's tone was ambiguous. Otherwise, if Hao Tian solidified his position controlling the power of the Heavenly Court alone, how would it be different from the previous Emperor Jun? 30,000 years later, a towering pillar of light appeared atop Kunlun Mountain, its oppressive force radiating outward, causing all cultivators in the primordial wilderness to gaze in shock at Kunlun. This pressure signifies that someone has attained enlightenment. The vibrant force of the laws of nature surged forth from Kunlun Mountain, and all the rare flowers and extraordinary beasts sensed this aura, feeling an extraordinary kinship. It was the essence of life, the very nature of all things. The innate spiritual energy of the entire Kunlun was frantically converging towards the 8 scenic palace, where a massive green pillar of light stood out, illuminating the heavens and earth with a vitality that seemed to invigorate the entire primordial wilderness. A figure floated out silently, surrounded by an ethereal glow of creation, soft and warm. Wherever the light shone, vegetation flourished, brimming with life. The miraculous herbs in Laozi's medicinal field were enveloped by this creative energy, growing wildly. Guangchengzi inhaled a breath of spiritual energy. Although it was not innate, it was still considered precious in the primordial wilderness. The creative energy that spilled forth from Nuwa's enlightenment could have such a great effect on the reproduction of spiritual roots. If she were to directly infuse the creative laws into the innate spiritual roots, wouldn't that shorten their growth time? Nuwa smiled slightly at Guangchengzi's astonished expression, adding a touch of brightness to the entire Kunlun. Her eyes contained both compassion and majesty, evoking a sense of awe in others. I pay my respects to Lady Nuwa and congratulate you on attaining the Tao of the primordial supreme golden immortal. Returning to his senses, Guangchengzi bowed deeply to Nuwa. Regardless of the past, the current Nuwa had already attained enlightenment, and he could not afford to lose his propriety in front of a primordial. Please rise, senior nephew. Nuwa's voice was gentle, and Guangchengzi was lifted by a soft force. If you wish, you too can attain enlightenment at this moment. Nuwa looked deeply at him, surprised by Guangchengzi's profound understanding of the laws. If she had not already attained enlightenment, she might not have been his match. Nuwa frowned slightly. Perhaps it was indeed true. She sighed bitterly, realizing that with the god-slaying spear, Guangchengzi could match her Aquasa Saint of the 3 corpses. However, in the battlefield of witches and demons, this fellow had also brought out the primordial measuring ruler and the chaos pearl, not to mention that by now he had already slain evil corpses. Your praise is excessive. I am merely the first disciple of the 3 generations of the Xuanyuan, naturally walking the path of slaying the 3 corpses. Guangchengzi replied, his tone neither servile nor overbearing, maintaining proper decorum. I am a disciple of the same master as the 3 pure ones. You may call me senior aunt. There is no need for such formalities. As Nuwa spoke, she sighed inwardly. Guangchengzi's calling her lady, the common address for female deities in the primordial wilderness, seemed polite, but actually created distance. Her previous actions had indeed caused a rift with Kunlun, and now all she could do was try her best to. Her brother had not completely fallen, and the realm of the 3 pure ones far surpassed hers. Even this nephew before her, after attaining enlightenment, would likely surpass her in cultivation. As you command, senior aunt, Guangchengzi replied, his expression unchanged, but he bowed again to Nuwa. Very well. Nuwa sighed inwardly, knowing that the previous misunderstandings could not be resolved with a few words. The three pure ones arrived together, their imposing presence causing all the laws of creation in the area to vanish completely. Nuwa's expression hardened, and she was no match for any of them now. Having attained enlightenment through the same laws and the path of slaying the three corpses, the difference in cultivation levels was surprisingly vast due to the lower grade of their spiritual treasures. Congratulations, junior sister. Laozi chuckled lightly, representing the three pure ones in expressing their congratulations. Nuwa quickly returned the courtesy, saying, "Thank you, three senior brothers. What are your plans, fellow practitioners?" Yuan sure squinted, feeling the disparity too great. Without a supreme treasure, there was no need to concern himself. Nuwa's expression darkened slightly. Was Yuan sure reluctant to even pretend to care? Not even willing to call her junior sister. "Are you not returning to Fengqi Mountain, fellow practitioner?" Tong Tian asked lazily. Guangchengzi quickly lowered his head, his expression quite dramatic. Was he trying to drive them away? Laozi observed his two younger brothers speak, not even raising an eyebrow, quietly waiting for Nuwa's response. "I have just attained enlightenment, and I am still unfamiliar with the laws." Nuwa forced a smile. "May I borrow the three senior brothers' blessed ground to cultivate for 10,000 years? Guangchengzi was stunned for a moment, suddenly understanding. So that was it. Indeed, watching the three masters' expressions soften, they accepted Nuwa's request. He couldn't help but sigh internally. One should never underestimate the old. After leaving the Zixiao Palace, Nuwa came to Kunlun to attain enlightenment. The three masters joined forces to play the roles of the bad cop and good cop to observe whether Nuwa's attitude had changed after enlightenment. After all, attaining the primordial meant she had fundamentally changed in relation to all beings in the primordial wilderness. Such a slight humiliation, if Nuwa could accept it, it would signify her genuine alignment with Kunlun, wishing to atone for her past misdeeds. If she were to walk away in anger, she would likely face the combined suppression of the three masters in the future. "I have not accepted any disciples, yet you three senior brothers have quite a few under your tutelage." Nuwa looked at the three pure ones, her expression relaxing. "How about I impart some teachings to these junior disciples?" Guangchengzi felt a jolt in his heart, quietly raised his head, and indeed the previously somewhat satisfied expression on Yuan Shi's face had darkened, while Tong Tian's expression seemed a bit unnatural. "If my junior sister can do this, it will also be an opportunity for your disciples." Laozi felt weary, but still agreed, discreetly glancing at Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, signaling them not to let outsiders see the joke. "Then I thank my junior sister greatly." Yuan Shi coughed lightly, looking at Guangchengzi. "Disciples, send a message to those disciples who have gone to the heavenly court and the underworld, telling them to return temporarily." "Yes, disciple obeys." Guangchengzi bowed and quickly left this place of troubles. After exiting Taqing Peak, he secretly patted his chest, feeling rather tense due to the previous atmosphere. It had been 30,000 years since he returned from the Zixiao Palace. Nuwa had been in seclusion all this time, and today, she finally attained the primordial. However, the primordial wilderness was devoid of the witch and demon clans, truly a scene of myriad creatures competing for freedom, with countless races flourishing and an increase in the number of living beings. Naturally, the number of beings coming to Kunlun to pay their respects rapidly increased. The Qingyun sect already had 5,000 disciples, and Guangchengzi often felt disturbed. However, these disciples had not committed any grave errors, making it difficult to punish them. Yuan Shi had not left the Yusu Palace for 20,000 years. If it weren't for Guangchengzi's mediation over the years, the majority of disciples from the Yuqing sect would have gone out, and it was hard to imagine how many troubles would arise, even causing friction between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. With a sigh, streams of light flew towards the heavenly court and the underworld, summoning numerous younger disciples back. A talk by a primordial supreme golden immortal was indeed worth listening to, especially since this was a sage eager to establish a good relationship with Kunlun. As he watched the younger disciples hurry back, the entire Kunlun suddenly became lively. Before long, the sound of Nuwa's teachings resonated, enveloping the whole Kunlun in the laws of creation. 10,000 years later, atop Kunlun, Guangchengzi was discussing the Tao with the three pure ones when Nuwa approached for a cup of tea. "Senior nephew, would you be willing to accompany me for a stroll through the primordial wilderness?" Guangchengzi's hand holding the teapot paused, and the three pure ones all set down their teacups. Over the past 10,000 years, Nuwa has imparted her teachings, and the disciples of Kunlun have reaped significant rewards, with 4 becoming primordial golden immortals, an experience unmatched by others in the Honghuang. Now that Nuwa intends to venture into the Honghuang, Guangchengzi feels a stir in his heart. Is the human race about to emerge? The three pure ones closely watch Nuwa, and it is impossible for Guangchengzi to accompany her to the Honghuang. Now that she has become a primordial golden immortal, it would be exceedingly easy for her to strike against Guangchengzi, leaving him with no means of defense. Nuwa could easily seize the true spirit of Fuxi, who knows what thoughts are brewing in her heart. Yuanshi never hesitates to speculate about Nuwa with the utmost malice. For Fuxi, it would not be surprising if this junior sister were to do anything. How could he easily entrust the life of his disciple to another? Sister, there is no need for further words. Tantian picked up his teacup again, devoid of any emotion. If Nuwa does not recognize her position, this cup of tea will be thrown in her face. Laozi did not utter a single word, but did not stop Tantian either, indicating his support. Guangchengzi felt moved. The three masters were all protecting him. In Kunlun, Nuwa did not even have the opportunity to make a move against him, as the divine senses of the three masters were always watching over him. Nuwa forced a smile, realizing her previous attitude had been too aggressive. It is only natural that the three pure ones do not trust her. Even though she had sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao, she extended her hands, which were vibrant with green vitality. Senior brother, I feel something in my heart. The protagonist of the heavenly Tao should emerge from this humble one. The three pure ones remained unfazed. They had already guessed this. Had it not been for this matter, Nuwa would have reincarnated countless times. Guangchengzi felt as if a heavy stone had fallen. It has finally come. The emergence of the protagonist of the heavenly Tao will surely bring down merits. If my disciple were to... Nuwa said, her gaze shifting towards Guangchengzi. Yuanshi scoffed. Oh, indeed, after the battle at Mount Buzhou, Nuwa had been imprisoned in Kunlun. My disciple is not lacking in merit, disciple, Yuanshi said, turning his gaze to Guangchengzi, who immediately understood. Guangchengzi bowed to Nuwa, and two enormous merit golden wheels appeared, illuminating him, as if he were divine, while the peak of Kunlun was lit up, as if it were a world of merit. Nuwa was speechless. The merit of the great Tao and that of the heavenly Tao are quantities that cannot compare to hers. Guangchengzi collects merit even in Kunlun. He always feels that revealing merit is akin to being a source of light, which Nuwa did not notice, which is normal. Master, I intend to accompany Aunt Nuwa on this journey. Seeing that Nuwa was left speechless, Guangchengzi still agreed. After all, he knew what would happen in the future. The birth of the human race would likely awaken the path of humanity. No matter how strong Nuwa's desire to reconcile with Kunlun is, the path of humanity cannot be placed in her hands. In theory, the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity are equal. Even though the heavenly Tao is currently supreme, it cannot be compared to the earth Tao or the human Tao, but the human Tao can indeed create a few positions for saints. How could it be given to Nuwa? The three pure ones watched as Guangchengzi bowed, knowing his determination was firm. They released their pressure together, causing Nuwa to feel tremendous pressure. Senior brother. Nuwa's forehead broke out in cold sweat, yet she had no means to fight back. Yuanshi lightly snorted and retracted his pressure, the panga banner falling directly into Guangchengzi's hands. Nuwa's pupils constricted. This contained a blow left by brother Yuanshi, and she was absolutely no match. Laozi's auspicious cloud spread out, and the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower fell onto Guangchengzi's head, sealing a portion of his power. Now was not the time for a battle between witches and demons. They could not act due to their identities. Sister, I hope you don't mind if I also take action. Tongshan's tone carried a hint of amusement, yet there was no jest in his words. Nuwa remained calm, knowing this was all for show, but Tongshan's next move surprised several people, as he directly took down the four swords of the immortal execution and placed them above Nuwa's head, grinning. Nuwa felt an endless killing intent manifesting above her, a chilling murderous aura enveloping her entire being. If she moved, even slightly, the four swords of the immortal execution could instantly erase her true spirit. Nuwa was filled with immense fury. She is now a primordial golden immortal. It is unacceptable that her two masters Laozi and Yuanshi have given Guangchengzi treasures for his protection, while she cannot intervene. Tongshan's actions are too humiliating. A hint of frustration crossed her face, but she heard Tantian muttering, with master's strength at the heavenly Tao level, if the laws of primordial golden immortal creation are sacrificed, the heavenly Tao should directly give birth to the protagonist of the heavenly Tao. Although the words were soft, all five at the peak of Kunlun heard them clearly. Nuwa felt a chill run through her body, cold sweat pouring down her back. She looked up at Tongtian, who was eager to act, realizing this madman would truly do it. She is merely a primordial golden immortal now. Although her laws have been elevated without a complete heavenly Tao saint, even if she were to perish, it would not harm the heavenly Tao. On the contrary, as Tongtian said, if the laws of creation were sacrificed, it might make the heavenly Tao even stronger. Nuwa instantly calmed down. Tong Tian had previously attempted to destroy the Honghuang, although he had failed. Master had not punished him. If he truly killed her, Master might not even stand up for her. She looked at the 4 swords of the immortal execution above her. The 3 pure ones' eyes were filled with indifference. Rebel, and if you dare, I will act immediately. Disciple, you have 3 excellent masters. Nuwa's tone carried a sense of desolation as she continued, Senior brother, I assure you, I will never harm disciple Guangchengzi. A hint of regret flashed in Tongshan's eyes. Even after such humiliation, she managed to Yuan Shi glanced at Tong Tian without revealing any emotions. His 3rd brother still had this temperament. Laozi smiled slightly, and the yin and yang energies swirled in his hands, causing the 4 swords of the immortal execution above Nuwa to lose their form. After all, she is a primordial golden immortal and deserves to maintain some face in front of the beings of the Honghuang. And let us depart. After Guangchengzi took his leave from the 3 pure ones, he extended his hand to guide Nuwa. In his heart, he constantly sighed. With the 3 masters treating her this way, they truly regarded Nuwa as a thief. Yet even so, Nuwa had no choice but to endure. She had no other options. All her weaknesses were held in their hands, and after the previous incident, the 3 masters would never trust Nuwa again. Seeing Nuwa's expression of disappointment, Guangchengzi felt neither joy nor sorrow. In his heart, this aunt was only slightly better than the 2 from the west, and she was not comparable to the status of Xuanyuan. Disciple I. On the way down the mountain, Nuwa hesitated to speak. Guangchengzi smiled. Master and the others are just overly concerned for their disciple. Please forgive me, aunt. Nuwa choked, falling silent for quite a while. The 2 did not exchange another word until they stepped onto the land of the Honghuang. Watching Nuwa's aura gradually merge with the world of the Honghuang, Guangchengzi silently followed behind, constantly contemplating. It was not until they arrived near Mount Buzhou that Nuwa finally came to her senses. They had not used any divine powers, and over 10,000 years had passed from Kunlun to Mount Buzhou. Looking at the scene of the Honghuang, Nuwa felt a bit lost. If the demon clan had truly destroyed Mount Buzhou back, then what would the Honghuang of today look like? The witch clan could hardly be seen now, unlike before when the Honghuang was the territory of the witch clan. Guangchengzi was lost in thought, his face devoid of expression. Disciple, what do you think the protagonist of the heavenly Tao should be like? Guangchengzi's gaze lingered, as if beholding the very image of a destined protagonist of heaven. The demon clans have slaughtered too ruthlessly, wiping out myriad races. The sorcerer clans possess mighty bodies, yet lack primordial spirit. If you senior uncle intend to fashion the protagonist of heaven and earth, the individual's strength must not be excessive, body and primordial spirit must be balanced, granting great plasticity. Nuwa listened to Guangchengzi's words. A divine light shimmered in her eyes, and her aura rose steadily, clearly signaling a new comprehension. Indeed, the cautionary precedents of the sorcerer and demon clans stood before them. The protagonist of heaven and earth must differ utterly from those 2 if he is to win the favor of the heavens. Pangu the Great fashioned the primordial wilderness and underwent 81 transformations. The myriad beings revere Panga's form as the innate Tao body. The demon clans must metamorphose to approximate it, so the protagonist of heaven and earth ought to possess an innate Tao body. Though Guangchengzi's voice was low, it fell upon Nuwa's ears like distant thunder. The Hongming purple chi in her primordial spirit trembled, and a strange aura slowly emanated from her. Light of creation surged in Nuwa's hands, and an image began to form. Lacking any supporting framework, when it touched the ground, the creative chi poured into the primordial earth, and countless plants sprang up within a mile. How could the mundane serve as the body of the protagonist of heaven and earth? Guangchengzi murmured after a moment's thought, scooping up a handful of soil from the ground. Although the soil of the primordial wilderness now brimmed with spiritual energy and would be prized as divine material in later ages, it was by no means a suitable medium to fashion the destined human form. Nuwa paused, flung the lump of clay aside, and drew it into a long strip. The laws of creation flowed in, and 2 beings with human heads and serpentine bodies emerged, intoning "Hail, Mother Goddess." Guangchengzi was taken aback. A joyous light flashed in Nuwa's eyes as she regarded the 2 who called her Mother Goddess with tender familiarity. "You shall be named by Shi and Tung," she declared. "Thank you, Mother Goddess," for the names they replied. Watching them, Guangchengzi's astonishment deepened. Creatures made from such mundane matter could truly live. Had he not prompted her, perhaps Nuwa might indeed have shaped humanity from this ordinary clay. This showed how mighty Nuwa's laws of creation had grown, able to transmute decay into wonder. The protagonist of heaven and earth is immeasurably precious and cannot be wrought from the mundane, she declared. Nuwa smiled softly at Bai Shi and Tung Shi and asked my junior nephew, do you have any suggestion? The junior nephew answered the four elemental forces of heaven and earth are earth, water, fire, and wind. The cornerstones of the world structure. Earth has form and substance. Water has substance. Without form, fire has form. Without substance, wind is without form or substance. Therefore, the protagonist should be fashioned from earth and water. In the primordial wilderness, the emblem of earth is Jiutian Shirong, which nurtures all things, while San Guangshen Shui is the foremost divine water. These two substances are most proper as vessels to bear the protagonist. Nuwa's face showed admiration, but also regret. If you, my junior nephew, cultivate the laws of creation, I fear there will be no occasion left for this humble Taoist to attain enlightenment. Guangchengzi shook his head. His insights came from prescience, not pride. I possess San Guangshen Shui here, he said. He paused. My master once said that when you obtained the Hulu tongue, you gained a piece of Jiutian Shirong. I will not offer anything shameful, he added. When Nuwa fell out with the demon clans, she likely did not possess San Guangshen Shui. This merit should belong to him. Upon hearing Guangchengzi, Nuwa looked embarrassed. My junior nephew, please bring forth the Jiutian Shirong. As well, my supply of Shirong has already been used, she admitted. What? Guangchengzi asked in puzzlement, greatly shocked. Jiutian Shirong is no ordinary earth, a divine material perfectly attuned to the way of creation. For Nuwa to have exhausted it, had she been secretly fashioning some race on Fengqi Mountain? Do you recall the Xiaoyao fan I once entrusted to Dijuan? Nuwa's expression grew hurried. This was truly a matter she preferred not to mention. Guangchengzi grew awkward. Silently, he produced a small gourd from the Qingyan cloud. After the defeat of the sorcerer and demon tribes, he had gathered all their spirit treasures, including that very Xiaoyao Hulu. This item was poorly matured, he explained. I fused all the Jiutian Shirong into it, and by nurturing it with the laws of creation for 10,000 years, it barely crossed the threshold into a supreme, innate spirit treasure. Guangchengzi understood at last. The Jiutian Shirong was used in that manner. It seems heaven's timing favors humanity as well. A white light returned from afar and merged with Guangchengzi's body. Nuwa's eyes flashed. Oh, what a potent incarnation of a benevolent corpse. Its aura was even greater than when her three corpses reached the quasi-sage stage. The Bai Lian Daoran had not been so formidable before. It seems this junior nephew has stumbled upon no small opportunity. Then senior uncle shall use these two items, Guangchengzi said, producing the two divine materials. Nuwa stared in shock at the San Guangshen Shui, sensing carefully. This bears an aura of Hundan. Guangchengzi was silent. He had sent Bai Lian Daoran to Sanxian Dao to retrieve it. There flows the Hundan Lingquan. Using this in creation would surely strengthen the human race's foundations. Though they are divine materials, all still depends on your laws of creation, he said, producing the Qian Kuan Ding and offering it to Nuwa. With this and the other items, humanity could tread the primordial wilderness unrivaled. Nuwa did not take it. She stared at Guangchengzi in astonishment. The Qian Kuan Ding, the god-slaying spear that rivaled innate supreme treasures, and the presence of Bai Lian Daoran, who surpassed the finest innate spirit treasures. Common source spirit treasures, Nuwa whispered, drawing in a deep breath of spiritual energy, as she gazed upon the Qian Kuan Ding in horror. Guangchengzi smiled faintly at her, and she could not help but shiver. Thank the heavens, she had chosen reconciliation with Kunlun rather than stubborn enmity with senior brother Sanqing. This junior nephew's future attainments might well eclipse senior brother Sanqing. Thank you for your efforts, my junior nephew, Nuwa said, drawing in her aura and appearing as a gracious goddess as she smiled upon Guangchengzi. She tossed Jiutian Shirong and San Guangshen Shui into the Qian Kuan Ding. The laws of creation surged in and boundless vitality began to gestate. Are these two items usable? Guangchengzi produced two fruits, one yellow and one black, each containing the primal sources of earth and water. What are these, Nuwa asked. You should know the four-aspect planetry, he replied. I used San Guangshen Shui to nurture several primordial cycles and bore four fruits that contain the four primal sources of earth, water, fire, and wind. In that case, the protagonist's primal root will be unfathomably deep, Nuwa sighed, placing the two fruits into the Qian Kuan Ding as well. Time passed indistinctly. Nuwa watched the ball of clay that swam into being before them, alive with endless vitality and flickering with myriad divine lights. Nuwa deliberated, and a drop of crimson essence appeared at her fingertip. Instantly, blood-colored veins traced across the clay like meridians before sinking inward. The clay seemed to awaken. Guangchengzi's expression grew solemn, and he too let fall a drop of essence. When yin and yang of all things unite, that is the true way, he intoned. To vie for stewardship of humanity's future, one must be willing to pay a price. he would not allow Nuwa to monopolize the human race. Nuwa stood in a daze absorbing the newly formed aura. Her gaze turned toward Buzhou Mountain and the breath of Panga the Great. That was fitting. The protagonist of heaven and earth could inherit Panga's fortune. Nuwa pinched forth an innate Tao body from the clay, its bones hummed with Tao resonance, its 3 souls and 7 spirits intact. She breathed gently, and a strand of creative chi descended upon it. The clay figure drew breath, and its features stirred with life. Hail to the sacred father and mother. Gazing upon the woman before her, Nuwa felt the primordial violet chi within her Yuan Shun pulsating with increasing intensity. Though momentarily hesitant at being addressed as the Holy Mother, she made no move to object. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow slightly and accepted the title without resistance. He had contributed the 9 heavens resting soil, the threefold radiant divine water, and the banana fruit imbued with the primal essences of earth and water, further enriched by a single drop of his own refined blood, thereby forging an indirect spiritual lineage between humanity and the great Pangu, deeming himself fully worthy of the title Holy Father. Moreover, this was a pivotal stake in the future contest for sovereignty over humanity and dominion over the human Tao. He would never relinquish it merely for the sake of appearances. Junior sect brother, what name shall we bestow upon this race? In the primordial chaos, the 3 realms are heaven, earth, and humanity. Guangchengzi replied with a faint smile. The heavenly Tao reigns supreme above, the earthly Tao nurtures all things, yet the human Tao has yet to emerge. Since this race is destined to become the sovereign master of heaven and earth, let it be named humanity, a name that embodies the very essence of the human Tao. A thunderous rumble shook the heavens and earth the moment his words fell silent, startling Nuwa. Inwardly, his utterance had resonated with cosmic law itself. Perhaps the human Tao truly would manifest, and as Holy Mother of humanity, she might yet wield authority over it. Gazing upon the woman, she herself, a sovereign immortal of the supreme profound realm, had just fashioned, Nuwa smiled softly. Your insight is profound, junior sect brother. Let them indeed be called humanity. As her voice faded, her fingers danced in intricate patterns, and in short order, 3,000 clay figures stood complete, each infused instantly with the law of creation and springing to life. Wiping sweat from her brow, she glanced at the nearly untouched mound of clay, and her eyes flickered with sudden calculation. To sculpt each figure by hand would take no less than a millennium. Guangchengzi observed the 3,000 primordial humans, born already as true immortals, and marveled at their extraordinary foundation. Perhaps it was due to the exceptional materials he had provided, each surpassing those originally intended for humanity. He watched as Nuwa plucked a calabash vine, dipped it into the clay, then flicked her wrist. Countless droplets scattered and coalesced into fully formed humans, each with distinct features and expressive eyes. With each successive lash of the vine, and combined with the 3,000 she had shaped by hand, the total number reached exactly 12 myriads and 9,600. Guangchengzi could discern clearly the later-born bore less refined countenances and possessed weaker cultivation than those first molded by Nuwa's own hands. Nuwa began raising her hand once more to continue creation, when an immense, irresistible force arrested her arm midair. Guangchengzi fixed his gaze upon her, and their eyes met in silent understanding. It appears the heavenly Tao's capacity is precisely 1 UN, the ultimate numerical limit. The number of primordial humans must stop here. This is the Tao's absolute threshold. Yet even now humanity's latent potential far exceeds what the heavenly Tao ever anticipated. Upon hearing this, Nuwa gave a slight tremor of her wrist. The clay clinging to the calabash vine sloughed off instantly. Guangchengzi raised the Qingkuan cauldron and gathered it all within. Before him the newborn humanity cried out in unison, Holy Father, Holy Mother, while Nuwa smiled faintly and stood poised in the void. Before the heavenly Tao, I, Nuwa, disciple of the Tao ancestor Honghuang of the Zixiao Palace, today create a new race inheriting the celestial fortune of Panga, henceforth named humanity, ordained as the sovereign master of heaven and earth. Her proclamation echoed across the primordial chaos, sending shockwaves through every realm. 10,000 years earlier, Nuwa's aura as a celestial sage had already manifested atop Kunlun Mountain. Now she had not only created an entirely new race, but declared it the sovereign master of heaven and earth. Long ago, the tribes of Wu and Yao had waged war across countless eons to claim that very title, shattering the primordial chaos into ruin. And now a race born but moments ago dared claim supremacy. Who among the myriad beings would submit? Gradually, a vast surging energy rose across the heavens and earth. Deep within the netherworld, an overwhelming presence pierced through heaven and earth alike, so immense that all life in the primordial chaos quaked in terror, its sheer magnitude dwarfing even Nuwa's sacred aura. Yet the moment Guangchengzi stepped beside Nuwa, the netherworld's towering presence, belonging to Ho-Tu, began to recede, astonishing all sentient beings. Still their eyes upon the newborn humanity gleamed with restless calculating light. I, Guangchengzi, disciple of the three pure ones of Kunlun, hereby proclaim in the name of Pangu's descendants humanity shall be the sovereign master of heaven and earth. From Kunlun Mountain 3 colossal auras surged forth and converged behind him, turning the faces of all immortals pale with awe. A deafening rumble shook the cosmos, boundless clouds of golden merit descended their radiant light, eclipsing the heavens, while ethereal, celestial music reverberated throughout the primordial chaos. 6/10 flowed toward Nuwa, 2/10 toward Guangchengzi, 1/10 entered the bodies of the newborn humanity, the final 10th split evenly, one portion descending into the remaining clay within the Qianquan cauldron, the other settling upon the human creation whip held in Nuwa's hand. Guangchengzi felt the primordial violet qi within his yuan shun surge violently. Without hesitation, he sealed it away inside the chaos pearl, cutting it off entirely from the heavenly Tao's perception. Nuwa meanwhile merged her yuan shun with the primordial violet qi and found herself immersed in the infinite vastness of the heavenly Tao. Torrents of meritorious energy cascaded into her being, then, boom. A resounding explosion echoed across the primordial chaos, and instantly an immortal radiance enshrouded her form. Her sacred aura swelled exponentially, radiating outward as an invisible pressure that swept across the three realms. Spiritual energy churned violently across the primordial chaos, and every living being, across 10,000 races, prostrated themselves in reverence. Celestial flowers rained down, golden lotuses bloomed from the earth, auspicious beasts galloped freely, divine birds sang prolonged melodies. Countless omens unfolded, all heralding the birth of a new celestial sage of the heavenly Tao. We pay homage to Lady Nuwa. May her sagehood endure eternally. Greetings poured in from every corner of the primordial chaos. Even cultivators who had harbored hidden ambitions moments before now bowed their heads in solemn submission. This was no mere immortal, but a celestial sage. We pay homage to Lady Nuwa. Guangchengzi too lowered his head in deep reverence. For a celestial sage was the heavenly Tao incarnate. He felt the crushing weight of her sacred pressure, more commanding, more awe-inspiring than even that of his own masters, the three pure ones. His own Tao resonance wavered and dimmed beneath it. His soul felt as though Mount Buzhou itself pressed down upon his crown, leaving him no choice but to bow. Within one full eon none shall raise hand against humanity, else face annihilation. Nuwa's gaze lifted slightly as Guangchengzi struggled to remain upright, and the laws of heaven and earth trembled in response. Countless great cultivators felt an all-seeing sovereign gaze fix upon them, shaking their very spirit and extinguishing any trace of defiance. We humbly obey the decree of sage Nuwa. In unison, countless cultivators bowed low. Satisfied, Nuwa withdrew her sacred pressure. She watched as humanity's fortunes swelled relentlessly. Within the river of fate, the fortunes of countless weak races dissolved and converged into humanity's stream, until in the blink of an eye humanity's fortune equaled half that of the ancient Yao tribe. That a newly born race should amass such immense fortune was extraordinary. Undoubtedly Guangchengzi bore no small part of the credit. Glancing at the human creation whip in her hand, Nuwa's lips curved upward. So long as this artifact remained in her possession, she would eternally command 1/10 of humanity's fortune. The human creation whip, capable of both creating and punishing humanity. Junior sect brother, this artifact shall henceforth reside under my sole authority. Nuwa said, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she observed Guangchengzi's deferential posture. After all, Guangchengzi was humanity's holy father, and due respect must be accorded. Naturally, senior sectant, you who created humanity shall rightfully wield the human creation whip. Yet inwardly Guangchengzi mused. His senior sectant seemed convinced the matter was settled beyond question. With a light tap upon his forehead, a miniature Linglong pagoda materialized and instantly repelled Nuwa's sacred pressure. Emerge. 9 dragons soared forth in unison. A jade seal plunged directly into humanity's river of fortune, whereupon boundless fortune surged toward it. Guangchengzi stood aloft in the void, a thread of golden light connecting his fingertip to the seal. The Kongtong seal shall be humanity's supreme treasure of fortune. His voice rang cold and clear across the primordial chaos. Holding the Pango banner aloft, he gazed upon Nuwa's pallid expression, while the banner stirred gently in the wind. Nuwa's gaze paused the Kongtong Seal. After leaving the demon clan, she had been forced out by Guangchengzi's fire, but this object turned out to be the ultimate treasure of human fortune. She felt immense regret. This was the main character of the heavenly earth. Had she known this would happen, she would have taken it back from the outset, even if it meant bullying the weak. But now looking at the Tower of Heaven and Earth, she could not break the Panga banner ready to sway in Guangchengzi's hand, and the four swords of Zurian hovering above her head. Nuwa couldn't help but let out a sigh. The current situation left her no choice. Even though she could achieve sainthood and be immortal, the three Qing brothers were not easy opponents. If she attempted to seize it, the four swords of Zurian would immediately strike down. Her primordial spirit was connected to the Tao of Heaven, yet the three Qing could seal her outside of heaven. At that time her brother would no longer matter, and she would not absorb the merit of achieving sainthood, but only elevate to a higher realm, perhaps becoming no match for the three Qing brothers. Suddenly her pupils constricted. Three figures appeared beside Guangchengzi, all coldly smiling at her. Nuwa felt as if she had been drenched in the waters of Xuanyuan, freezing her to the core. As a disciple holding the Kongtong Seal, and being the holy father of the human race, you should naturally lead humanity. She forced a smile, and said, but her heart bled continually. She had personally shaped humanity, yet in the future she would be unable to control it, only able to enjoy the title of Holy Mother. As the Holy Mother of humanity, you shall naturally be nourished by the fortune of the human race. Guangchengzi observed Nuwa's understanding and no longer pursued her demise. The three respected masters had already arrived, she could not stir up a storm. Nuwa nodded gently, saying no more. The three Qing watched her accept it, and their figures vanished. The Tower of Heaven and Earth returned to Guangchengzi's Qingyun, yet the four swords of Zurian above Nuwa's head did not leave. I observe that my respected aunt has not used merit to elevate her cultivation. I presume it is for the sake of Fushi Daoist friend. Guangchengzi took out a streak of azure true spirit, and surprise flashed in Nuwa's eyes. Rather than chasing future opportunities, it was better to address the matter at hand. She had thought she would need to bargain extensively to obtain her brother's true spirit from Guangchengzi, but unexpectedly this disciple was so straightforward. Nuwa took out the merit and carefully placed it within Fux's true spirit. She watched as the gray karma continuously diminished until it disappeared. Looking at the remaining merit, it amounted to about half of the merit for creating humanity. Without hesitation, Nuwa infused it all into Fux's true spirit. And your feelings for Fushi Daoist friend are truly profound and righteous, Guangchengzi remarked. Nuwa's gaze turned somewhat nostalgic. Her brother had done so much for her, and now she could only compensate a little. I only wish for my brother to be alive. Nuwa looked at Guangchengzi, her tone serious, her eyes firm, leaving no room for doubt. Fushi Daoist friend will naturally live. When the time is right, I will send him to reincarnation. With my aunt's merit as protection, Fushi Daoist friend's future path will surely be bright and splendid. Guangchengzi smiled and agreed to Nuwa's request. Fushi would naturally live, though he would lose some things. In that case, thank you, disciple. Nuwa looked at Guangchengzi's unwavering promise, her fondness for him rising. The future of the human race will be entrusted to you, disciple. I will certainly take good care of humanity, but for now humanity only needs to reproduce on its own. Guangchengzi gazed at humanity, a shade of gloom passing through his eyes. The birth of humanity had not elicited any response from the way of humanity, which was highly unusual. Even if the way of humanity would not emerge at this time, it should not be completely silent. There must be an issue here. Humanity, as the main character of the heavenly earth, had received the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. I shall return to Fengqi Mountain first. Nuwa glanced at humanity, letting out a slight sigh. No matter what happens to humanity in the future, she no longer had the right to make decisions. She wondered if the way of humanity still had the strength to fight back. I bid farewell to you, respected uncle. Guangchengzi bowed respectfully, and in terms of etiquette he would never allow anyone to find fault. Watching Nuwa leave, Guangchengzi unleashed several streams of light, softly saying, "You all settle down. Humanity must learn to be independent. As per the Holy Father's command." Guangchengzi vanished into the void. The 3,000 innate human beings, the first to be created, discussed among themselves, splitting into different groups, each taking a part of humanity away from this place, while more of humanity remained near Buzhou Mountain. Bai Lian Daoist descended from the Qingyun and nodded at Guangchengzi, as he would be stationed here for a long time in the future. Kunlun. Disciple pays respects to master. Yuan Shi helped Guangchengzi up, looking at his tightly furrowed brow with a smile. Are you pondering why the way of humanity has not emerged? Indeed, I've been a bit confounded. Guangchengzi's spirit lifted. Please guide me, master. You are indeed confused in your position. Laozi reached out and tapped him. Humanity has just been born, and its fortune is extraordinarily remarkable. Do you think you can awaken the way of humanity by relying on the name of humanity? That is overly simplistic. You and Nuwa announced humanity as the main character of the heavenly earth. Although the Tao of heaven permitted it, how could a race without merit firmly hold the position of the main character of the heavenly earth? Guangchengzi's expression was stunned. Yes, humanity's great enemy had vanished, and with himself and the four mixed yuan behind them, they could be said to be the firmly established main character of the heavenly earth. But could humanity bear this responsibility? Thus, without the slaughter of the Wu and Yao clans, heaven and earth would spontaneously bestow tribulations. Humanity must rely on itself to overcome them in order to become the rightful and unshakable main character of the heavenly earth. Then the way of humanity should not be completely silent either. Guangchengzi felt a bit depressed. He had prepared himself to compete with Nuwa for the way of humanity, yet unexpectedly it turned out to be a dud. This matter may relate to you. Laozi's expression showed some hesitation, and Yuan Shi Tongtian wore a similar expression. The three Qing joined forces, and the 24-petal Pangu Qinglian reappeared, leaving Guangchengzi bewildered. With the current cultivation of the three respected masters, did they still need to whisper to him? Yuan Shi cleared his throat and said softly, "I suspect it may have been Master Hongjun who intervened." Guangchengzi was startled. Laozi and Tong Tian silently nodded, and Yuan Shi continued. "You should understand, once the master merged with the Tao of heaven, the Tao of heaven became the sole ruler of the wilderness. Last time, when Huda transformed into reincarnation, it was only because the Tao of the Great Way intervened that the Tao of earth manifested, otherwise the Tao of earth might never appear. The three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity possess no intelligence. They merely follow the instinctive operations of the wilderness. However, with the master merging with the Tao of heaven, the manifestation of the Tao of earth signifies that his control over the wilderness has weakened somewhat. This has nothing to do with anything else, it only concerns self-interest. However, the Tao of earth has a significant role in repairing the western veins of the earth, able to eliminate the karma on Master Hongjun, so he has endured and refrained from suppressing the Tao of earth." At this point, Yuan Shi stopped speaking, and Guangchengzi's expression fluctuated. If the way of humanity were to emerge, it would indeed benefit the wilderness world, but the mutual checks among the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity would undoubtedly weaken Master Hongjun's control over the wilderness again. It seemed that the way of humanity could not manifest, because firstly, the fortune of humanity was not strong enough to represent all beings, and secondly, due to the suppression from the two paths of heaven and earth. After all, having two paths splitting was better than a three-way stalemate. Ultimately, it still comes down to interests. So does that mean that even if the human race secures the position of the main character in the heavenly realm in the future, the possibility of the human way manifesting in the world is still slim? Guangchengzi spoke irritably, feeling that this was truly a case of man's plans being inferior to heaven's. The human race is flourishing, suppressing myriad races with one clan, which may allow the human way to revive, but to manifest in the world like the earthly way is very difficult. Yuan Shi sighed. Master Hongjun would not forsake his own interests for you. Guangchengzi fell silent. If the human way manifests in the world, Master Hongjun would gain nothing and instead face losses. Who would sacrifice themselves for others like that? Unless there is a way to benefit Master Hongjun in the manifestation of the human way. But what could he offer to impress a power at the level of the heavenly way? Guangchengzi looked at Laozi, wanting to let Master Taiching oversee the human way in the future, but the plan was aborted before it even began. With interest lost and no benefits gained, Guangchengzi felt overwhelmed, and Yuan Shi patted his shoulder in comfort. Master, the human race is now the main character of the heavenly realm. Let the junior brothers and sisters descend the mountain to aid the human race. Surely there are merits to be gained. Guangchengzi shook his head, no longer thinking about this matter. When the time comes, there will surely be a way. For now, let's put it on hold. I have already given the instructions. Yuan Shi looked at Guangchengzi as he recovered, nodding with a smile. The innate human race has decent potential. Does the master have any plans to take them under your wing? Tong Tian wore a look of excitement. With our current reputation and status, it won't be long before disciples come to Kunlun. As long as there is fate, it wouldn't hurt to take them as disciples. Yuan Shi was not very concerned. Laozi felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed there was some connection between him and this human race. What do you plan to do next? Yuan Shi asked. Guangchengzi hesitated for a moment. The human race had already been born. As long as they continued to reproduce, they could wait for the opportunity to thrive. He himself was only lacking in his obsession, but he had a premonition that perhaps after that event he could completely sever it. Guangchengzi raised his eyes to look at Tong Tian, his expression extremely complicated. If it was truly as he thought, wouldn't he end up being sliced by Master Tong Tian afterward? My. Tong Tian looked somewhat puzzled. How many disciples does the master have who have gone to the heavenly court? Tong Tian cleared his throat. About several dozen, I suppose. Guangchengzi began to despair. Even given a chance, they were still useless. Just a bunch of wastrel. Yuan sure sneered, and Tong Tian couldn't help but tremble. In the 10,000 years since Guangchengzi had left, he had been scolded by his second brother countless times, and even the eldest brother did not help him. Duo Bao has already gone to the heavenly court, serving as the Emperor of Guangcheng. Currently Zhao Gongming is managing our disciples. Tong Tian said, pursing his lips. The Emperor of Guangcheng. Wasn't it said that brother Duo Bao would oversee the position of Ziwei? Guangchengzi frowned. Duo Bao cannot handle it. Yuan sure sighed, speaking a word in defense of Duo Bao. Since the battle of the witch and demon, you have yet to visit the heavenly court, right? Guangchengzi nodded, listening as Yuan Shi continued. Di Jun destroyed the celestial pearls he crafted, leaving the surrounding stars in utter disarray. Many stars have lost their origins, and the starry sky is in ruins, which is not something a great Luo Golden Immortal can handle. So, does that mean the starry sky is still in that state? Guangchengzi rubbed his forehead, wondering why there were so many issues in the wilderness. Perhaps, now that the heavenly court has the Hao Tian Yao Qi, we also cannot directly intervene. Yuan Shi shook his head. The two of them, the Emperor and Empress of Heaven, have been rather fair, and there is nothing requiring their intervention. Master, I shall take a trip to the heavenly court. Guangchengzi sighed. He possessed the He Tu and Luo Shu along with a complete set of star flags, even having the celestial chart of the Ziwei star god, which should surely help in restoring the stars. Laozi frowned. The main character of the heavenly realm had already been born, and with Nuwa's decree in place, no one dared to act against the human race. For now, the human race only needed to reproduce, facing merely the challenges of survival. Are you not going to go into seclusion to sever your obsessions? Laozi asked. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both looked at Guangchengzi. For the sake of future plans, it would be best if Guangchengzi achieved enlightenment as soon as possible. No. Guangchengzi shook his head, revealing a hint of hesitation on his face. I feel that now is not the time for the corpse of obsession to manifest. Moi. The three saints were taken aback. Earlier, Guangchengzi had already grasped the leads to the corpse of obsession. If he went into seclusion, he should be able to sever it quickly. How could he not sever the obsession? I still lack some things. Guangchengzi's expression was serious. His obsession must be completely severed after experiencing that great battle. Very well, your path must be prioritized. Just remember, some matters in the wilderness are far less important. Yuan Shi smiled, for this was the disciple he had set his eyes on from the beginning. Guangchengzi felt touched in his heart. The three masters, as descendants of Pangu, truly held him dear. Master, how is Zhao Gongming's cultivation now? Looking at Guangchengzi's inquiry, Tong Tian smiled. Zhao Gongming is already at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, but he has three sisters, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, with Yunxiao having the highest potential. Before you return to the mountain, she has already broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, these siblings were not to be underestimated. Well, if he can manage the outer disciples well, that would be a merit in itself. Guangchengzi smiled, and said this before not paying him any further mind. I have already sent a message to Kong Xin the Golden Pong, and when they return from the Phoenix race, they will go to protect the human race. After these two broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, he followed the agreement made with Yuan Feng, allowing them to return to the Phoenix race to receive their legacy. Yuan Shi shot Guangchengzi a sidelong glance. This fellow truly was a hands-off manager. The disciples he took in were not taught much, as they were often guided by the three brothers. Fortunately, they understood the etiquette and had decent potential. Guangchengzi smiled awkwardly, not daring to say much, as he indeed was not very responsible as a master. Since you mentioned going to the starry sky, then let's hurry. Yuan Shi snorted lightly, no longer holding on to it. If Hao Tian Yao Qi gives you trouble, just hit them back. It shouldn't come to that, it shouldn't come to that. Guangchengzi silently wiped his sweat. Speaking of strength, these two would never dare to provoke. Watching Guangchengzi leave, Yuan Shi waved his sleeve. Third brother, you should handle your disciples soon. Guangchengzi has already gone to the starry sky. The heavenly stars will surely be restored very soon. He needs manpower under him, as well as protection for the human race. If they are unwilling to earn merits, then kick them all out. After speaking, without waiting for Tong Tian's response, he directly returned to the Yusu Palace. Laozi nodded. You cannot always protect your disciples. Guangchengzi has gone through quite a bit to reach this point, but those disciples cannot rely on Kunlun's power to act with impunity. Tong Tian's expression was somewhat unsightly. Although he had many disciples, a significant portion of them were below the Xian immortal level. If they were to leave the mountain, there would surely be casualties. Laozi shook his head. The matter was already at this point. If Tong Tian was unwilling, then let him and the second brother take action. At this moment, Guangchengzi arrived in the starry sky, only to encounter someone unexpected. So it is you, Taoist Guangcheng. A clear voice echoed in the starry sky, as if a cold moon had appeared before Guangcheng. A woman suddenly appeared, stepping upon the silver moonlight, extraordinary and ethereal, draped in a veil woven from moonlight, her beauty unparalleled, with eyes as clear as autumn waters reflecting the eternal stars. I have met Senior Wang Shu. Guangcheng bowed respectfully. She was the moon goddess renowned alongside the sun god Shi. He and her sister was the demoness Changxi. Wang Shu smiled, brightening the entire starry sky, even causing Guangcheng to momentarily lose his senses. What a beautiful goddess. How could I deserve your title of senior? We are equals in friendship. Guangcheng hesitated before nodding. Taoist Wang Shu. It seemed she did not harbor resentment towards him due to her sister. Would you care to visit my Tying Star for a conversation? Guangcheng smiled and stepped onto the moonlight, arriving beneath the osmanthus tree. It was desolate and cold. This was his first impression of Tying Star. However, looking at the Tying ancestral energy rising from Tying Star, he couldn't help but frown. The essence of Tying was lacking. You have noticed it? Wang Shu smiled bitterly, pouring Guangcheng a cup of tea. The delicate osmanthus floated in the cup, appearing particularly endearing. Guangcheng took a sip, the coolness permeating his divine sense, as if he had been washed clean by the moonlight, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. Did Dijun make this? Wang Shu shook her head. It was made by my foolish younger sister. Taoists should understand the principle of yin and yang attracting each other. Tying and Taiyang are not oppositional. My younger sister was drawn to Dijun, disregarding my objections, and ultimately married him. Before the final battle, she entrusted the 12 moon gods to me and secretly stole some Tying essence to assist Dijun in refining the star pearl. As Wang Shu spoke, there was a hint of anger in her expression. Guangcheng leisurely sipped his osmanthus tea, listening to Wang Shu recount the past. It boiled down to the story of how the infatuated Changxi abandoned her sister for Dijun and later for the demon clan's grand scheme, stole the Tying essence, causing damage to Tying Star, leading to the loss of the 12 children. So what is the reason for Senior Wang Shu inviting me here? Nothing escapes your eyes, Taoist. Wang Shu smiled helplessly, pointing towards the depths of the starry sky, where 12 silver jade toads were constantly moving, using the power of Tying Star to restore the damaged stars. Regardless, they are of my Tying lineage and are the closest to me in the primordial chaos. Do you wish for me to assist you? Guangcheng frowned. The battle between the Wu and the Yao had ended tens of thousands of years ago, yet the 12 moon gods still had only the cultivation of golden immortals and carried considerable karma. Dijun had indeed perished, but the remaining 12 moon gods were implicated. If it weren't for Wang Shu's protection, they would likely have fallen long ago. Now, as they restored the stars to their rightful places in the starry sky, it seemed to be Wang Shu's idea to allow them to gain some merit to weaken their karma. You have a discerning eye, Taoist. Wang Shu set down her teacup, looking seriously at Guangcheng. My Tying Star has also suffered severe damage. Your visit to the starry sky must also be for the restoration of the stars. I can submit to you. Guangcheng was taken aback. To submit is no small matter. Even during the time when Lantern was still a great Luo Golden Immortal, he refused to submit to him. Now Wang Shu is a mid-stage Kwasa saint, and with the power of Tying Star, she could exert latest-stage strength, making her one of the top tiers below the saints. The price you pay for them is rather steep, isn't it? Guangcheng clicked his tongue, realizing she was indeed formidable. Wang Shu smiled bitterly. Naturally, I am also doing this for my own path. If Taoist is willing, you will help me restore Tying Star in the future. Otherwise, without a dozen yuan hui, I fear it cannot be restored. Taoist, with the star flag in your possession, you can naturally set up the great formation of the stars, and in due time, within 10,000 years, the stars will be restored to their places, and my Tying Star will also recover. Looking at the cunning glint in Wang Shu's eyes, Guangcheng was momentarily stunned. He had indeed forgotten about the star flag. Restoring the essence of the stars also required energy. Guangcheng suddenly stood up, joy illuminating his eyes. It was evident he was the child of destiny, using the great formation of the stars to transform chaotic energy to restore the essence of the stars would also enhance the innate spiritual energy within the primordial world. Thus, the essence of the primordial world would gradually strengthen, and the heavenly Tao would also become more robust. At that time Master Honghuang would surely be willing to release the path of humanity. By expanding the cake, everyone would benefit. The three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity would coexist, and the primordial world would become more stable, potentially even expanding. Taoist. Guangxu was puzzled, wondering why her Taoists seemed to become excited as they spoke. Guangcheng smiled and said, "Thank you for your words, they have enlightened me. I agree to this matter. Good I Guangxu vow by Tying Star I will never betray Taoist Guangcheng." Guangxu was overjoyed, not expecting this Taoist to be so agreeable. The earlier Tai was indeed a petty person only known for slandering others behind their backs. "I have a question. Why didn't you seek help from the heavenly court?" Guangxu looked at Guangcheng in confusion, realizing he truly did not know. She smiled helplessly. "You have never been to the heavenly court." She pointed at the starry sky. "Though my place is damaged, there are still some remnants of star gods here. After the emperor and empress took office in the heavenly court, they exterminated all the demons. Now, apart from you disciples of Kunlun, there are hardly any ministers left in the heavenly court." Guangcheng was astonished. How grim. No wonder he had not heard of the heavenly court's reputation in these years. However, there were still star gods. From Guangxu's expression, they seemed not to be demons, but rather deities born from the stars themselves. Listening to Guangcheng's question, Guangxu fell silent for a moment, her face revealing a sorrowful expression. "These are the star gods who fled back then. I was unwilling to associate with Dijun because he acted too ruthlessly. We were all born in the starry sky, yet he showed no compassion at all. If it weren't for my connection to the Taiyin essence, my demise could have caused Taiyin to collapse. Dijun could not bear such great karma, and I might have long ceased to exist. Even so, I have been in closed-door cultivation deep within Taiyin for several yuan hui, which is a pity for my sister." Guangcheng frowned, looking at Guangxu. "You should know the Ziwei star god. That was also one of the star gods who fled and joined the demon clan. If these star gods had an insider from the demon clan, it would be troublesome. Naturally, I know. When they returned, I investigated. There was no trace of demonic energy. The highest cultivation was only that of a Tai-E Golden Immortal. Unless that one intervened, they could not hide from me." Guangxu said with a smile. One Ziwei star god had caused their reputation among the star gods of the primordial chaos to worsen, which made Guangxu somewhat irritated. "Please gather them, Taoist. I need to check them before I can feel at ease." Guangcheng did not dare to be careless. If he were stabbed in the back at a crucial moment, who could withstand that? "Fellow Taoist, you are indeed most cautious." Guangxu cast a profound glance at Guangchengzi as a beam of moonlight shot deep into the starry firmament. "The celestial constellations are incomplete. Do you have a solution?" Guangxu fell silent for a moment. Emperor Jun had fused dozens of stars into the star pearl to array the grand formation of the celestial constellations. 30 principal stars remained missing. One could sculpt substitute stars from stellar fragments and nurture them gradually within the formation. But even then they would never match the originals. At the very least, several cosmic eons would be required for full restoration. Guangchengzi gently rubbed his teacup. From his sleeve floated several jade caskets. "These are stellar essences once gifted to this humble Taoist by Emperor Jun. Perhaps they may prove useful." Guangxu's eyes brightened. She smiled. "Truly every sip and morsel is preordained. It seems, fellow Taoist, that these are usable." Guangchengzi also smiled in reply. Should the grand formation of the celestial constellations finally be arrayed, the weight upon his heart would lift entirely. Naturally, they are pure stellar essence. Moments later, streaks of radiant light descended, each trailing dazzling stellar hues like falling stars. Their robes shimmered with scattered starlight, draping the moon star in a luminous stellar belt. Guangxu nodded toward Guangchengzi. "These are all present, neither fewer nor more than expected. We pay homage to the moon goddess. This is Guangchengzi, esteemed senior disciple of the three pure ones." Guangxu introduced the stellar deities. The assembled deities were startled. How could they not know Guangchengzi, the fearsome cultivator who single-handedly eradicated the Yao clan and a direct disciple of a sage? Hastily they bowed deeply. "We greet Senior Guangchengzi." Guangchengzi surveyed the 89 stellar deities. Indeed, their cultivation ranks peaked only at the supreme immortal realm of Tai Golden Immortals. Most were merely profound immortals, comparable even to the outer disciple ranks of his master Tongtian. This humble Taoist wishes to know, when Emperor Jun banished you from the starry firmament, where did you take refuge? The stellar deities recoiled in alarm, clamoring, "Senior, we bear no relation to Ziwei. This junior has never ventured beyond the mortal heavens. This junior bears no connection to the demon." Watching the trembling deities, Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. Guangxu, too, exhaled softly. Once under Emperor Jun's rule, they had fled like strays. But now, having witnessed Guangchengzi slay the very sovereign they feared most, terror gripped them utterly. Stellar tempests frequently scour the void. Their fragments coalesced into stellar belts, and therein they hid, emerging only after several cosmic eons. Far more deities had fled originally, alas. A sorrowful gleam flickered in Wangshu's gaze. To her, all stellar deities were kin by birth, yet Emperor Jun's tyranny had claimed countless lives. Enough, Guangchengzi murmured, smiling faintly at the quaking deities. Fellow Taoist, Wangshu and I have pledged to restore the starry firmament. But regarding you, this humble Taoist remains uneasy. Radiant seal manifest. His auspicious cloud unfurled. A colossal golden seal hung suspended in midair, its overwhelming aura making even Wangshu tremble. Spare us, Senior. Moon Goddess, we bear no link to the demon race. As the deities pleaded, Guangchengzi could only shake his head wryly. Clearly they mistook him for a bloodthirsty fiend. Purify. A milky white purifying force descended. Expecting death, the deities closed their eyes, only to feel a gentle warming radiance. All corrupt energies dissolved utterly beneath its touch. Their stellar essences grew purer still. Across the firmament the stars bound to them pulsed rhythmically, answering their awakened call. This is the celestial resonance heralding the birth of a stellar deity. Wangshu felt the purifying energy seep into her being, healing old wounds. Even her damaged Yin essence, diminished during the primordial sundering, began to mend. Guangchengzi nodded silently. With his current cultivation, the world-purifying seal would have exposed any hidden demonic chi within them, and Wangshu too bore no taint. His earlier suspicion had been unwarranted. Withdrawing the radiant seal, he smiled. These stellar deities are entrusted to your care, fellow Taoist. This humble Taoist will dispatch disciples from Kunlun to assist in arraying the formation. As you command, fellow Taoist. Wangshu smiled serenely. Among the celestial constellations, the Sun Star, Moon Star, and Ziwei Star reigned supreme. Now that Emperor Jun Tai and Shiha had perished upon the Sun Star, and Ziwei itself had vanished, the stellar deities rightfully acknowledged Wangshu of the Moon Star as their sovereign. Watching Wangshu assign each deity to their rightful station, Guangchengzi paused thoughtfully. Though the grand formation nurtures stars over time, it is too slow. Fellow Taoist, do you possess the art of stellar awakening? Within one cosmic eon the human race shall flourish mightily. For the human Tao to emerge, the grand formation must be completed. Only then might the venerable Hongjun yield ground. Yet all hinged upon its successful arraying. Wangshu shook her head, troubled. Fellow Taoist, this humble Taoist knows no art of stellar awakening. Guangchengzi massaged his temple. He could fuse stellar fragments with stellar essence through immense arcane power. But such stars would lack sentience, mere lifeless orbs offering negligible strength to the formation. This humble Taoist shall find a way, he resolved, jaw clenched. Fellow Taoist, please produce the collected stellar fragments. Wangshu swept her sleeve. A dozen stellar remnants drifted forth from the far side of the Moon Star, each spanning tens of millions of li. Their residual stellar energy had faded to near undetectability. These fragments were gathered over 30,000 years of searching the firmament. More may exist, but certainly not in such quantity. If these prove insufficient, this humble Taoist can wait. Guangchengzi gave a wry smile. You may wait, but this humble Taoist cannot. Fellow Taoist, I am aware of stellar debris beyond the mortal heavens, but you must not go there. Wangshu's expression turned grave. She feared precisely that, should Guangchengzi rush there recklessly, not only would the firmament's restoration become impossible, but even the surviving stars might be dismantled by the three pure ones themselves. This humble Taoist would never venture there, Guangchengzi replied, chuckling dryly. Having thwarted demon sovereign Luoho's schemes at Buzhou Mountain, should I appear before him now, he would strike, without hesitation. Yet this warning stirred deeper concern. Compared to the vastness of the Honghuang continent, this realm lay perilously close to the extra-cosmic void. Better to entrust the task to Balian Dauren, the demon sovereign's own soul-slaying spear. Once his personal artifact might resonate and draw Luoho's wrath directly. I shall send word to Kunlun immediately, summoning my junior brothers and sisters, Guangchengzi declared, releasing a stream of light, while his eyes blazed with divine clarity. Fellow Taoist, might you grant this humble Taoist a portion of your lunar Yin essence? Wangshu flinched, visibly distressed. The Moon Star was already grievously wounded. Severing further essence would worsen her own injuries. Guangchengzi whispered softly. Wangshu pondered in silence, her gaze drifting to the 12 lunar deities eternally chasing one another across the firmament. Then at last she nodded. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Watching her hand over a miniature moon star, her face ashen, Guangchengzi paused, then said quietly, "Within one cosmic eon you shall witness tangible results." "I hope you do not break this vow," Wangshu murmured, her pallor deepening. With the moon star still unhealed, and now diminished further, she could only pray her choice this day had not been gravely mistaken. From Guangchengzi's form detached a shadowy figure bearing the Yin essence down into the Honghuang continent. Simultaneously his stellar banner emerged from his sleeve, settling before Wangshu. "Fellow Taoist may allow the stellar deities to familiarize themselves with the formation. Upon my junior's arrival I shall return without delay." In the midst of chaos, Guangchengzi's body continuously operated the 9 turns mystic art, absorbing the chaotic energy, gradually enhancing his physical strength. With a gentle tremor he could disperse the surrounding chaotic energy, and Guangchengzi strolled through the chaos, without using any spiritual treasures, as if walking on flat ground. Looking at the 3 figures ahead, he bowed, and said, "I appreciate the trouble you 3 masters have taken." Yuan Shi remarked, shaking his head, realizing that if he had known it would be like this, he would have preferred to keep him in Kunlun. "I have already sent some disciples into the starry sky, and if successful, it will be a great merit," Yuan Shi said, with Tong Tian nodding beside him, as this time most of his disciples were involved. Guangchengzi felt grateful in his heart, knowing that he was troubling the 3 masters to go through such hardships for his own affairs. Originally, he wanted to seek Nuwa's assistance in using the laws of creation to form the stars, but whether humanity could ultimately be released depended on whether Hongjun would be willing. This trip to Xixiao Palace was to gauge the attitude of this master. If he was willing to reshape the stars, it would signify a favorable intention. As long as he could show the benefits to the master, discussing humanity later would be easy. However, if he was unwilling to reshape the stars, Guangchengzi would have to abandon the matter of humanity. The 3 masters were invited by him for protection. He dared not go to Xixiao Palace alone. What if he was suppressed? The 4 of them walked together in the chaos, yet Xixiao Palace remained elusive. Guangchengzi's expression changed slightly. Having entered the chaos, Hongjun must be aware of their presence, and this silence indicated a desire not to meet them. Disciple requests master to reveal himself. Disciple requests master to reveal himself. Guangchengzi helplessly bowed forward, as the Sanqing exchanged glances, and also bowed respectfully ahead, saying, "Please reveal yourself, master." After a long while the chaotic energy stirred, and Guangchengzi found it difficult to wait. A beam of golden light extended directly before him, and the Sanqing's eyes flashed with joy. The master was willing to appear, indicating that this matter could be negotiated. They stepped onto the golden light, and instantly arrived at Xixiao Palace. After tidying themselves up, they calmly entered. Disciple pays respects to master. Hongjun sat on a cloud bed, quietly observing the 4 of them as they paid their respects without uttering a word. Guangchengzi dared not rush, knowing that the 3 masters had come together, which could imply coercion, so he let the elder have his space. "I already know your intentions." Hearing Hongjun's words, Guangchengzi let out a sigh of relief, as being able to converse was enough. "Please enlighten me, master." The disciple has some personal motives, but mostly it is for the greater strength of Honghuang. The transformation of the chaotic energy through the great array of the 7 stars will elevate the essence of the Honghuang world, leading to the simultaneous emergence of heaven, earth, and humanity, thereby raising the dimensionality of the Honghuang world. The creation jade disc spinning above Hongjun paused momentarily, and he looked at Guangchengzi with a half-smile. "Good lad, you are painting a grand picture for this poor Taoist." Master Guangchengzi is also thinking of Honghuang. "With the increase in the essence of heaven and earth, your strength will also rise," the Sanqing said, looking at Hongjun, who remained silent, and began to plead together. "You are indeed putting in a lot of effort for this disciple," Hongjun said sarcastically, yet there was also a sense of relief. Thankfully, this poor Taoist had long since merged with the Tao, otherwise with the trouble this lad could stir up, he would undoubtedly come to disturb him from time to time. The Sanqing fell silent, knowing that this was their beloved disciple. They would surely consider his future. "This matter I can agree to." Hongjun looked at Guangchengzi, realizing that the lad was right. Raising the dimensionality of Honghuang would weaken his control over the Honghuang world, yet his own strength would increase significantly. After all, the Tao of Heaven is the strongest among the 3 paths, and emerged first. He was confident that even if the Tao of Earth and humanity teamed up, they would not be his match. "Thank you, master." Guangchengzi was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. Hongjun chuckled, "You have come today for 2 matters. As for reshaping the stars, since you are the chief of the 3rd generation of my Xuanyuan, I can assist you once for free. As for the emergence of humanity in the future, I can suppress the Tao of Heaven, preventing any trouble for humanity, but you must agree to one matter for me." Guangchengzi's heart skipped a beat, and he forced a smile. "Disciple is merely at the croissant level, How can I be of help to Master? Master Guangchengzi is still a child. If you have any tasks, just let the disciple know. Yuan Shi quickly shielded Guangchengzi. Yes, Master, could it be to deal with the Jane and Zhuandi? The disciple can go. Tong Tian said fiercely. With the Tao of Earth emerging, it could surely repair the western veins. Any discerning person could see that Jane and Zhuandi's power was no longer significant. After the battle between the Wu and the Yao ended thousands of years ago, apart from the last visit to Zixiao Palace, these two had not stepped out of Mount Shumi, even once indicating their fear. Hongjun looked speechlessly at these two disciples who had already attained the Hunyuan Dao, yet were still so reckless. Master, the three of us can join forces to assist you once. Laozi took a deep breath, gazing resolutely upwards with unwavering determination. Hongjun remained silent for a moment. You are indeed willing. Last time on the battlefield between the Wu and the Yao, the combined aura of these three disciples had startled him. In hindsight, as incarnations of Pangus, primordial spirit, these three disciples undoubtedly held powerful trump cards. Moreover, the three treasures of the opening of heaven had already fallen into the hands of the Sanqing. But this matter can only be done by Guangchengzi. Hongjun said decisively. The Sanqing raised their heads abruptly, and Guangchengzi's expression changed drastically. Does Master mean the Chaos Pearl? Apart from that, he truly couldn't think of anything else that could impress this master. Last time he had given him the Yinyang Pearl, and even asked him to cultivate the Chaos Pearl properly. The Sanqing's auras faintly merged, their gazes wary. The complete Chaos Pearl was indeed a supreme treasure. Wouldn't this master also be tempted? Hongjun closed his eyes and felt somewhat weary. The Chaos Pearl is a treasure of utmost significance. Once it chooses a master, it cannot be stolen. Even if I suppress Guangchengzi, I won't be able to obtain it. Yet the Sanqing did not relax. Yuan Shi's voice held a hint of tension. Master's realm is beyond what even disciples can fathom. What can Guangchengzi help with? Perhaps this poor Taoist simply does not want to give up on this hope, Hongjun said with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Regaining his spirits, I won't harm him. Since he controls the Chaos Pearl, you may need his assistance in the future. The Sanqing were taken aback, while Guangchengzi looked puzzled, wondering what significant role this poor Taoist would play in the future. Nevertheless, since it would be useful to the three masters, this object must not be neglected. You decide for yourself. Laozi pondered for a moment and looked at Guangchengzi, allowing him to take the lead. Disciple boldly asks, if Master uses it, can the three masters still utilize it? What if this Chaos Pearl can only be used once? If it were to comply with Hongjun, wouldn't it delay the three masters? As it stands, Master's realm is beyond his imagination, and he would definitely be the first to use it. You are quite cautious, Hongjun remarked. A Chaos Supreme treasure couldn't possibly be used just once. You might even have to go ahead of this old Taoist. His words were profound, and Guangchengzi lowered his gaze, continuously pondering in his heart. Alright, if in the future I have the capability, I will surely lend a helping hand to Master. Hongjun laughed heartily. Good disciple, you have indeed acquired a fine apprentice. Rest assured, this old Tao will plan for your future. Once you attain the Hunyuan Dao, I will present you with a great gift. You may go first. As he re-entered the primeval world, Yuan Shi stopped Guangchengzi from speaking further. Whatever you wish to do, it must wait until you have attained the Dao. Guangchengzi's furrowed brow remained tight. Hearing this, he could only sigh, and after bowing to the three pure ones, made his way directly into the starry sky. Greetings, senior brother. A resonant voice echoed through the starry sky as numerous Kunlun disciples bowed deeply. Jinling Qi Jingzi, how could Master allow you to come here? Guangchengzi was somewhat puzzled. Those leading were all crucial disciples of the Yuqing and Shanqing sects. He had thought Master would only send some outer disciples. Reporting to senior brother's second uncle said to send me here to discipline the younger disciples. Jinling said somewhat awkwardly. Qi Jingzi stifled a laugh beside him, only quieting when Xingsu cleared his throat a few times. Guangchengzi paused, observing the disciples who had come. They were mostly above the Xianxian realm. Even Master Tongtian must have put in a lot of effort, as the higher the realm, the greater the power of the Zhoutian star array. Tai Bai pays respects to Guangchengzi Xianzun. A beam of white light flew from the heavenly court, offering a bow to Guangchengzi. Tai Bai Jinxing. Why are you so free to come to the starry sky, instead of serving beside the heavenly emperor? Forgive me, Xianzun. The moon god sent a message, and I was commanded to come. Tai Bai Jinxing spoke humbly, holding a feather duster, yet exuding an air of intimidation. The Jinxing is inherently associated with slaughter. Very well, you are also of the great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation level. Guangchengzi nodded, gazing into the depths of the starry sky, as Wang Shu approached accompanied by a strange beast. My friend has returned. Wang Shu's eyes sparkled with mirth. I bow to the moon god. Tai Bai Jinxing stepped forward to pay his respects. Tai Bai, I know your desire to secure a future in the heavenly court, but today marks a grand event in our starry sky. As the spirit of Jinxing, you must contribute to the power of the Zhou stars. Do you understand? I understand, small deity. Tai Bai Jinxing bowed deeply, exuding utmost respect. Currently among the Zhou star gods, this Taiyin moon god holds the highest status, and he would never dare defy her commands. Even the great heavenly venerable might not match her. Indeed, the disciples under the three pure ones are truly talented. Wang Shu examined the Kunlun disciples with a warm smile, entirely devoid of the earlier authority she displayed when speaking to Tai Bai Jinxing. You flatter me, my friend. Guangchengzi smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over Jinling and Qi. Jinling had already attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Qi aura fluctuated clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. Qingsu and the others were all Tai-I Golden Immortals, outer disciples of the Shanqing sect. All the Tai-I Golden Immortals who remained in Kunlun had arrived. My friends, the star gods are ready. Guangchengzi looked towards the starry sky. The previous 89 star gods had already taken their positions. With a flick of his sleeve, 30 stars gradually expanded during their flight, ultimately reaching normal star sizes. The star banners fell into the hands of the Kunlun disciples. Guangchengzi sent them to the respective stars they were to guard, then looked at the strange beast. Baizhe, I do not kill you, so you should understand what you must do. I will obey your orders, Baizhe, the former demon lord said, wearing a golden collar that occasionally burned with a bright flame. Qi, you will go with him to the Sun Star. A luminous carriage flew out from behind Guangchengzi, capable of protecting Qi from the scorching flames of the sun. Thank you, senior brother. Looking at the carriage, Qi nearly drooled. After all, it was a carriage pulled by the prince of the demon race. Baizhe's expression darkened, while the other star gods looked at the little golden crow with undisguised disdain. Wang Shu remained silent. These little golden crows were supposed to call her aunt according to etiquette, being her 12 nieces and nephews. However, to fight Guangchengzi for their sake, she might as well end her own life. Yet regarding the Taiyin moonlight on that carriage, Wang Shu clenched her fists, sighing internally, but daring not to speak further. Junior sister, you will go to the Ziwei star. Guangchengzi handed the Zhou star chart to Jinling, watching her leave, shaking his head with a smile. Taoist Bai Lian was already on Ziwei star. This time, all three precious stars had powerful beings to oversee them, and with himself coordinating the power of this formation should not be underestimated. As the celebration unfolded, a golden and a silver beam of light appeared. Wang Shu's eyes lit up. With the presence of the sun and moon essence wheels, the Zhou star array would become even more perfect. The sun essence will shot into the sun star, and streams of true solar flames surged, while Wang Shu held the moon essence, while smiling as she stood on the Taiyin star. Guangchengzi produced the river diagram and Luo book, and as he continuously cast spiritual seals, the Honghuang He Luo array instantly took shape. Activate the formation. A low shout echoed through the starry sky as the star banners fluttered atop the 365 main stars, and streams of stellar power converged directly towards Guangchengzi. In the primeval world, many cultivators looked towards the sky. One star after another was completely illuminated, the sun and moon shining together, with Ziwei at the center, the boundless starry sky manifesting, and the vast power of the stars circulating within. The Zhou star array. How can this formation appear again? Could it be the heavenly court? Voices echoed from various places in the primeval world. In the Pangu home, many from the Wu clan emerged, casting hateful glances at the starry sky. In the Lingxiao treasure palace, Hao Yin and Yao Qi exchanged complex expressions. They had long coveted this great formation. If they could control it, the heavenly court would surely suppress the primeval world. But to speak of their lack of star banners, even the cultivators needed to set up the formation could not be gathered. They exchanged glances, each seeing the desolation in the other's eyes. Fortunately, it is set up by my friend Guangchengzi, Hao Yin remarked. If it were anyone else, Yao Qi and I would not dare to even doze off. In the starry sky, Wang Shu's eyes grew brighter. She could sense that as the Zhou star array was successfully set up, the Zhou stars returned to their positions. With the operation of the formation's trajectory, the essence of the Taiyin star was gradually restoring. In the starry sky, boundless stellar power converged here, forming a layer of star power armor around Guangchengzi. He appeared somewhat astonished. It should be noted that this Zhou star array only had 365 main stars, and the cultivators in charge of the star banners were not highly skilled. Even so, it was continuously enhancing his strength. Within the Qiankuan Ding before Guangchengzi, boundless stellar power coalesced, immensely vast. With a gentle movement, the trajectory of the entire formation began to change without any sense of awkwardness. The formation taught by Master Tongtian finally began to show results at this moment. Currently, most of the stars were under the Shangqing sect. Their cultivation levels varied, but the formation was undoubtedly the best among the same realm. In the blink of an eye, Guangchengzi arrived at the membrane of heaven and earth, cautiously stirring the chaotic energy. Then the Zhou-Tian star array began to operate wildly as the river diagram and Luo book fluttered about, decomposing the chaotic energy and infusing it into the stars. This method is feasible. Wang Shu's voice rang out. At this rate, in less than 10,000 years, all the Zhou-Tian stars will be restored, and then they can transform into innate spiritual energy, replenishing the essence of the primeval world. Good, then I will stay here for 10,000 years and leave only after the Zhou-Tian stars are restored. Guangchengzi said, his tone filled with excitement as he continuously transformed chaotic energy. Cultivation fellow, the primordial essence of the 28 lunar mansions has been fully restored. Wang Shu's voice, trembling with exhilaration, echoed across the starry void. As golden light of meritorious virtue descended upon the 365 principal stars, Guangchengzi waved his hand to gather it away, then cast a subtle, unobtrusive glance toward the Qinquan cauldron. Excellent indeed. We owe you an immeasurable debt, honorable immortal Lord Guangchengzi. In unison, the stellar deities bowed deeply. For them, the restoration of stellar essence meant the resumption of their own cultivation ascension. Now fortified by meritorious virtue, they would face no risk of annihilation so long as they remained within the celestial firmament. Then I entrust my junior sect brothers and sect sisters to your care. Guangchengzi nodded in quiet satisfaction as he observed the marked advancement in the Kunlun disciples' cultivation realms. Over these 10,000 years, under the ceaseless tempering of stellar energy, Chanjiao had successfully attained the Tao of the great Luo immortal, while Yuding and the others had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, lacking only the decisive catalyst for breakthrough. You may rest assured, cultivation fellow. I shall remain here in the firmament to oversee the array's operation. A gentle smile softened Wang Shu's features. Her injuries were entirely healed, and the might of the cosmic star array far surpassed even her own expectations. Guangchengzi furrowed his brow, troubled. To transmute chaotic qi after his departure would require a primordial supreme treasure to anchor the formation, but he had no intention of leaving the Qinquan cauldron behind. Though Bai Liandaoren possessed formidable cultivation, he still fell short of that threshold. If only my junior sect brothers and sect sisters cultivated to even greater heights. On the purple microstar, Bai Liandaoren stood in silent contemplation. The wheel-returning lotus remained concealed, for Guangchengzi wished not to reveal it prematurely. Yet the transmutation of chaotic qi was a protracted endeavor. Senior brother. A voice broke through Guangchengzi's reverie. Xiangzi Duobao, you two have. Two cultivators approached, robed in imperial crowns and radiating sovereign majesty, none other than the two sovereigns of the six celestial rulers, the Southern Pole Longevity Emperor and the Western Pole Guangcheng Emperor. Having heard senior brother had dwelled in the firmament for 10,000 years, Duobao and I were long unable to pay our respects. Today, with the array's operation suspended, the great celestial sovereign has entrusted us to deliver this item to you. Xiangzi's tone carried a faint wistfulness. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. Having never visited the heavenly court, he found it curious that Hao Tian would take the trouble to send him a gift. As Xiangzi withdrew the object, the stars of the cosmos flickered in resonance, beams of stellar light converged, and Wang Shu watched delighted as a divine root drifted forth. The stellar fruit tree. This artifact resides in Hao Tian's possession. Guangchengzi was visibly startled. He had presumed it lost forever. After slaying Di Jun, he had claimed no such treasure among his spoils. And though he assumed Di Jun had hidden it somewhere in the firmament, Wang Shu confirmed she had never seen it. Thus Guangchengzi had long abandoned hope of recovering this divine root. This was a peerless primordial divine root. Though not ranked among the top 10 supreme divine roots, its efficacy within the celestial firmament was unparalleled. It bore stellar fruits, consuming one, forged the body with stellar essence, and forged a resonance with its corresponding star. Ingesting all 365 fruits at once would grant enlightenment into the stellar loss. For the cosmic star array once rooted in the firmament, this tree rivaled even a primordial supreme treasure in potency. Di Jun, preparing for war against the Hu and Yao clans in the Honghuang era, had deemed it impractical to carry into battle, and thus left it unused as an anchoring artifact. Now with this tree at hand, Guangchengzi could reclaim the Qinquan cauldron and deploy the stellar fruit tree in its stead. The stellar fruit tree has sustained damage. Wangshu ran her fingers tenderly along the towering trunk, her voice edged with sorrow. This was a peerless primordial divine root born of the Honghuang firmament itself. Yet much of its primordial essence had been irrevocably lost. No doubt Dijun extracted its essence to refine stellar pearls. Guangchengzi spoke with detached calm, then gestured lightly. The Qingguang Yumming Palanquin descended from the Sun Star. Cultivation Fellow, this divine root anchors the cosmic star array with power equal to a primordial supreme treasure. Nourished by stellar energy, it will gradually recover. Wangshu snapped back to awareness, gently guiding the stellar fruit tree to settle precisely where the Qianquan cauldron had vanished, whereupon it instantly began to take root and grow. Guangchengzi turned to Xiangzi and Duobao. Please convey my deepest gratitude to Honorable Hao Tian upon your return. Senior brother need not worry. Your juniors are under my watchful care in the heavenly court, and shall cause no trouble for Uncle Hao Tian. Xiangzi smiled warmly. I see Yuding and the others are nearing breakthrough. Do lend them your guidance. Duobao nodded in agreement, though regretfully noted that most of their master's disciples refused to come, otherwise the heavenly court would truly be dominated solely by Kunlun. Cultivation Fellow Wangshu, I shall depart now. Should any matter arise, you may seek Xiangzi or junior brother Duobao in the heavenly court. Safe journey, Cultivation Fellow. Rest assured the affairs of the firmament shall not disappoint you. Guangchengzi offered a slight nod toward Bai Lian Daoren on the purple microstar. The Qingguang Yumming Palanquin carved a path through the void and vanished into the Honghuang continent in the blink of an eye. The human race. The radiant Palanquin hovered motionless in the void, its surrounding space flowing like water, utterly unresisting. Guangchengzi gazed upon the burgeoning human population with complex emotion. Of the original 3,000 primordial humans first created, few remained upon the Honghuang continent. Some had become disciples of mighty immortals, others had perished utterly. Yet the primordial humans still numbered abundantly. Though most could not cultivate their lifespans as celestial immortals spanned one cosmic cycle. As for their descendants, the post-primordial humans, their innate aptitude, though initially promising, had gradually declined. Tracing the contours of the Kongtong Seal, Guangchengzi's heart stirred with profound ambivalence. This was surely not the heaven-ordained protagonist the Tao intended for the world. Though human aptitude waned, should the Honghuang realm ascend in dimensionality, the concentration of primordial spiritual energy would rise. And given humanity's vast numbers and rapid reproduction, they might well surpass even the Wu and Yao clans in sheer potential. At his mental command, the Qingguang Yumming Palanquin sped toward the netherworld. Instantly, boundless radiance flooded the realm, transforming it into a celestial paradise. Countless souls malevolent. At his mental command, the Qingguang Yumming Palanquin sped toward the netherworld. Instantly, boundless radiance flooded the realm, transforming it into a celestial paradise. Countless souls' malevolent energies dissolved, guiding them peacefully toward reincarnation. We pay homage to the ancestral Wu sovereign senior brother. The 10 kings of hell, along with myriad judges and spectral deities, kowtowed in unison. Even Mingi bent low. Rise. Guangchengzi's voice emanated from within the palanquin, yet his presence lingered above the netherworld. Quickly summon Lady Hudu. Chujiang Wang Xingtian's heart lurched. He dispatched attendants to Pingxin Palace, while the Kunlun disciples, sensing grave portent, hurried to flank the Qingguang Yumming Palanquin. Within the netherworld, the Taoist immortals and Wu clans stood rigidly apart. Mingi dared not even draw breath. He had no idea what had transpired, but clearly Guangchengzi and Saint Hutu were embroiled in some profound tension. To enter the netherworld with such grandeur, and yet bypass Pingxin Palace entirely, for her to remain utterly silent and offer no welcome. He had no desire to become entangled. One misstep, and he feared being caught between their combined wrath. Mingi slowly retreated, only exhaling in relief once he had passed through the ghost gate. Better to stand guard, steadfast and obedient. Senior brother, Huanglong and Tai ventured softly, yet the palanquin remained utterly still, offering no reply. Guangchengzi sat unmoving within the Qingguang Yumming Palanquin. This was now a trial of patience. When he and Yuhua had jointly proclaimed humanity the protagonist of heaven and earth, Hudu had been deeply aggrieved, yet restrained herself out of deference to him. Moreover, he had previously broached the subject of the human Tao, and now bearing the very name, humanity, Hutu would undoubtedly discern his purpose in coming. Not long after, a small shaman ran out from Pingxin Palace and bowed to the figure above, saying, "Great ancestor shaman Lord Hutu invites you inside." With a loud boom, the palace door opened, and a woman in yellow emerged, expressionlessly calmly gazing at the sky. Her indifferent gaze seemed to pierce through space and the defenses of the Honghuang Yuming Palanquin, landing directly on Guangchengzi. An invisible pressure began to spread, and the entire underworld fell into silence. Guangchengzi in the palanquin slightly raised his eyes, meeting Huda's gaze. "Come in." Finally Huda spoke first, and suddenly loud breaths filled the underworld, though everyone was startled by the atmosphere just moments ago. With a flash of golden light, the Honghuang Yuming Palanquin vanished, and the gates of Pingxin Palace slammed shut, leaving only the disciples of Kunlun and the shamans staring at each other. "That scared me to death," Huang Long said, patting his chest, while Tai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled in relief. "That was just the senior brother." A girl in green with constantly darting eyes whispered, "Bi Xiao, do not be rude." A dignified woman in white lightly scolded her. "Sister." After a pause, Huda finally couldn't help but speak first, looking at Guangchengzi, who was continuously sipping tea. "I can agree to the emergence of humanity." Guangchengzi lowered his gaze, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Competing patience with the ancestor shaman was simply without suspense. "What conditions do you have, sister?" The emergence of humanity would harm even the interests of Master Hongjuan, let alone the Tao of Earth, which is much weaker than the heavenly Tao. Although it is said that the wilderness would become more stable as long as the world does not elevate dimensions, Huda's strength would instead decline. She never thought she could elevate the wilderness herself. "The entirety of my shaman clan's life is dedicated to the wilderness. The emergence of humanity will indeed stabilize it further." Huda gazed at the essence of the earth Tao in her palm, her tone filled with sorrow. For the wilderness, she could even sacrifice herself, let alone lose some interests. A look of surprise crossed Guangchengzi's eyes. For a moment, he found himself feeling quite despicable, but this thought was quickly dispelled. Although he had some selfish motives, he had never done anything to harm the wilderness. It was merely placing his own interests first. If it did not harm others, what was wrong with benefiting oneself? Seeing Guangchengzi fall silent, Hutu sighed, softly realizing he was not a true ancestor shaman. "You have restored the stars of the Zhou Tian. This is excellent. Shall I accompany you to the Zixiao Palace?" Guangchengzi was taken aback, only then remembering that Hutu did not know what had just transpired, so he briefly recounted the previous events. Hutu must have been dissatisfied due to the position of the Heavenly Lord. "So you have already persuaded the Tao ancestor," Hutu murmured. "Rest assured, if humanity emerges, I will suppress the Earth Tao with all my strength and will not interfere with you." Sister, rest assured, the conversion of the Zhou Tian star array to chaotic energy will surely elevate the wilderness world, and the Earth Tao will become much stronger then. You have made ample preparations. How could I possibly disagree? Huta shook her head. Guangchengzi originally came prepared, but now he felt a sense of guilt for taking advantage of the naive. However, Hutu still harbored a complex regarding the position of the human race's heavenly lord. "I was actually thinking of exchanging 2 conditions for my sister's agreement," Guangchengzi chuckled. "There are more ghosts and deities in the underworld. This should be your arrangement, right?" Guangchengzi smiled slightly. "They are but remnants of their primordial spirits. While it is convenient for cultivation in the underworld, their progress is ultimately slow. Indeed, since the birth of the human race, many post-heaven human races have perished, and there are also primordial spirits without karma among other races in the wilderness. I let them stay in the underworld. They can also accumulate some merit. Of course, the main reason is that there are too few personnel in the underworld. Such a vast world would not be sufficient even if all the shamans and Kunlun disciples came here. I obtained this from the moon goddess." Guangchengzi took out a full moon. Although it was somewhat illusory, the radiance of the Taiyin moonlight filled the entire Pingxin Palace. "You have prepared sufficiently." Huta looked deeply at Guangchengzi. The underworld had no sun or moon, creating an overall dim atmosphere, but the Taiyin moonlight was immensely beneficial for the ghosts and deities to condense their soul bodies. If it were to be hung in the skies of the underworld, the world would gradually evolve. "With the emergence of humanity, my sister will also suffer losses, so I naturally must compensate from other areas," Guangchengzi said quietly, as the essence of the underworld strengthened, which would also benefit the elevation of the wilderness. "And this item," Guangchengzi waved his large sleeve, and a 6-dragon chariot burning with the true fire of the sun flew out. This was the chariot of the sun god Xia. In his hands he also had the corpse of Tai, sufficient to support an entire dark sun. "At that time I will suppress it with the law of light. The dark sun and the underworld moon will be of immense benefit to the underworld. The Taiyin moonlight washes the soul and refines the body, solidifying the soul body, and with the dark sun as a guide, the yin gives birth to yang, granting the ghost cultivators a slim chance of survival." Hoda's expression was complicated. "You wish to follow the path of the ghost immortals and become a heavenly lord of the immortal path." Currently, the immortal path practiced by the cultivators of the wilderness is the one passed down by the Tao ancestor Honghuang, which is a proper celestial immortal path. Guangchengzi's few words allowed Hutu to glimpse the future of the ghost immortal path. I suppose so. The three purities are the heavenly lords of the immortal path, presiding over the celestial immortal path. My skills can only be considered trivial tricks. The immortal of the 10,000 calamities finds it difficult to attain this saintly position. Even with the dark sun and underworld moon, ghost immortals probably lack the opportunity to attain the Tao. Hutu sighed softly. The position of a saint is not so easily attained. With your talents it would indeed be effortless, but for ghost cultivators to reach the quasi-saint realm is already a remarkable achievement. As the underworld moon revolves, Wang Shu will send those 12 lunar deities to accumulate merit. Hutu was taken aback and sighed. All right, those 12 lunar deities are also pitiful. I will warn Xingtian and the others not to act. Although the 12 lunar deities are said to be princesses of the demon clan Dijun, gained merit by establishing the 12 moons, yet the princess did not enjoy the benefits for long. After the demon clan's defeat, she was tainted with heavy karma. Thank you, sister. Guangchengzi clasped his hands. There is one more matter that would benefit the shaman clan. Hutu's eyes lit up. Currently, she could not let go of two matters. One was the wilderness world, and the other was the future of the shaman clan. The shaman clan should not be able to give birth to new members anymore, right? Although Guangchengzi's tone was light, Hutu instantly clenched her fists. After a long while she sighed, her eyes filled with sorrow. You guessed correctly. Since the end of the War of the Shamans and Demons, the shaman clan has not given birth to a single new member. She speculated it might be due to karma. As long as the karma of the shaman clan is not resolved, new members will never be born. Currently, there are only these shaman clan members left in the wilderness. Some are in the underworld, some are stationed at Panga Hall. The Yaoqi had previously come to invite the shaman clan to serve in the heavenly court, but she rejected them. If the existing members were to perish, the shaman clan would essentially face extinction. For the descendants of Pangu, how laughable this was. Back then at the Zixiao Palace, she had exchanged the restoration of the western veins for Hongzhen's concession. Only then did she feel relieved. Do you have a method, Oi? Hutu rose in astonishment, scrutinizing Guangchengzi intently. A shimmer of divine light flickered in Hutu's eyes, as if she sought to pierce through Guangchengzi's very essence. The Wu clan was born from the blood of our ancestral Wu patriarchs, dripped into the blood pool. After the Great War, however, the blood pool lost its capacity to birth new kin. I even sent Xingtian back with a drop of my own vital blood, yet still no life stirred. Yet your primordial essence runs deeper than that of any ancestral Wu patriarch, and you bear the fundamental spiritual energy of the three pure ones. Perhaps, just perhaps, you could rekindle the Wu clan anew. Hutu's gaze burned with intensity. This younger brother truly bore the Wu clan's fate upon his heart. Should a new generation arise, it would mean Guangchengzi willingly entwined his destiny with theirs. Guangchengzi's skin prickled. Hutu's stare made him feel as though seated upon needles. At her words, his expression darkened instantly. How could this Taoist ever directly bind his fate to the Wu clans? Since attaining sainthood, had Hutu's imagination grown so unmoored? He took several deep breaths, then declined outright. This Taoist harbors no such intention. Are you mocking this sovereign? Hutu's smile vanished, her voice icy as she fixed Guangchengzi with a cold, unblinking gaze. If even my saintly grade vital blood cannot revive our kin, what other method could you possibly possess? Might I finish speaking first? Guangchengzi frowned and sipped his tea. Only then did Hutu settle back into her seat. Sister, you know well the untapped potential of the human clan. Though many tribes have scattered, the majority still dwell near Mount Buzhou. This Taoist may authorize intermingling between humans and Wu. Hutu fell into quiet contemplation. Will such offspring be pure-blooded Wu? Sister, for the Wu clan, all who carry the sacred blood of Pangu the primordial are his descendants. What does purity truly matter? Very well. At least this ensures the Wu clan's continuity. Hutu paused, then sighed softly. After a moment's reflection, Guangchengzi spoke gravely. Offspring of this union shall be called Warren. The Wu must not forcibly reclaim them. Their allegiance shall be freely chosen. Agreed. Hutu nodded. The human clan is heaven and earth's chosen sovereign. Even with diluted bloodlines, the Wu clan still gains the greater advantage. Sister jests, Guangchengzi replied with a knowing smile. Once the Wu clan purges its karmic burdens, and with you sovereign of the nether path guiding them, their future knows no bounds. He had no doubt that as the nether path flourished, Hutu would open every gate for her kin. Hutu offered a faint wordless smile, not denying him. Guangchengzi lifted his head and met her gaze with solemn intent. This Taoist foresees that though the Wuren's physical forms may fall short of the Wu's, they may yet cultivate nascent souls. Truly. Ho-Tu's hand trembled slightly around her teacup, disbelief etched across her features. What separated the Wu from all other races? Precisely the absence of nascent souls, possessing only raw law force yet unable to channel or refine it beyond themselves. If the Wuren truly bore nascent souls, the Wu clan's path ahead would gleam with boundless promise. Union between two clans naturally harmonizes strengths and compensates for weaknesses. Guangchengzi murmured, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He knew full well this truth would sway Ho-Tu effortlessly. Ho-Tu exhaled slowly, deeply. At last, the Wu clan's future held genuine hope. The human clan, heaven and earth is sovereign, indeed most auspicious. Guangchengzi arched a brow. When the human clan first emerged, Sister Ho-Tu held quite a different view. Ho-Tu flushed faintly and sipped her tea. When do you intend to attain full Taorealization? An unyielding attachment remains. Guangchengzi sighed, soft and sorrowful. Very well. You shall forge the Dark Sun and Nether Moon. But a mere six-dragon chariot cannot bear the title Dark Sun. Taiyi's corpse remains in my possession. Guangchengzi spoke calmly. Odi Jun and Chang, she had long since been integrated into the Qingguang Yumming palanquin. Ho-Tu frowned. This is unwise. Though Taiyi perished, he remains the eastern sovereign of the Yao clan. Guangchengzi studied her face and suddenly understood. The netherworld was now Wu territory. To suspend Taiyi, former eastern sovereign of the Yao, in the void above would place every Wu beneath his shadow. This Taoist confesses oversight, he said, offering an apologetic smile. I retain a branch of the Fusang tree. It shall serve to shape the nether sun. Ho-Tu nodded. This will suffice. Then she recalled something sudden. What of the Kasha branch once held by Ho-Yi? Did you consult Wang Shu? Guangchengzi's expression soured. Wang Shu admits she knows not how the Kasha branch was lost. Previously I suspected Zi Wei, star god. His mastery over the celestial sphere renders such a theft plausible. Let us hope so, Ho-Tu murmured wryly. If not Zi Wei, then another foe lurks unseen within the stars, one capable of eluding Wang Shu, a mid-tier quasi-saint and moon goddess. Luo Ho of the demon clan remained veiled beyond measure. Even as sovereign of the nether path, Ho-Tu sensed no trace of the demon realm. And yet, even Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, uttered not a word. Nor did Guangchengzi's three Pure One's mentors permit him to inquire directly of their master. A tangled web. Only forward motion could unravel it. I shall begin forging the Dark Sun and Nether Moon now, Guangchengzi said, shaking his head and rising to depart. You may draw upon the netherworld's power yourself. I shall refrain from direct intervention. Ancestral Wu Sovereign. Senior Brother. As Guangchengzi emerged, Wu warriors and Kunlun disciples alike bowed low. Guangchengzi nodded. Beneath his feet the lotus of reincarnation glowed with sacred radiance, and the netherworld trembled in resonance, an invisible force coiling about him. He felt with effortless certainty that he could reshape the entire netherworld at will. Drawing forth the primordial essence of the Yin Moon and the Fusang branch, he cast them skyward, whereupon solar and lunar energies erupted simultaneously, bathing the netherworld in blinding daylight brilliance. The six-dragon chariot soared from his sleeve. The Fusang branch alighted upon it, and a blazing sun ascended instantly. Below, spirits and deities shrieked in terror, gazing upon roaring solar flames that seared their very essence. Not even cultivators below the great Luo realm could withstand such fire. Yet with a gentle fingertip, Guangchengzi quelled the inferno, replacing it with cool silvery flames whose light bathed the spirits in soothing warmth, drawing sighs of profound relief. High above, the nether moon hung serene, showering the realm with Yin moonlight. The six-dragon chariot cradling the Fusang branch orbited the moon as the dark sun, revolving ceaselessly across the netherworld's heavens. Boom! A cascade of meritorious chi descended. The primordial essences within both dark sun and nether moon surged instantly. Now self-sustaining, they stood as singular eternal landmarks of the netherworld, even without Guangchengzi's restraint. With a sweep of his sleeve, Guangchengzi gathered the meritorious chi. He nodded in quiet satisfaction. The dark sun and nether moon of the netherworld differed fundamentally from those of the Honghuang world. Here, they coexisted eternally side by side. Below, countless spirits absorbed the Yin moonlight, their soul bodies growing denser, more refined. When the 12 jade toads arrived, their lunar radiance would multiply manifold. Senior Brother is truly magnificent. A clear, bright voice rang out. Guangchengzi looked down to find the Sanshao sisters gazing up at him. Attend diligently to duties here in the netherworld, and should matters arise, seek guidance from Lady Pingxin. As Guangchengzi spoke, he suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing toward the Honghuang world. Ho Tu wore an expression of surprise and glanced briefly at Guangchengzi. Tong Tian Dao friend. Tong Tian. Yuan Shi's roar thundered from Kunlun Mountain, echoing across the entire Honghuang world. This is... Guangchengzi murmured to himself, his expression clouded with bewilderment. Senior brother, a faint voice came from his side. Huanglong and Yunxiao stood nearby, their faces pale with dread. As disciples of Kunlun, they naturally recognized the voice. Master Yuan Shi's, or rather that of their second elder uncle. To address their own master or third elder uncle with such fury, and before the entire host of Honghuang, could only mean he was consumed by rage. You may return first, Ho Tu said, glancing toward the East Sea. I wonder what Dao friend Tong Tian has done to incite Master Yuan Shi's wrath. You ought to mediate between them. It would likely be futile, Guangchengzi replied with a bitter smile. Is this the will of heaven? The three sovereigns are destined to part ways, sooner than I imagined and far more irrevocably. Not long ago the three sovereigns had jointly ascended Zixiao Palace for his sake. Even the creation of the Dark Sun and Nether Moon had taken no more than 30,000 years. Yet Tong Tian had already departed for the East Sea, before humanity's rise, before any of the three had founded sects or attained sainthood through Dao cultivation. And now Master Yuan Shi's fury had erupted so violently that surely all beings of Honghuang knew. The three pure ones had fractured. Gazing upon the bewildered faces of his junior brothers and sisters, Guangchengzi steeled his composure. No matter what unfolds, the three pure ones remain the three pure ones. Remain here in the netherworld. Your master's affairs are none of your concern. Understand. At the final word he released a sliver of oppressive aura. Instantly Huanglong, Yunxiao, and the others felt immense pressure descend, like bearing Kunlun Mountain itself, causing them instinctively to bow low. We obey senior brother's command without reservation. Elder sister. Before Guangchengzi could speak, Ho Tu waved her hand gently. I understand. Go at once. I shall safeguard Huanglong and the others myself. Watching Guangchengzi bolt urgently from the netherworld, Ho Tu sighed softly. The three sovereigns have truly fallen out. What an era of calamity. A rift tore open in space. A vile-robed Taoist emerged, travel-worn and breathless. Guangchengzi drew a deep breath and stepped into Kunlun Mountain, where oppressive aura hung thick in the air. Senior brother, you have returned at last. A white-robed Taoist stepped forward and bowed deeply, as if waiting precisely there. Yunzongzi, where is everyone else? Senior brother Wenshu remains with great elder uncle. Yunzongzi whispered, leaning close to Guangchengzi's ear, too timid to raise his voice. Master Tong Tian slipped away in secret. Guangchengzi recoiled in shock. Meeting Yunzongzi's unwavering gaze, he swallowed hard. This was far graver than a mere quarrel between two masters. What did Master Laozi say? Yunzongzi's expression turned profoundly pained. Great elder uncle also intends to depart. Senior brother Wenshu kneels before him, pleading. I was sent specifically to await you. Master Yuan Shi rages within Yushu Palace. None of us dare enter. Go to Bairing Palace first, Guangchengzi instructed, then vanished, reappearing instantly before Yushu Palace. He drew a sharp breath, forcing a strained smile, as he pushed open the palace gate and peered inside. His pupils contracting violently, his heart hammering wildly. Within Yushu Palace lay utter devastation. The Longhuan screen shattered, the lapis lamp chandeliers reduced to rubble. Only the pearl of returning light mounted upon a stone pillar remained intact. It was Guangchengzi's first supreme post-heavenly spiritual treasure, proudly displayed by Master Yuan Shi as a testament to his disciples' artistry. Master, I have returned. Guangchengzi's voice echoed across the cavernous hall. Upon the jade cloud couch, Yuan Shi Tianzuan withdrew his oppressive aura. The primordial qi of Yushu Palace flowed inward like swallows returning to their nests, and Guangchengzi broke into cold sweat. Better that Master Yuan Shi raged outright. This eerie calm heralded the storm's approach. Will you also go to the East Sea? His voice remained placid. I recall Fantian Island lies there too. Guangchengzi felt as though lightning had struck. Heaven and earth had cleaved the East Sea since the dawn of Honghuang. It was not he who had moved it. I dare not, he whispered, spine prickling. The air within Yushu Palace swirled with axelight of Pangu. Guangchengzi dared not even lift his eyes. An enraged Master Yuan Shi was terrifying. But why did Master Laozi not intervene? According to Yunzongzi, even the elder master intended to depart. Your third master has abandoned you, Yuan Shi murmured, and Guangchengzi froze mid-breath. Then came Yuan Shi's clenched teeth, voice thick with venom. For those wretches he casts aside, his disciples and his elder brothers. Boom. An overwhelming aura surged from Yuan Shi. Skies over Kunlun churned, mountains trembled. Guangchengzi felt as though struck in the chest. The heaven and earth primordial yellow pagoda manifested, instantly shielding him. Go! Yuanshi roared, flinging the banner of Pangu before Guangchengzi. To the East Sea, to slay those wretches for me. It is all their fault. They corrupted Tongtian. Once they are gone, your third master will return obediently to our side. Murderous intent gleamed in Yuanshi's eyes. Guangchengzi's breath caught in his throat. Within Yushu Palace, killing intent coalesced into crimson snowflakes. Were it not for the heaven and earth primordial yellow pagoda, even a single flake would have annihilated Guangchengzi utterly. Master, calm yourself. Cold sweat poured down Guangchengzi's face. Master Yuanshi was teetering on the edge of madness. Disciple, will you leave too? Yuanshi's form vanished from the jade cloud couch, reappearing instantly behind Guangchengzi, one hand settling heavily upon his shoulder. Even elder brother intends to depart. I know well. And you, will you leave too? His breath brushed Guangchengzi's nape, raising gooseflesh across his scalp. Master Yuanshi had become unhinged. Guangchengzi recoiled in terror, shaking his head frantically. I will never abandon Kunlun, master. Have no fear. Master Tongtian's departure for the East Sea must stem from misunderstanding. Please, master, restrain your wrath. Yes, merely misunderstanding, Yuanshi whispered, a chilling smile curling his lips. Tongtian has been blinded by those wretches. Once they are erased, spirit and soul alike, he shall return as before, obedient to my words and elder brothers. Guangchengzi's hand trembled uncontrollably. He dared not provoke Yuanshi further. Softly he soothed. Master Tongtian is your blood brother. Surely he will heed both you and Master Taiching. You speak truly. If he returns, I shall hold no grudge against him, Yuanshi said, retrieving the banner of Pangu and striding toward the palace gates. The oppressive aura over Kunlun Mountain lifted, but Yuanshi's steps rang with grim resolve, each footfall echoing like a hammer blow upon Guangchengzi's heart. He trembled with dread. This was catastrophic. Would Master Yuanshi march to the East Sea himself? A clash with Master Tongtian seemed inevitable. Master, wait. Let this disciple journey to the East Sea to reason with Master Tongtian. Yuanshi whirled about, his smile resorthin. You wish to go to the East Sea too? Guangchengzi shuddered involuntarily. Restore to me the stern yet compassionate Master Yuanshi I once knew. That is not what I meant. Forcing another brittle smile, he added, Kunlun is my home. I would never leave it. Yuanshi gazed silently upon him, his eyes holding a depth Guangchengzi could not fathom. With a gentle wave of his hand, a barrier sealed Guangchengzi in place. Then Yuanshi turned and pushed open the palace doors. Light flooded back in. An elderly Taoist stood outside, white hair and beard flowing, his gaze lingering briefly upon the banner of Pangu before he declared, voice grave and unyielding, have you caused enough chaos? Are you done making a fuss? Laozi's voice arrived, and a gleam of joy lit Guangchengzi's eyes. Salvation had come. As ever, the eldest proved most reliable. Enter. The Taiji diagram shot forth and enveloped the entire Yushu Palace. Laozi's palm pushed Yuanshi back. Watching the Tiandi Honghuang Linglong Tower materialize, he could not help but frown. Yin and Yang energies swirled, and the barrier that had trapped Guangchengzi vanished in an instant. The furnishings of Yushu Palace were restored. Yuanshi gripped the Pangu fan tightly, his eyes rimmed in red. Guangchengzi dared not even breathe. Laozi watched him and sighed. He had expected Guangchengzi to come seek news from him, not to charge headlong into Yushu Palace. Let him see for himself. Yuanshi ignored it, and Laozi raised his voice, second brother. Guangchengzi's heart leapt from the corner of his eye. He saw Master Yuanshi tremble as a jade talisman flew out and landed before him. A sword intent filled the heavens. The ferocity of its killing intent made its author plain. Eldest brother, second brother, the great Tao is in conflict. What can be done? After I leave, you need not trouble yourselves any longer. Guangchengzi gaped in stupefaction. That was it. Master Tongtian left only this, then went to the East Sea. Why would Master Tongtian slip away without a word? Guangchengzi asked cautiously. How was this any different from running away? Yuanshi snorted coldly. The Yushu Palace trembled thrice. Guangchengzi hunched his shoulders, watching his breath, suppressing any outward emotion. Anger flashed in Laozi's eyes. He gave a cold laugh, and then began slowly to relate the events that Guangchengzi was to arrange the Zhou Tian star formation. The disciples who came from Kunlun only occupied 365 principal stars, leaving several subsidiary stars unclaimed, and so the formation's potency was greatly diminished. Yuanshi suggested that Tongtian send more disciples, both to strengthen the array and to accrue merit. Though thousands were summoned, only about 300 stepped forward, The rest preferred to remain in Kunlun. Yuanshi was furious and summoned Tongtian to Yushu Palace to berate him. Tongshan's face fell, but those disciples were only in the celestial immortal to true immortal realms and would have been of little help. After a few heated exchanges, they parted in ill will. Tongtian nevertheless continued to take disciples in a steady stream. Yuanshi, exasperated, shut the gates of Yushu Palace and turned away. Those were the antecedents. When the Zhou Tian star formation was finally completed and the stellar source restored, Guangchengzi gained merit and Kunlun's fortune rose in kind. Many humans came to Kunlun seeking discipleship. The Sanqing simultaneously reached an insight the protagonists of heaven and earth required sage instruction, and they as the three pure ones must inherit the Tao ancestors' mantle and enlighten all beings. Thus a rift emerged among the Sanqing. Laozi believed humans could be taught, and that taking disciples should follow destiny, action through non-action. Yuanshi agreed with the elder one must judge affinity and value virtue, lest one lower his station. He also took a swipe at Tongtian. Those disciples would not even venture into the starry realms. What use were they? Guangchengzi sighed to himself. Those disciples lacked the ability to survive in the starry void. Master Yuanshi still reproached Master Tongtian for taking in too many, saying Kunlun could not find peace. Master Tongtian, however, lived up to expectation. He sought to emulate Patriarch Honghuang in preaching to the primordial wilds. Since all beings possess a yearning for the Tao, he would open a path of life for them. Yuanshi and Tongtian argued their principles, one resentful of complacency, the other resolute and unbending, and they parted on sour terms. Guangchengzi understood this as a divergence of doctrine among the three masters. To liken their Taoists to rivers, Laozi taught drifting with the current, non-contention, and supreme detachment. Acting without force, striving to follow heaven free of karmic entanglement, accumulating strength until a single astonishing emergence. Yuanshi would use the flow to his advantage, riding the great tide of the heavenly way upright and direct, employing the prevailing momentum to step beyond. Tongtian sought the loopholes within the current, indifferent to its main direction. He swam freely, seizing slivers of opportunity to slip away joyfully into transcendence. So Master Tongtian simply left like that? Guangchengzi asked in bewilderment. Aside from his departure itself, how had he managed to leave under the very noses of his two elder brothers? Yuanshi's face went ashen, the knuckles of his hand clutching the Pangu fan whitened. Laozi's expression also grew heavy. After that quarrel, Tongtian came to the Sanqing Palace to apologize to us both, and then said that our doctrines were all about following heaven. He argued that debating together would not resolve the contradiction with him, and to avoid further strife, he would not participate. Guangchengzi gaped, staring at the two masters upon the cloud couch. As they fell silent, in his heart, he mourned Master Tongtian. Sure enough, the two masters had tacitly accepted it. Tongtian had offered a sound plan, and they had eagerly entered seclusion to debate the Tao and reconcile their differences, only for Master Tongtian to slip away in secret. No wonder Master Yuanshi was so enraged. What do the two masters intend to do? Guangchengzi bit his lip and asked. Yuanshi's stern gaze dropped. Guangchengzi trembled involuntarily, then met it with determined composure. We have each attested the Tao. Oh, it is time we part. Laozi rose and looked toward Yuanshi. Second brother, you are dogged in speech, but tender of heart. I know you feel deeply, yet we must separate. The Sanqing were brothers by blood, yet separation was necessary. Otherwise, why would the father's primordial spirit have divided into three rather than assume a single shape? Eldest brother, will you also leave me? Yuanshi's voice sank. The atmosphere moved Guangchengzi, his eyes reddened with tears. He had not expected Master Laozi to depart as well. During my travels through the primordial wilds, I found a cave heaven, Shoyang Mountain. Thereafter it shall be my place of practice. Laozi smiled, surveyed Yushu Palace, and fixed his gaze upon Guangchengzi. Will you follow your master? A gaze as if of substance swept over Guangchengzi, seeming to pierce his very body. Master, must you truly go? Guangchengzi lifted his head to look at Laozi. The master appeared as before without any visible aura, but his eyes carried a deeper sorrow. I cannot remain here, Laozi answered calmly. Guangchengzi understood the meaning behind those words. Although Laozi and Yuanshi differed in nuance, both ultimately followed the Tao of aligning with heaven. If they were to stay in Master Tongshan's view, it would look like the two elder brothers uniting to reject him. If matters continued thus, the bonds of brotherhood would only grow more precarious. Will you leave with your master? Laozi stepped forward and asked, once more, a note of hope in his eyes. Since my transformation, I have come to Kunlun. This is my home. The three masters are my parental gods. Nowhere else is home. I will go nowhere else. I will wait here for the three masters to gather. Kunlun Sanqing shall forever be Kunlun Sanqing. Laozi paused at the palace threshold, then took a step, and did not look back. Guangchengzi knelt and bowed with reverence. Disciple Guangchengzi respectfully seized off the mask. The footsteps gradually faded away until Guangchengzi could no longer hear a single sound, and he respectfully knelt on the ground, his shoulders instantly slumping. He had struggled for so long, yet the three clear masters still parted ways without considering his feelings. A single tear finally fell. Guangchengzi staggered to his feet, not turning back as he heard Yuanshi call him. Yun Zhongzi and Wenshu Cihong looked at him with concern as he walked out of the Yushu Palace, but Guangchengzi remained oblivious. The great doors of the Mi Luo Palace slammed shut, and the entire Kunlun fell silent. Shumi Mountain. Senior brother, have the three clear masters fallen out? The voice of Zhuan Ti was filled with excitement as he walked back and forth in the mountain, his face very animated. So what? Jane raised his head and glanced at him coldly. Zhuan Ti paused, losing the earlier excitement. Indeed, even if the three clear masters had fallen out, the two brothers had yet to attain Dao. Fengqi Mountain. Nuwa looked towards Kunlun, her eyes sparkling. The three clear masters had actually split, and even the senior brother had left. After pondering for a moment, she could only sigh. Regardless of whether the three clear masters had split, any one of them could suppress her. In the heavenly court, the underworld and the primeval chaos dark currents surged, yet everything had calmed down. No one wanted to provoke the three clear masters at this time. Disciple Kong Xianjin Peng seeks an audience with the master. Voices passed through the formation and entered the Mi Luo Palace. Guangchengzi lay on the cloud bed, surrounded by a chaotic mess of wine jars. The fragrance of wine permeated the palace. Any cultivator beneath the Great Luo would be immediately intoxicated by a whiff, while Guangchengzi remained oblivious, with the wine jars floating above him, continually pouring into his mouth. His face showed neither joy nor sorrow. He simply felt a sense of frustration inside. The wine was nothing special. He did not feel the slightest bit drunk. Boom! Three-colored divine light flew in, directly piercing the formation of the Mi Luo Palace. The three treasures Jade Rui maintained its momentum and ultimately stopped before Guangchengzi, shattering the wine jars above. Have you had enough of this? Yuan Shi's calm voice echoed as a figure gradually materialized. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. Wasn't this what Tai Ching Master used to say? Seeing him laugh with red-rimmed eyes, Yuan Shi felt a pang of pain. How many years had passed? It was the first time he saw this disciple so dejected, looking as though his Dao heart was shattered. It had been 10,000 years since his elder brother left, and Guangchengzi had locked himself in the Mi Luo Palace, refusing to step out. Disciples from the Yuqing sect came and went while Kong Xianjin Peng pleaded time and again, yet he showed no signs of movement. You should go to the East Sea. Yuan Shi turned around, preventing Guangchengzi from seeing his expression. Go see your third master. And then, oi. Guangchengzi sat up, glancing around. What good would it do? They had all left. Nowadays there were only a few dozen people in Kunlun, most of whom had gone outside. Only here could Guangchengzi recall the time when he first became a disciple. At that time, the vast Kunlun only had the four of them as master and disciples. No matter what he desired, the three masters would seek it for him. Then pick up your spirits. Look at yourself now. There's not a trace of the elegance of the three clear's direct disciples. Yuan Shi's tone was stern. Do you think that by crying here and whining your masters will come back? If you had the ability to attain the realm of Pangu, the Father God, you could command them to be wherever you wish. Who would dare to go against your wishes? Get up. The sound of a great bell echoed in Guangchengzi's ears, and a spark of light gradually appeared in his eyes. Indeed, even if one did not speak of the realm of the great Pangu, even Hongjun Master could feed the three clear masters the falling Saint Pill. As long as he cultivated to a level higher than the three clear masters, he could also make them return. Buzz. Boundless light poured out from the Mi Luo Palace, drowning the entire Kunlun in the light of the laws, and the primeval world fell silent. Even the sun star dared not compete for brilliance. Guangchengzi's primordial spirit trembled, his spiritual platform clear as a bell. His Dao heart roared like a sword, cutting down 3,000 delusions into pieces. Yuan Shi was taken aback, joy appearing in his eyes. He reached into the void with both hands, struggling to pull something out. Finally his arm paused for a moment, and with a sudden pull, two figures, one black and one white, appeared directly in the Mi Luo Palace. The White Lotus Taoist and the God-slaying Taoist exchanged glances and instantly transformed into a gigantic 12-petaled pure world White Lotus and the God-slaying spear, entwined with malevolent energy. The black and white divine lights circled around Guangchengzi's sides, directly intertwining with his primordial spirit. Standing in the midst of the light, Guangchengzi sensed the call from the 12-petaled pure world white lotus and the god-slaying spear. The Qian Kuan Ding quietly floated out. He raised his hand and a beam of anxious sword light descended, as if Guangchengzi's primordial spirit had broken free from its shackles. He extended his hand to lift the long-entwined obsession. This was an unfinished wish, an inextricable bond, the delusions buried deep within his heart. The holy light was like a furnace sizzling as it burned this thread of obsession. His gaze was clear, and under the flames of bright light the obsession seemed to take on substance, beginning to shatter like glazed glass. Among the flying shards were both past sorrows and unfulfilled regrets. The light penetrated through him, melting everything away. Watching the obsession dissipate like wind, fine dust fell upon the Qian Kuan Ding, smaller than ash. In an instant the 12-petaled pure world white lotus, the god-slaying spear, and the Qian Kuan Ding shone together. A transparent figure appeared above the Qian Kuan Ding, and the three spiritual treasures intertwined, allowing Guangchengzi's Tao heart to become clear without any hindrances. As if a gentle breeze had blown by, the Qian Kuan Ding transformed directly into a handsome young Taoist with refined features, holding a small ding that seemed to contain a world. Qian Kuan greets master and the three Tao friends. Good, good. Yuanshi laughed heartily. He had not expected Guangchengzi to reshape his Tao heart after suffering a setback, directly severing his obsession. This was the three corpses' manifestation from the innate supreme treasure Qian Kuan Ding, radiating an aura that had reached the limits of the Quasi-Saint realm, more powerful than when they had not yet attained Tao. Guangchengzi opened his eyes, suddenly understanding the cause and effect. The obsession was born from the heart. If the heart was unmoved, the obsession would naturally dissipate. Everything he had done was for the three masters, and now with a goal the obsession vanished like smoke. Billions of golden rays poured out from him, illuminating the entire Kunlun. Everyone gazed at this luminous light, like a newborn sun, pure and free of any impurities. Guangchengzi's momentum soared to the heavens, the three corpses' manifestations merging with each other, faintly exuding a pressure. Though weak, its essence was above the Quasi-Saint realm. His cultivation level rose, yet his eyes remained exceptionally calm. The light of the laws radiated with the pressure of his three corpses' Quasi-Saint, while the darkness in his heart began to grow ominously. Yuanshi observed the peace in his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. This disciple seemed to have changed in some way. Guangchengzi curled the corners of his mouth, a faint smile blossoming. Yet as the light enveloped him, everything seemed to disperse like clouds and mist, sunlight streaming down, illuminating him completely. Even Yuanshi did not notice the shadows breeding on the walls of the Mi Luo Palace. Congratulations to Senior Brother Master for eliminating the three corpses. May you achieve the Tao of the primordial unity soon. Guangchengzi watched as Xiangzi brought the junior brothers to congratulate him, while Kong Xianjinping also wore a smile. With a gentle gesture, he urged everyone to rise, saying, "Your cultivation is not low either. You should focus on your training to strive for an early elimination of your three corpses. I will heed Senior Brother Master's command. The heavenly court, the underworld, and the human race all need manpower. You may go now." Guangchengzi waved his hand, leaving only Xiangzi and Kong Xianjinping behind. "Senior brother." Xiangzi hesitated, unsure of what to say. "Are you curious about Duo Bao?" Guangchengzi smiled slightly. Xiangzi quickly lowered his head, saying, "Senior brother is wise." Suddenly the third uncle left Kunlun for the East Sea, shocking the disciples stationed in the heavenly court. Duo Bao was unsure whether he should come to Kunlun and wanted to ask him about it. After Master had been so furious, Duo Bao was worried that he would be driven out upon stepping into Kunlun. Now he still remained in the imperial palace of Guangcheng and hadn't returned to the East Sea. "Let it be. The matters between the three masters do not concern you. After all, the three masters are brothers." Xiangzi's eyes shone with joy. The fact that Senior Brother could say this meant there was nothing wrong. "Once we return to the heavenly court, I will convey Senior Brother's words to Duo Bao, Junior Brother." Guangchengzi nodded, watching Xiangzi leave, while Kong Xianjinping remained behind, looking at him with concern. For them, all three of their ancestors were good, but they would follow whichever master was present. "I am fine. You have already received the inheritance of the Phoenix clan, and you are not far from becoming a Quasi-Saint. I have refined a spiritual treasure for you to eliminate corpses." As Guangchengzi spoke, 6 spiritual treasures flew out, each radiating the aura of supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Although not bound by the 48 prohibitions, they were still among the supreme, innate spiritual treasures. These treasures were refined by Guangchengzi using the Qian Kuan Ding. The 5-element spirit pearl was related to the chaos pearl, and he did not wish to separate them. "Thank you, Master." Kong Xian, although your 5 colors divine light is powerful, the most important thing for us cultivators is still the laws. Since you wish to walk the path of the 5 elements, this innate 5 directions flag is lent to you for comprehension. Jinping, you may seek guidance on the Yinyang Dao at Shoyang Mountain. The relationships among your ancestors do not concern you youngsters, but your immediate priority is to monitor the human race. Let us descend the mountain together. The disciples obey. Kong Xian Jinping bowed, no longer showing any signs of worry. Guangchengzi watched the two leave with a gentle gaze, but sighed within. The vast Kunlun was now deserted. In the Yushu Palace, Master, I need to go to the 3 Immortals Island. Yuan Shi, sitting on a cloud bed, slowly opened his eyes, saying, 3 Immortals Island. Aren't you going to the Bo Palace? Guangchengzi fell silent. When he eliminated the 3 corpses, he sensed that there were eyes watching from both Shoyang Mountain and the East Sea, yet no one came to congratulate him. Forget it, you may go. The human race has proliferated to this day, and there are still 20,000 years until the Yuan meeting mentioned by Nuwa. At that time, the human race will face new trials. As the Holy Father of the human race, you should understand what the heavenly Tao desires for its protagonists. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, sensing the fortune of the human race on the Kongtong Seal. It was already comparable to that of the demon race back in the day. The rise of the human race was imminent, but the heavenly Tao would not allow them to unify the wilderness so easily. This trip to the East Sea is not only to discuss matters with Master Tongtian, but also to prepare for the cooperation of the 3 pure ones in 20,000 years. Disciples shall go. Yuan Shi slightly nodded, watching Guangchengzi leave Kunlun in the Qingyang Yumming litter. Meanwhile, in the ancestral land of the human race, a figure in black also hurried towards Shoyang Mountain. On the 3 Immortals Island, Ming Su and Xianyang watched as the formation slowly opened and hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects, saying, "Greetings, Lord." Xuanyuan, very good. Guangchengzi nodded slightly. These 2 young boys were also close to breaking through to the Golden Immortal realm. The spiritual energy within the island is dense, yet our qualifications are insufficient. Please do not laugh at us, Lord. Guangchengzi shook his head. After all, they were just young boys and could not be expected to be too much. He collected the spiritual fruits and brewed spiritual wine they had gathered over the years, gently asking, "Has anything happened in the East Sea over these thousands of years?" Ming Xian and Xianyang exchanged glances and knelt on the ground, saying, "The East Sea has been calm under the suppression of the Dragon Clan, but after the arrival of the 3rd Master, many disciples have formed formations across several islands. The 3rd Master's dojo is called Chanjiao Island, and it has already gathered tens of thousands of disciples." Ming Xian's voice gradually grew softer as Guangchengzi looked at him kindly and said, "Continue speaking." Xianyang shivered and continued, "Those disciples have varying levels of cultivation, with the lowest merely at the Earth Immortal realm, yet they rely on the 3rd Master's power to create chaos in the East Sea. Some Dragon Clan members can only endure, while the 4 Sea Dragon Kings have not intervened. Ming Xian and I can only stay on 3 Immortals Island, and dare not open the formation." "Huh." Guangchengzi scoffed with a smile, shaking his head. "Wudong and the disciples are here to welcome senior brother." A voice echoed through the formation. Ming Xian and Xianyang looked up and saw Guangchengzi nodding after a moment of silence. The 2 of them cast their spiritual seals, and the formation slowly opened. Above the East Sea, 2 women led the way, followed by thousands of cultivators with the highest cultivation only reaching the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Upon seeing the scene within the 3 Immortals Island, many disciples revealed greedy expressions. The density of spiritual energy here surpassed that of Chanjiao Island, and the rare flowers and exotic herbs were beyond counting. Ming Xian and Xianyang furrowed their brows. Since being enlightened by the 3 pure ones, they had never seen such a scene, but could sense the malice emanating from these individuals. Guangchengzi sat in the Qingyang Yumming litter, silently observing these disciples, sighing inwardly. Though there was no karma, they had already been tainted with the aura of blood and slaughter. The wilderness had been peaceful for too long, and Master Tongshan's disciples were increasing in number. Duobao and Jinling were absent, and relying solely on Wudong might not be enough to suppress them. However, the expression of the figure beside her revealed dissatisfaction. Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with divine light as he smiled, playfully recognizing her. She must be the Guile Spirit Mother, the last of the 4 direct disciples of Master Tongtian, who was transformed back to her original form by a heavenly seal during her visit to Bo Palace. "By the command of the Master, we welcome senior brother to Bo Palace," Wudong proclaimed loudly. However, the expressions of the disciples behind her varied. Some showed respect, some were indifferent, and others were filled with jealousy. "You lead the way." Guangchengzi's voice came from the litter without revealing his face. The Guile Spirit Mother felt somewhat indignant and was about to argue, but Wudong directly pulled her to the back. She bowed to the litter, and many disciples lined up on both sides of the Qingyuan yumming litter, with 88 disciples holding jade fans, celestial handkerchiefs, and incense burners to clear the way. She took out a jade talisman from her bosom, and in an instant a green sword light extended from the three immortals' island to the depths of the east sea, revealing a massive island. "Senior brother, please," Wudong urged, pulling the Guile Spirit Mother to the left and right as they walked in front of the litter. "Caught!" The golden crow cried out, and the Qingyuan yumming litter radiated a light of power, with the sun and moon stars appearing above, illuminating the entire East Sea brilliantly. The sun's true fire blazed fiercely, with 10 golden crows continuously crying out, casting the entire Eastern Sea in a fiery red glow, as if the sun itself had risen. Zhuang and his 9 younger brothers soared high, radiating the power of light, burning away the negative energy over the Eastern Sea, cleansing the bloodthirsty aura from the disciples who came to greet them, leaving them feeling significantly lighter. Wu Dang's heart sank as he glanced at the completely oblivious Turtle Spirit Junior sister, unable to suppress a sigh. This bloodthirsty aura would never exist within Kunlun. After leaving Kunlun, these junior disciples had completely lost their previous caution. Although the disciples accepted by their master later lacked karma, without the restraint of second uncle their actions had become somewhat reckless. "We welcome our senior brother." The resounding voices echoed across the Eastern Sea as the Kongtong Mountain carriage halted before Chanjiao Island. The curtains were lifted and Guangchengzi raised his brows, the Zhao Yi Jian Xian formation still active. The vast tides surged like azure waves. The roots of the mountains transformed into azure towers. Mirages formed a spectacular sight, and the Jiao and the sea stirred, creating yet another illusion of the deep ocean. Looking at the disciples on Chanjiao Island, they truly resembled celestial beings lined up like hemp. Guangchengzi nodded, and a group of disciples involuntarily stood up as the carriage continued onward until it reached the front of the Bio Palace. The smoke and mist condensed into auspicious clouds. The sun and moon emitted auspicious light, and 24 white rainbows traversed above the Great Hall, with golden lotuses drifting around the vast smoke, and mist appearing dreamlike and ethereal, gathering into clouds and fog. The Water and Fire Boy bowed respectfully as he slowly opened the palace door. A young-looking Taoist emerged with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty, surrounded by a vast and powerful presence embodying the profound mysteries of the Tao. Disciple pays respects to master, humbly wishing for master's peace. The moment the palace door opened, Guangchengzi stepped out of the carriage and saw Tongtian bowing in greeting. "Get up, it's been tens of thousands of years since we last met, and you've already severed your 3 corpses." Tongtian directly crossed through space, supporting Guangchengzi's arms to prevent him from bowing down. "Wu Dang, lead your senior brother's carriage to Zhiji Cliff." Tongtian, without turning back, pulled Guangchengzi toward Bio Palace. "This is spirit tea brewed from the essence of the Eastern Sea's myriad waters, which I find quite good." Sitting on the cloud bed and looking at the spirit tea presented by the Water and Fire Boy, Guangchengzi took a sip and remarked, "Not bad, but it doesn't compare to the spirit spring in the back mountain of Kunlun." Tongtian caressed the teacup, saying, "I believe this essence of myriad waters can better accommodate your Tao Insight tea leaves." The 3 light divine waters merged as one is the first divine water. If separated, it will only erode bones, devour souls, and consume spirits. Guangchengzi raised his head, speaking in a calm tone. "Though the Tao Insight tea leaves are excellent, divine waters are rare. Amidst the myriad primordial waters, there is only one batch of Tao Insight tea leaves." Tongshan's tone grew serious. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, briefly understanding his master's meaning. "This Bio Palace shines much brighter than Kunlun. Your junior brothers and sisters will work together. This is what I refined with my final effort." As he spoke of this, Tongtian clearly became delighted, his spirit soaring. Guangchengzi opened his mouth, swallowing back the words he was about to say. "This tea has brewed for a long time, and is somewhat bitter." His voice was low, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Tongtian, as if oblivious, replied, "I have always kept it close. Perhaps, as you said, the water used to brew this tea is not good." Guangchengzi's eyes brightened for a moment as he waved his hand, producing several jars of wine. Tongtian laughed heartily, clinking cups with Guangchengzi and drinking together. "Master, do you truly not wish to return?" Tongtian fell silent for a moment, saying, "The clash of the..." He let out a bitter laugh. "That day I was indeed impulsive. Later, second brother grew angry and I almost returned, but the eldest brother had already left, indicating that the division of the 3 clear was inevitable. Regardless, I have already departed. but you as our only disciple will always have half of Chanjiao Island. The brightness in Guangchengzi's eyes faded, replaced by dark pupils reminiscent of the darkness before the creation of heaven and earth swallowing everything. Is it for those junior brothers and sisters? Hey. He paused, his tone shifting. Does Master truly not see the bloodthirsty aura already present on them? I have passed down the Tao laws. The thread of life must be fought for by themselves. As long as there is no karma descending, I will not interfere any further. Disciple understands. Guangchengzi was silent for a moment, lightly laughing. Master is also willing for them to go into the starry sky to earn merits, but the environment there is harsh, and the junior brothers and sisters cannot endure it. Indeed, I truly cannot rest easy about them. Guangchengzi frowned. Among those disciples earlier were too many Golden Immortals, and there were quite a few Golden Immortals and Shen Immortals, yet faced with this senior brother, respect was scarce. Even Turtle Spirit showed little respect. Master Tantian only enjoyed the joy of accepting and teaching disciples, but their thoughts had never been deeply understood. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with an expression that Tantian could not comprehend. Disciple will resolve the issue of the pressure that junior brothers and sisters cannot bear. Tantian laughed heartily. If you can truly solve this matter, I will follow you back to Kunlun. It's a promise. Should the disciple resolve it, the three masters must harmoniously coexist. Guangchengzi looked seriously at Tantian. Tantian laughed heartily. The problems he could not solve, Guangchengzi, who had yet to attain the Tao, could not possibly resolve them. Today, all those who came to welcome him were elite disciples chosen for this purpose. Most disciples on Chanjiao Island had cultivation below Celestial Immortal, and without protection they would lack the ability to even step into the starry sky. You have already severed your three corpses. Let me impart a lesson on the Tao. Without waiting for Guangchengzi's reaction, Tongshan's celebratory clouds appeared above his head, and the sound of the Tao emanated from his mouth, echoing across the entirety of Chanjiao Island. Numerous disciples sat cross-legged, quietly listening to Tongtian, the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, expounding the Tao. Their cultivation continuously increased as spiritual energy wildly gathered, and the entire eastern sea fell into tranquility. After 10,000 years, Guangchengzi opened his eyes, a new aura of heavenly Tao intent emanating from him, making his presence even more prominent. Thank you, Master. However, after severing my attachment, I have gained a different understanding of the laws. I wonder if I could witness Master's celestial severing sword. Tongtian raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased by this young disciple's considerable gains. However, he decided to display the power of the three corpses qua saint. He drew the Qingping sword and lightly slashed at Guangchengzi. No might was displayed, but to Guangchengzi's eyes he could clearly see countless laws severed beneath this sword, light reaching the very essence, transcending the laws. Seal the heavens. Guangchengzi shouted, and the radiant seal floated out from the celebratory clouds. The winds and clouds of the 9 heavens rolled back, and myriad golden lights erupted instantly, sealing time and space, solidifying the laws into a densely woven net. Upon closer inspection, those threads were constructed by laws directly blocking the celestial severing sword. After being blocked by the radiant seal, the Qingping sword could no longer descend. Tongshan's eyes flashed with surprise. This newly comprehended sealing method was impressive. Few could withstand his celestial severing sword at the same realm. Perhaps only the eldest brother, second brother, and this young disciple could. Guangchengzi's eyes did not blink as his hands moved continuously. The sealing formed by the heavenly seal gradually dissipated, and the radiant seal gained an air of authority. Judgment! He shouted loudly, drawing upon the light laws. Countless laws were drawn out, and the radiant seal became inscribed with heavenly judgment runes surrounded by a murderous intent. On the golden mark of light, intricate patterns of black and red emerged, carrying Guangchengzi's Tao heart, and the power of heavenly judgment pressing down with great authority, as if the heavenly Tao were cascading down, adjudicating good and evil. Following the will of heaven, have you chosen this path as well? Tongtian murmured, severing the magic in his hand. The judgment seal rose from below, directly striking the Qingping sword, its ringing sound unable to match the brilliance of the light. All things in heaven and earth are of use to me, who light accommodates everything. What does it matter if one follows or opposes heaven? Guangchengzi bowed. 10,000 years later, I will welcome the arrival of my master at Kunlun. Tongtian gazed at his retreating figure, speechless for a while. This kind of disdain for everything reflected a shared arrogance with him, yet the judgment of heaven still bore the influence of his second brother. Senior brother. Upon seeing Guangchengzi come out, Wudong hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, while Gue Ling silently clasped his hands in greeting. Since Master has arrived in the East Sea with the absence of the golden spirit of treasures, you must take more care, as my disciple. As for how matters unfold, that is not for me to concern. If I encounter anyone who harms the name of the three pure ones, I will ensure they regret being born. Guangchengzi smiled at Wudong, his gaze sweeping over the disciples of Chanjiao Island with a look of finality before entering the Chengtai Yuming carriage and departing directly from the East Sea. The human race. Guangchengzi sighed softly. With 10,000 years remaining, the date, set by Nuwa for the Grand Unity, would soon conclude. The population of the human race had already spread throughout the central regions of the primordial wilderness, and there were humans present in all directions, with the disciples of both masters struggling to protect them. The current human race is much weaker. The newly born members have lifespans of only 1,000 years. However, Guangchengzi knew this was merely temporary. Although it seems that each generation of the human race is weaker than the last, with the emergence of the human path in the world and the elevation of the primordial wilderness as the direct beneficiaries of this shift, these humans will inevitably rebel against the innate, becoming the innate human race. Initially, the limit of the Tao was the number of innate human races of the Grand Unity. Now the number of humans has long surpassed hundreds of millions. Guangchengzi chuckled inappropriately. It would be too easy for Luo Ho to destroy the primordial wilderness. If all these humans rebel against the innate, it would take less than 1,000 years for the primordial wilderness to enter an era of decline, with even the laws of the Tao gradually decaying. 10,000 years later, the great trend will commence. Guangchengzi concealed his form and arrived at the ancestral land of the Wu clan. His gaze settled. In these thousands of years, the number of Wu people has also increased significantly. However, the fortunes of the Wu clan have already merged completely with those of the human race. Yet Hutu showed no reaction, seemingly acquiescing. Indeed, they are about to be exterminated. Who cares about fortune in such a situation? Wen Shu and the others are also quite good. Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. The disciples of the Yuanshi master have divided into three groups: the heavenly court led by Shiyangzi, and Shijingzi, the underworld led by Honghuang, and the human race led by Yunzizong Wenshu and Xiang. Even Kong Xian, the golden Peng, is adorned with virtues. He need not fear entering calamities. However, when he thought of the disciples under the master Tongtian, he felt somewhat distressed. Fortunately, the disciples he watched over at Kunlun had all demonstrated good character, knowing how to earn virtues. Unlike those later accepted by Master Tongtian, who seemed to have left their brains behind when they transformed, they did not seek to accumulate merits, perhaps thinking that the protection of a saint would guarantee them a worry-free life. Guangchengzi coldly sneered, looking at his own palm, which would soon be entangled with countless blood debts. Why is someone smiling foolishly here? A gentle voice came from an elder riding a green cow who looked at him with a smile. Guangchengzi was surprised. Master Taiji had actually come out of Shouyang Mountain. Before going to the East Sea, he had sent the god-slaying Taoist to the 8th Scenery Palace to invite this master for a meeting at Kunlun in 20,000 years. Now, with 10,000 years remaining, Master Taiji had emerged riding a green cow, evidently finding this mount after leaving Kunlun. Guangchengzi's eyes darkened. Without the 9 dragons incense carriage, the marks of Kunlun on Master had diminished further. Disciple greets Master. Get up. Laozi seemed oblivious, chuckling. I have a feeling today, so I will go out for a tour. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. Could it be related to that matter? The ideals of the three masters had already formed, and now was the time for them to be fully implemented. Do you have anything you need help with, Master? After a while you will not have such freedom anymore. Laozi sighed, yet his tone bore no hint of difficulty. Guangchengzi paused, walking beside Laozi. Disciple will lead the cow from Master. Saying this, he took up the rope. The divine light of his 8 treasures, one show purple cloud robe, retracted, appearing like ordinary clothing. He also became more gentle. If not for familiar faces present, he would surely be unrecognizable. First, let's travel through the 4 corners, then go to the ancestral land of the human race last. Laozi gazed kindly at Guangchengzi, pausing for a moment on the Wu people. 5,000 years later. What are your thoughts? Guangchengzi, holding the cow, fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, the human race has split into too many tribes. With the prohibition of Aunt Nuwa and the protection of my younger brothers and sisters, no one dares to lay a hand on the human race. However, the separated tribes of the human race are far weaker than the ancestral land, and influenced by different regions of the primordial wilderness, the human race has also undergone changes. Similarly, the human race lacks cultivation methods. Only the 3 ancestors of the human race, and some of the earliest created innate humans, are trying various ways to develop the human race. Yet they can only observe natural phenomena, having no heritage to draw upon. If not for the power of virtue, the three ancestors of the human race would not have reached the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Currently, the human race is the leading character of the world, and in the future the changes in the primordial wilderness and its fortunes will revolve around the human race. Even saints are no exception. Master must have sensed this and intends to impart cultivation methods to the human race. Laozi nodded in satisfaction. You see things clearly. And Guangchengzi shook his head. These are all inevitable. If you wish for the human path to emerge, unification of the human race may not be enough. Laozi squinted. What are you suggesting? The myriad races of the primordial wilderness could once submit to the demon race. What is wrong with submitting to the human race now? Guangchengzi sneered dismissively. At least the human race is the rightful leading character with several saints backing them up. Seeing Laozi's frown, Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Master, rest assured, the future strength of the human race is merely a part of it. With disciples around, they will not be like the demon race. Laozi also relaxed his brows. You are the holy father of the human race. Even the fortunes occupied by Nuwa may not exceed yours. Master has tasks to accomplish, and you should be aware of them. Guangchengzi smiled wryly. Master, not to mention that Aunt Nuwa still owes me karmic debt. Even Fushi is still around. She would not refuse. Over the years, Aunt Nuwa has constantly sent messages, and she only cares about the human race to a moderate extent, but keeps asking about Fushi. It is merely to inquire when he will send Fushi for reincarnation, but he has his own plans. I will need to use your karmic connections. Laozi's expression carried a hint of urgency. Master has matters to attend to. I will bear the labor. Guangchengzi said with a smile. Currently, I occupy a large part of the fortunes of the human race. Aunt Nuwa will not have any objections. The fortunes of the human race have grown even stronger. Although Aunt Nuwa's share has diminished, the fortunes she can enjoy will increase, and she will not refuse. Very well. Laozi sighed. You have gained some insights over the years. Let Master see whose cultivation method is superior between us. I have met the two seniors. A man stepped forward and bowed to Guangchengzi and Laozi. Innate human race. Guangchengzi's gaze was gentle. This was one of the 3,000 human races personally crafted by Nuwa, entirely different from the later Mud Point. Speaking of which, this could be considered his descendant. Observing the profound aura around him, although he was at the level of a Xuanyuan, he had considerable merit, clearly a good seed for cultivation. Why do you refer to us as seniors? Replying to the senior, the Holy Mother has decreed that the myriad races must not disturb the human race. Now only a few thousand years remain until the Yuan meeting. The man sighed deeply. In these years, only the Kunlun Immortals have come to help us. Although they have not passed down any cultivation methods, they have significantly reduced our losses. The attire of the two seniors appears exceedingly extraordinary, similar to that of the Kunlun Immortals. I do not dare to be disrespectful. You do not fear that we are from the myriad races? Laozi, riding on the green ox, looked at the young man before him. This child had a connection with him as a master and disciple. Senior is joking. The man's expression was respectful. This place is the ancestral land of our human race, with two guardian great figures present. Moreover, he smiled at Laozi and Guangchengzi, exhibiting no humility, only calm composure. Guangchengzi was surprised. Could it be that he knew? Who mentioned it? Laozi lightly moved his finger and teased Guangchengzi through sound transmission. This descendant is not bad, but that kid Kong Xian dares to say anything. Guangchengzi lightly coughed, feeling somewhat embarrassed by what his master said. However, with Laozi's reminder, he figured it out. Kong Xian had warned the human race, and his evil corpse killing the divine beings was watching over here. Although the person before him did not hold the same status as the three ancestors, he was still extraordinary. Otherwise he would not know such core secrets. Let's go, let's have a look at your ancestral land. Laozi laughed heartily. The profound aura around him emerged, and the young man's eyes brightened, feeling a comfortable aura. Guangchengzi's aura also began to radiate. Upon reaching the center of the ancestral land, he smiled faintly at the two statues worshipped within the ancestral temple, shining brightly, the 8 treasures of longevity, and purple cloud garment, revealing their true form, instantly attracting everyone's attention. By eating, she has met the Taqing Saint and Guangchengzi Immortal Lord. The two statues with human bodies and serpent tails at the entrance of the ancestral temple broke free from their petrification and respectfully bowed to the two. Disciples hidden in the void also began to appear. Disciple has met the master, uncle, and senior brother. 2 beams of light rushed forward, excitedly kneeling before Guangchengzi. Disciple bows to the Grand Master and Master. All the human race was startled by this scene. The 2 guardians were so respectful to the newly arrived immortal master, yet one was referred to as Guangchengzi. Their faces were filled with shock, but they quickly reacted, "We bow to the Holy Father." A wave of voices drew all the human race in the ancestral land to come forth, and upon seeing this they all bowed down. The voices of the entire human ancestral land resounded, echoing around Buzhou Mountain. Even the Wu clan could not help but emerge from the Pango Hall to pay their respects to the two. Seeing this, Laozi was about to sit cross-legged, but Guangchengzi quickly took out the reincarnation purple lotus and smiled at him. How could the master, a supreme being of the Honghuang, Deluo Golden Immortal, feel wrong sitting on the ground? Divine light surged in Guangchengzi's hand as the purple lotus platform instantly transformed into a green lotus. A hint of melancholy appeared on his face. Laozi sighed inwardly, taking the lotus platform and observing so many people. Guangchengzi indeed had an eye for talent. The disciples he personally selected for the third brother were all good. Although some had not yet reached the golden immortal realm, they still possessed considerable merit. The yin and yang energies flowed, permeating the entire human ancestral land. As the sounds of the Tao echoed, the surrounding human race felt their burdens lifted, and the cultivation levels of the Kunlun disciples began to rise. Guangchengzi closed his eyes. The golden core Tao created for the human race by Laozi the Master. Refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, merging the void with the Tao. This is an extremely suitable cultivation method for the postnatal human race, which can be cultivated all the way to the heavenly immortal realm. After reaching the heavenly immortal one, can switch to any other methods. This was the first time since the primordial era that a cultivation method appeared beneath the immortal path. Before the birth of the human race, primordial beings were born as gods. As the sounds of the Tao gradually faded, Guangchengzi looked at Laozi with piercing eyes. He stood up, and everyone was awed by his imposing aura, not daring to make a sound. "You can begin as well. I will support you." Laozi smiled gently. Guangchengzi bowed and greeted, his gaze sweeping over the approaching Wu clan. The 9 turns mystic art operated wildly, and his body instantly grew tall, a vast and majestic aura responding faintly to Buzhou Mountain. Laozi nodded secretly. He was about to attain the Tao. Guangchengzi's body shone brightly, his entire form appearing as if cast in crystal, his heart and meridians visible for all the human race to see. Refining the body opens the mortal bones. Qi and blood surge to create bright light. Connecting the meridians draws in qi. The heavenly man responds, solidifying the essence, refining the body, covering the divine armor. Martial soul manifests, combat intent rises. The martial venerable's Tao forms to protect one side. The martial sage shines, opening the sacred domain. The martial ancestor attains the Tao, forging the soul of the clan. As the sounds of the Tao echoed, the martial path created by Guangchengzi was revealed before all beings in the primordial era, refining the body and polishing the meridians, invoking the luminous energy. The qi and blood surged like a tide. The light power assisted the circulation of qi and blood, dispelling the darkness. Opening the meridians with qi and blood, condensing the essence into a lethal force, the will gathers the martial soul, merging into the martial venerable, the martial sage's radiant domain. The martial ancestor opens the cave heavens. All great powers converge into one body. Through the fusion of the physical body and the primordial spirit, oneself becomes the martial path. Every action and word contains the ultimate principle of the martial path, existing alongside the primordial era, embodying the will of the human race. The heavenly Tao is above today. I, Guangchengzi, open the martial path for the human race, opening a lineage for the immortal path. In the celestial realm, there are the 5 immortals of heaven, earth, man, god, and ghost, and the martial path of the human race is the ancestor of the human immortals. A towering will emanated from Guangchengzi. The essence of light surged with the indomitable quality of the human race, soaring into the sky. The radiant Tao aura spread, planting a martial seed in the hearts of all the human race. The Wu clan, emerging from the Pango Hall, was overjoyed. This martial path of the human race was so compatible with them. The Wu people were even more excited as they possessed both the primordial spirit of the human race and the physical body of the Wu clan. Seeing the merits descending, all the Kunlun disciples bowed. They did not expect that their senior brother could establish a lineage on his own. The human race below also knelt, saying, "We thank the martial ancestor for opening the path for our human race." The golden core Tao of the Ta Ching Saint pointed out the cultivation methods for the human race, but it did not enhance their combat power. All the human race understood that the time set by the Holy Mother for the Yuan meeting was approaching. The human race needed combat strength, and the martial immortal was a timely reign for them. Wang. A piece of spiritual treasure fell from the clouds of merit. A small figure stood on a black seal, looking up at the sky, his will transcending heaven and earth majestic and unyielding. A spiritual treasure fitting for the martial path. It seems that this lineage of human immortals has great significance for the immortal path. Laozi smiled. His disciple had already established a path on his own. The martial ancestor indeed could create a cultivation method equivalent to the great Luo realm. He truly was an exceptional teacher. Guangchengzi's expression was slightly distorted. The martial ancestor seal, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and it was also a seal. Congratulations, my nephew. A gentle voice drifted as Nuwa stood in the void. Holy Mother, the human clan cried, offering deep bows at her arrival. Salutations, Senior Uncle Nuwa. Senior Uncle Nuwa. Guangchengzi also inclined in a bow. Your nephew's talent has truly astonished this humble Taoist. Nuwa felt a fresh wave of relief that she had yielded early. Around her, the Kunlun disciples and humans rose unbidden amid her laughter and light conversation. The three senior brothers have taken a fine disciple, Nuwa remarked, smiling at the eldest senior brother. Taiching Laozu chuckled and made no retort, humming softly as he watched the mounting momentum from Kunlun and the Eastern Sea. Guangchengzi gathered together all the amassed merit. A divine gleam flashed in Nuwa's eyes. A Sancher quasi-saint. His realm far surpassed what she once held. Though the three corpses had yet to merge, a faint saintly majesty hovered about him. Could this be the power of a same origin, innate supreme treasure? It seems my nephew is not far from attaining the Tao. Nuwa's smile was composed. In any event, they now shared a common bond. The human clan, so long as she trespassed not this nephew, and the Sanqing brothers would not target her. It will still take no small amount of time. This disciple has matters unfinished. Guangchengzi smiled, gently, his gaze sweeping over the junior disciples and sisters, leaving an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Disciple. Taiching Laozu frowned. Just now some celestial omen had stirred, and Guangchengzi's aura differed from the former Grand Tao, as if a solar star had veiled its own radiance. Guangchengzi lifted his head, eyes deep. Master, rest assured, I will set all things right. Without reason, Taiching Laozu felt unease prick at his heart. Nuwa's gaze lingered on the two. Having cultivated the way of creation, she was especially sensitive to the breath of life. This nephew's law of light seemed peculiar, as if something were being nurtured within it. The air turned awkward in an instant as two figures appeared at Taiching Laozu's side, their eyes fixing on Guangchengzi in unison. We had planned to meet after the Yuan assembly, yet I did not expect the three senior brothers to be so in sympathy. Nuwa bowed, and then smiled as she spoke. Her expression was inscrutable. Though Sanqing had divided into branches, the eldest brother showed no sign of partiality. Yuanshi had calmed, even smiling at Tongtian. It seemed the relations within Sanqing remained as before. Both masters have come. Truly this is an auspicious day. Guangchengzi bowed and smiled softly. Senior Uncle Nuwa, the fate of the human clan. This disciple should be able to act on it, yes. You are the sacred father of the human clan. So long as you do not harm the humans, I have no objection. Given the present circumstances, she could not refuse, nor did she possess the authority to decide matters of the human clan alone. 1,000 years hence, I will arrange Fux's reincarnation. Guangchengzi murmured his words, whispering into Nuwa's ear. A look of delight flashed across Nuwa's face. The ancestral lands of the human clan brimmed with the energy of creation, and many human lifespans began to lengthen. Please, Taiching Master, proceed first. Guangchengzi bowed to Taiching Laozu. Yuanshi glanced at Tongtian and smiled faintly. Order between elder and younger must be kept. How could one overstep? Third brother, do you not agree? If second brother says so, then so it shall be. Tongtian shrank his neck. His second brother's smile was fearsome, and the eldest had not even looked him squarely in the eye. Taiching Laozu fixed a long look on Guangchengzi, standing in the void, and gazing upon Honghuang as his aura swelled. Heavens, Tao above. I am Taiching Laozu, formed from Pangus, primordial spirit, the chief disciple beneath, Hongjun Daozu of the Zixiao Palace. Today I transmit the golden core way to instruct all beings to suppress fortune with the Taiji diagram. Let the human teaching be established. Auspicious clouds rolled across Honghuang's sky. 30,000 li of purple chi came from the east, as a vast golden cloud of merit descended upon Taiching Laozu. The primordial purple chi within his primordial spirit quivered. This time, he no longer resisted. With a gentle sweep, he portioned a measure of the golden cloud of merit to Guangchengzi, then used it to draw forth the world-opening merit within himself, fusing them all. In an instant, the heavens rained blossoms and golden lotuses surged from the earth, transforming the ancestral land of the human clan into a sanctified realm. A tremendous majesty radiated from near Buzhou Mountain, sweeping Honghuang. Nuwa's visage was aghast. When this senior brother had first attained the Hunyuan Dao, he had already been far stronger than she at her own sanctification, and now his strength was beyond easy measure. Congratulations to our eldest senior brother on attaining the Dao and becoming a saint. Congratulations, elder brother. We celebrate our master and elders on their attainment. May the saintly blessings endure forever and the sacred lifespan be boundless. Taiching Laozu gradually drew in his aura. Listening to the congratulatory voices from all corners of Honghuang, he nodded slightly to Hudu, who bowed from the underworld, his gaze serene. Second brother, third brother, you should begin as well. The myriad beings of Honghuang were astonished. Could Yuqing and Shangqing be preparing to attain the Dao as well? Since Niwa the saint had fashioned humankind, they had understood that these four might first attain the Hunyuan Dao. This unquestionably pointed the way for them, giving hope of rising to the rank of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortals. Today Taiching had attained the Dao as a celestial of heaven's way. Would Yuqing and Shangqing soon follow? Were they about to witness three saints in a single day? Heaven's Dao above. I am Yuqing Yuanshi, formed from Pangus primordial spirit, the second disciple beneath, Hongjun Daozu. Today I establish Chanjiao to enlighten all beings, Chan meaning to illuminate. In accordance with heaven's mandate, I shall expound the great Dao, and with Pangus banner, I will suppress the Chanjiao's destiny. Heaven's Dao above. I am Shangqing Tongtian, formed from Pangus primordial spirit, the third disciple beneath, Hongjun Daozu. Today I establish Jiajiao to instruct the populace to snatch a thread of life for the multitudes, and with the Hundun bell, to suppress the Jijio's destiny. Their voices rang one after another as a vast saintly pressure permeated Honghuang. All beings bowed and offered congratulations. Guangchengzi also knelt and received the merits imparted by Yuanshi and Tong Tian into his golden wheel of merit. Congratulations to the three senior brothers. Niwa's face shone with joy. Faced with the Sanking's formidable might, she felt no impulse to resist. Disciples of Chanjiao and Zhejiao wore excited looks. They could see their masters' ascensions were assured. Behind those masters stood three saints, the most powerful in Honghuang, each holding an innate primordial supreme treasure. With the breadth of merit your nephew possesses, even Hutu might not be styled supremely holy and virtuous in comparison, Niwa said with a wry smile, as she looked at the vast golden wheel of merit behind Guangchengzi's head. Even without accounting for the karmic cleansing she had granted her elder brother through the merit of creating humans, it still would not equal what Guangchengzi now held. Niwa, your words are apt. After you attain the Dao, you might rightfully be called a saint of merit, the woman in yellow observed. The voice of the woman in yellow came from afar, and in a blink, she stood beside Niwa. Hail Pingxin Nyang, ancestral shaman. Fellow Taoist, you have arrived as well. Sanqing wore smiles as they exchanged salutations. Huda's eyes flickered, seeing the Sanqing still in good accord eased her mind. She had allied with Kunlun. If the Sanqing truly fell into enmity, how would she find her place? Sister, you transformed into the wheel of reincarnation to bring vitality to the beings of Honghuang. How could I compare? Guangchengzi replied with modesty. Huta tapped him and said with layered meaning, 3 saints in one day is spectacle indeed, but I have come for you. The martial way. Guangchengzi grasped her meaning swiftly. If sister intends to promote martial cultivation among the Wu clan, this younger brother has no objection. Huta nodded in satisfaction and was about to speak when 2 immense auras rose in the west. She smiled half in jest. It appears today may witness 5 saints in a single day. Heavenly Dao above I, Jane and Junti, disciples of the Supreme Patriarch Hongjun of Zixiao Palace, hereby establish the Western teaching to enlighten all sentient beings, anchoring its destiny with the 12-petal meritorious golden lotus. 2 voices rang out simultaneously from the west. Niwa's eyes flickered with surprise. The 3 pure ones remained impassive. Ho-Tu watched with quiet curiosity. Yet no doctrine had even been proclaimed. Guangchengzi wore a faint knowing smile. Had they not long since delved into Buddhist cultivation? The original prophecy, 6 sages attaining divinity, had already been delayed by several eons, yet Jin and Junti still refrained from formally founding Buddhism. With the earthly Tao now manifest, their significance to the West had diminished drastically. Should they dare defect from the profound gate, not only would the 3 venerable masters intervene, but even Patriarch Hongjun himself might descend from Zixiao Palace to purge the sect. As auspicious clouds churned over the western skies and golden clouds of merit descended once more, the myriad beings of the primordial chaos prepared to kneel in reverence. Yet no aura of sagehood emanated from the west, compelling them to lift their heads in wonder. The 3 pure ones paused, bewildered and half amused. Niwa stood dumbfounded. Ho-Tu mirrored her astonishment. They had never witnessed a sage's ascension stall mid-ceremony. Guangchengzi narrowed his eyes. Was it mere illusion, or did that cascade of merit seem barely sufficient for one sage's transcendence? Could Patriarch Honghuang himself have intervened? The three pure ones glanced at him, their shared understanding unmistakable. Mount Sumeru, senior brother this. Xuanyuan blanched, stammering in disbelief. Jane's laughter was laced with bitter resignation. It seems our years of inaction have provoked our master's displeasure. Xuanyuan shuddered involuntarily. They had begun studying Buddhist cultivation long ago. So vital were they to their master that they could help him settle karmic debts. Thus, though their path diverged sharply from immortal Tao, their master had always turned a blind eye. Yet that indulgence existed only because they remained useful. Now, with the earthly Tao revealed, they dared not step beyond Mount Sumeru. Not even a single step, for fear that some sovereign being might detect their vulnerability and seize the primordial purple chi, and should that occur, their master would not lift a finger to aid them. Cease such thoughts. Our immediate task is resolution, Jane said, gazing upward at the suspended golden clouds of merit. This bounty is insufficient even for one sage's ascension. Xuanyuan's eyes welled with tears. How bitterly fate had dealt them. Brother, let me take the burden. I have a way, he declared, forcing a brave smile. Jane turned, and seeing the resolve etched upon Xuanyuan's face, his expression hardened. No, he commanded. I know what you intend, but this act demands both of us. Heaven's Tao will not sanction it otherwise. Xuanyuan froze. Heaven's Tao, of course. Honghuang was Heaven's Tao itself. How could their master permit Xuanyuan alone to bear the weight, while Jane remained unscathed? Their gazes locked. Celestial laws surged forth. Tao resonances bloomed, enveloping the entire West. Within their primordial spirits, the primordial purple chi thrashed violently. All boundless sentient beings who awaken the Bodhi mind and turn wholeheartedly toward virtue shall be drawn forth by my sacred power into the Western teaching. Jane's treasure pagoda and Xuanyuan's seven-jeweled wondrous tree manifested, bathing the primordial chaos in radiant light. Their voices, resonant with Tao, echoed across heaven and earth. My first vow upon attaining perfect enlightenment: may my realm contain no hells, no hungry ghosts, no beasts, nor even the tiniest crawling or flying creatures. If this vow remains unfulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. My second vow. Their Tao voices continued without pause. 48 great vows unfurled. At last the golden clouds of merit descended. Two overwhelming auras of sagehood erupted from Mount Sumeru. Yet Jane and Xuanyuan wore expressions of profound bitterness. Now truly bound, forever shackled to serve Heaven's Tao. Hail Jane sage. Hail Xuanyuan. Cultivators across the primordial chaos cycled through disbelief. Another ascension ceremony. Fine, wait, it stalled. 48 vows. Daring indeed. Yet it worked. If they can do it, surely I could too. Before finally sensing the twin auras of sagehood emanating from the west. Yet their congratulatory cries rang hollow, their faces twisted with disorientation. How had these two so grievously lowered the dignity expected of sages? At the ancestral land of humanity, disciples stood frozen in silence. When Jane and Xuanyuan intoned their great vows, Yuanshi's countenance darkened sharply. With a soft snort, he erected a barrier shielding his disciples from their sage aura. Tongtian gripped Qingping's sword, his gaze icy as it pierced westward. Yet Ho too stood among them. Before the sovereign of the earthly Tao herself, he felt the very face of Heaven's Tao sages crumbling away. Master Guangchengzi cleared his throat, softly bowing respectfully toward the west. Congratulations to our two venerable uncles on their attainment of sagehood. Yuanshi drew a sharp breath and dissolved the barrier. Only then did the other disciples follow Guangchengzi's lead, offering formal bows. After all, the two had attained sagehood, and as Heaven's Tao sages, their dignity demanded acknowledgement. Laozi remained aloof, and detached Nuwa appeared mildly embarrassed. What are these two brothers doing? Even if the merit from founding a sect fell short over these eons, they could have accumulated vast virtue through righteous deeds. The dignity of Heaven's Tao sages. Damn Jane and Xuanyuan. Fortunately, this sovereign chose not to align with you. Greetings, honorable sages. A robed elder in yellow garments bowed deeply, his voice hoarse. Rise, Xuanyuan Taoist. We need no such formality between peers. Laozi lifted his hand gently. Xuanyuan rose and stood beside Guangchengzi, his gaze still smoldering with resentment as it swept westward. Xuanyuan Taoist has arrived as well. Ho too smiled faintly. Father's axe. Truly it is Heaven's Tao sages who should feel shame. Yet this sovereign finds no mirth. Fools Jane and Xuanyuan. Will the myriad beings of the primordial chaos even distinguish between Heaven's Tao and Earth's Tao sages? Fortunately, Xuanyuan's arrival broke the tension. Guangchengzi turned to him. 10,000 years have passed. Yet your cultivation has deepened further, uncle. How could I compare with you, Taoist? You have severed all 3 mortal selves. At that time, I was sealed in meditation, unable to attend your celebration at Kunlun. Please forgive my absence. Xuanyuan's heart churned with turmoil. Jian and Zhuanti had ascended. Yet how could he now avenge his late friend Hongyuan? Uncle speaks too humbly. As Guangchengzi exchanged pleasantries, he glanced toward his younger siblings. Continue guarding humanity. After they withdrew, his gaze settled upon the 3 pure ones, its meaning unmistakable. Shall we gather at Kunlun? Yuanshi asked lightly. At elder brother's command, I dare not refuse. Nuwa smiled gracefully. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. How unusually attentive this aunt had become. Xuanyuan, Taoist, shall we accompany you to Kunlun as well? Ho Tu looked at Xuanyuan. No more delay. The Western sages have ascended. The earthly Tao must strengthen itself swiftly. By the sage's decree. Xuanyuan bowed deeply. If the sage wishes it, then so be it. Yuanshi's eyes gleamed. So Ho Tu too grows restless. The merit Jane and Zhuanti received barely sufficed to carry them across the threshold of sagehood. Having reached the latest quasi-sage realm, their ascent was arduous enough. Even Nuwa, who had yet to absorb the full merit from creating humanity, surpassed both in cultivation. Would you accept me as your master? Laozi gazed upon a man kneeling among humanity. Guangchengzi followed his glance. It was the very man who had guided him and the Grandmaster of Taiching to this place. Disciple pays homage to master. The man exulted. This was a sage. Excellent. My abode is the Buying Palace of Xuandu Cave. Henceforth your Dao name shall be Xuandu. Xuandu greets master, second uncle, third uncle. Guangchengzi is chief disciple of the 3 pure ones. You. Laozi frowned. Work it out amongst yourselves. Guangchengzi cleared his throat softly. Simply address me as senior brother. Xiandu hesitated for a moment. Master, I seek your understanding. Though I am a disciple of the human race, I ultimately belong to the human lineage created by the Holy Father and Holy Mother. Nuwa listened intently to Xiandu's words, nodding continuously, and a satisfied look appeared in Yuanshi's eyes. His elder brother had indeed taken a good disciple. Very well, regardless of the circumstances, the 3 teachings are one family. You may call upon whatever you wish. Guangchengzi smiled slightly and took out a piece of spiritual treasure, placing it in Xiandu's hands. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Your disciple is quite wealthy. Nuwa sighed softly, taking out a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and Ho Tu did the same. Yuanshi welcomed them with gifts, while Xuanyuan smiled bitterly. I, a humble Taoist, cannot compare to the wealth of you esteemed saints and friend Guangchengzi. In my view, I only have a few fruits to quench your thirst. Please do not disdain them. Looking at the spiritual treasures and ginseng fruits in his arms, Xiandu felt a bit dazed. Laozi smiled and nodded for him to accept. He approached the green bowl, and Xiandu gracefully took the reins, while Nuwa and Ho Tu exchanged glances and simultaneously vanished into the void. Guangchengzi signaled to Xuanyuan to leave first. The latter understood, performed a salute to Yuanshi, and turned to depart. You have lived quite freely these tens of thousands of years. Yuanshi looked at Tong Tian, his expression ambiguous. Tong Tian nodded submissively, afraid to speak. His elder brother had not said a word to him, and his second brother was also upset. How could he dare to return? If his elder brother attained the Tao today, and he did not come, he would have chosen to attain the Tao in the EC, haha. Then he would never be able to leave Golden Turtle Island for the rest of his life. Have you taken on many disciples? Yuanshi's voice was low, but Tong Tian's heart raced wildly. Not many, not many. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Has the Jiaya Jinshin formation been removed? No, Guangchengzi also went there. The first formation is indeed the Jiaya Jinshin formation. Tong Tian hurriedly explained, recalling vividly the scene when Guangchengzi established this formation. If he dared to remove it, his elder brother and second brother would likely rush over immediately. Yuanshi's expression softened a bit. You are somewhat sensible. Tong Tian chuckled awkwardly. He truly felt guilty and did not dare to argue with his second brother. Since you have come out, you have already established the Chanjiao. You've heard enough of what was said before. If there is anything, just come to me and your elder brother. Yuanshi sighed, patting Tong Tian's shoulder. Second brother. Tong Tian's eyes reddened a bit. He thought his second brother was so angry before that he would no longer pay him any mind. Let us go. You surely know which way the Kunlun gate opens, right? Yuanshi snorted lightly and strode forward. Tong Tian pulled Guangchengzi and quickly followed behind. We haven't gathered for a long time. Ho Tu sighed, admiring the scenery of Kunlun. This was her first visit to Kunlun. Friend, you are busy with matters in the netherworld. We have now also become heavenly Tao saints. Laozi's tone was somewhat melancholic. It is rare for us to gather today. Disciple, bring out your fine wine. Tong Tian laughed heartily, eagerly looking at Guangchengzi. That works. Master Nuwa and Sister Ho too have yet to taste the wine brewed by this humble Taoist. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and jars of wine appeared filling the cups of the few people present. Tong Tian frowned, and the other few also looked towards the mountain's edge. Disciple, why don't you go welcome them? Yuan Shi's face darkened, but Lao Zi's words eased the atmosphere. Guangchengzi walked towards the mountain's edge. If several saints were this way, he would undoubtedly sense it. It must be those two. Indeed, two strangely dressed cultivators stood outside Kunlun Mountain, their auras restrained, appearing just like ordinary mortals, without a trace of the pomp typical of saints. Guangchengzi greets the two masters. May the masters enjoy eternal happiness and boundless longevity. He never allowed anyone to point out flaws in his etiquette. Quickly rise, quickly rise. Zhuan Ti stepped forward personally, helping Guangchengzi to his feet. He exchanged glances with Jiayin, both recognizing each other's shock. Was the saintly might of slaying the three corpses truly that formidable? Zhuan Ti's feelings were complicated. Even the original Sanqing were not this powerful. He really did not know what kind of spiritual treasure this kid used to slay the three corpse incarnations. They were far inferior before their enlightenment. Guangchengzi did not care about this and gestured inside. Master sent me to welcome you. Please, Master. Disciple is overly courteous. We are just journeying together. Zhuan Ti chuckled. They had come uninvited. How could they dare offend the Sanqing? I dare not. Masters are of the saintly stature. How could I dare to walk alongside you? Guangchengzi cautiously regarded the two, feeling their flattery was truly difficult to accept. Jiayin and Zhuan Ti's figures stiffened, sensing the rising aura atop Kunlun. They could only proceed a step ahead. Buzz. An invisible pressure descended. Sanqing along with Ho Tu and Nuwa remained seated calmly, quietly observing Jiayin and Zhuan Ti's approach. Their expressions varied. Jiayin and Zhuan Ti felt their breath hitch. Among the five saints, any one of them possessed greater cultivation than the two of them. We pay our respects to the Sanqing brothers, Master Nuwa and Lady Pingxin. Both bowed in unison, performing all the proper gestures. Zhen Yuanzi also bowed to the two. Although he felt furious, these two were after all heavenly Tao saints and could not be treated lightly. Please be seated. Lao Zi, as the elder brother of the Xuanyuan, naturally spoke at this moment. Since they had already attained the Tao, it represented their standing on the same level. I apologize for disturbing you fellow Taoists. Jiayin sat down, giving a sheepish smile. You know well enough. Tong Tian scoffed coldly, being utterly rude and disregarding the dignity of the saints. Jiayin's expression stiffened. He was not good with words, and after a rare attempt to speak, he was immediately interrupted. He could only look to Zhuan Ti. What is this? It smells so rich. Zhuan Ti pointed at the jar of wine on the table. This is the spiritual wine brewed by the disciple. You two masters are guests, so how about tasting it? Guangchengzi picked up the wine jar and poured a cup for the two, then stood beside Yuan Shi. Good wine. Zhuan Ti's eyes brightened. It seemed there was even merit within. No wonder he was a disciple of the Sanqing brothers. He and his brother had nearly been unable to produce the merits of attaining saints. Nuwa smirked disdainfully and directly fired back. Why have you two brothers come to this noble place today? What business do you have in my east? Why not stay well in your western lands? Has the earth vein been restored? With that said, the entire Kunlun summit fell silent, and Sanqing stared in astonishment at Nuwa, who was quite direct today. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze to conceal his laughter. Master Nuwa had made a good retort. What a good melon I love to eat. The faces of Jane and Zhuan changed colors from white to red to purple, and finally settled on a dark expression. Sister Nuwa's words were rather harsh. Nuwa's gaze was fixed tightly on the two, uninvited, and appearing so humble, clearly seeking something from others. Zhuan Ti's hand clenched, and then relaxed, finally managing to squeeze out a smile. To be honest, my Taoist brother and I have come to discuss a matter. Jane nodded, but the expressions of the three pure ones were indifferent, showing no sign of emotion. He forced a smile and said, My Taoist brother and I are on the path to enlightenment. Surely, you must have seen that. With a clang, the sound of a sword resonated as Tong Tian exuded a sword intent that frightened Jane and Zhuan Ti into silence, while Yuan Shi sneered coldly. What a disgrace to the face of a saint. What does it have to do with me? Nuwa's gaze was icy, as if she wanted to pick up the leftovers. These two had established the Tao lineage and made 48 great vows. Until they fulfilled them, they could forget about elevating their realms. To complete their vows, they needed to uphold the Tao lineage, but now the human race was led by Guangchengzi with Nuwa as the Holy Mother of humanity, and the three pure ones had already invested. As the main characters of the heavenly realm, if their focus was not on the human race, they would never think of repaying their achievements and sanctity in this lifetime. Just say it, how do you want to proceed? I glanced at them. Brother, I wish to recruit some disciples from the human race for our Western teachings, Xuanyuan replied shamelessly. Guangchengzi's eyes turned cold as he carefully scrutinized Jane and Xuanyuan. I have a question to ask. Please speak, junior nephew, Xuanyuan eagerly responded, sensing a shift in the situation. Is the inheritance of the Western teachings based on my immortal Tao teachings, or is it a new method created by the two esteemed uncles? As Guangchengzi's words fell, the three pure ones maintained calm expressions, awaiting an answer, while Nuwa's astonished gaze shifted between the two. Bang! The wine cup on the table trembled 3 times. Nuwa slammed the table and stood up, her tone filled with fury. Does junior nephew mean what I am thinking? Xuanyuan was left speechless, and Hutu wore a similar expression. If it were an ordinary method such as the Golden Core Path created by Laozi or the martial Tao Immortal established by Guangchengzi, it would belong to the immortal Tao, and Guangchengzi had no need to bring it up at this moment. Then there was only one possibility: these two had opened another path outside the immortal Tao. Everyone present had heard the teachings in the Zixiao Palace, and Jane and Zuni's actions would appear as betrayal of their sect. Nuwa was even more furious. A new method? What a new method, wanting to extend their hands into the human race. No matter how strained her relationship with the three pure ones was, she was still a disciple of the Tao ancestor. Of course it is the immortal Tao teachings. What my Western teachings inherit is naturally the heavenly immortal path. Xuanyuan swallowed and quickly replied, yes, my Taoist brother and I are both disciples of our master, so what we inherit is naturally the immortal Tao. Jane quickly expressed his stance. The others looked as if they wanted to slice him and his brother into pieces. If he did not respond soon, it felt like Yuan Shi's Panga banner would soon come out. I hope so. The Western teachings will always belong under the banner of the mystical gate, Guangchengzi said with a smile, though his eyes were cold. Nuwa's eyes dimmed. Her brother from the three pure ones was so calm, clearly having known long ago. Now she could only rely firmly on the three pure ones. Disciple, what do you say? Laozi looked calm, showing no signs of easing, due to Jane and Zuni's statements. As for matters concerning the human race, junior nephew can decide. Nuwa quickly followed suit. Jane and Xuanyuan were astonished. Would such a significant matter be decided by Guangchengzi? They then looked at Guangchengzi with hopeful eyes. After all, they were somewhat acquainted through a fight, even though they were the ones who got beaten. If the two esteemed uncles wish to inherit the immortal Tao and expand the mystical gate, how could I possibly obstruct it? Jane and Zuni's eyes flashed with delight. It was good enough that he agreed. However, since the birth of the human race, it seems that the two esteemed uncles have not lifted a finger to protect them. Forgive my boldness, how many disciples does the Western teachings have now? Xuanyuan smiled. Our Western teachings are struggling, there are no outstanding talents, and we currently have only a few dozen disciples. Guangchengzi's heart moved. That's quite a number, let them come to help the human race. Very well, Xuanyuan gritted his teeth. I will send a message back right away. But the human race is about to flourish. It may not be appropriate for the two esteemed uncles to come and recruit disciples at this time. Nuwa smiled sweetly. Indeed, the human race has taken on the fate bestowed by me and my brother from the three pure ones. If the two Taoist brothers want to pass on the Tao lineage within the human race, they should contribute something. The others knew that having two saints stand behind the human race would stabilize their position as the main characters of the heavenly realm even more, but who let Jane and Xuanyuan arrive late? Now to invest was not so simple. Hutu and Xuanyuan exchanged glances watching the show. After all, they had enough merit and luck, not caring how the human race fared. It would be even better if Jane and Xuanyuan could bleed heavily. Jane and Xuanyuan exchanged glances and pushed 2 jade slips in front of Guangchengzi. One exuded a sharp golden aura but felt steadfast, while the other was somewhat illusory, radiating a hazy vibe. This is my brother's technique, dreaming of the Tao along with my 6 feet golden body. Although junior nephew excels in 9 turns mystic art, my 6 feet golden body has also been deduced to the saintly realm by me. Guangchengzi's eyes widened. Good heavens, they were willing to pull out their trump cards. It seemed that these two were truly anxious about the emergence of the earthly Tao. Satisfaction flickered in the eyes of the 3 pure ones. They had some sincerity. Guangchengzi calmly accepted the jade slips, smiling at the others. For some reason, Xuanyuan felt a bad premonition in his heart. Alas, I fell once while protecting Mount Buzhou, and was fortunate to be reborn thanks to the nirvana fire of Yuanfeng. However, this wrist accessory disappeared in that self-detonation. As his words fell, Zundi's body stiffened. Tong Tian flicked the Qingping sword with an unspoken meaning. Yuan Shi took out a starry primordial bracelet. Although this item is a postnatal top-tier spirit treasure, it is of little use to your current realm. Huda's eyes flickered as he quietly watched the performance of the few. Nuwa, however, smiled. Although Yuan sure excels in artifact crafting, it would be wonderful if Guangchengzi could have a suitable spiritual item for enlightenment, since he is on the verge of enlightenment. Laozi silently sipped his tea and pushed the wine cup towards Junti. Although my ginseng fruit tree is one of the top 10 spirit roots, it has no use for enlightenment. Xuanyuan poured a cup of wine for Junti and smiled. I have heard that saints attain the Tao through the innate spirit root Bodhi tree. This is the first enlightenment treasure of the primordial era. What Xuanyuan Dao friend says makes sense. Huta noticed Zunti's unfriendly gaze towards Xuanyuan and continued, since Junti Dao friend has already attained the saintly realm, the effect of enlightenment will greatly increase, as surely you won't be reluctant to part with a few Bodhi beads. Hutu slammed his wine cup down heavily, warning Juni Xuanyuan was a chosen servant of the palace, and it would be best to keep a clear head when attempting anything. Junti's face turned pale. He never expected that everyone would unite against him. Even Xuanyuan dared to take advantage of his downfall. After all, he is a saint. However, when he raised his head, he found that everyone's eyes were filled with coldness, and Xuanyuan bore a look of hatred. Senior brother. He looked to Jane, seeking support. Enough. Laozi interrupted his plea. Bring it out, 12 of them. As my disciple approaches enlightenment, having your saint's origin Bodhi beads would be an added bonus. The saint's origin cannot be lost. Junti's lips trembled slightly. These people were too tyrannical. Yuan sure sneered. So what? If you wish to meddle in the affairs of humanity, how much fortune does your Western teaching possess? Having consumed the wine, Tong Tian casually said, the loss of our origin requires recovery, and our cultivation cannot improve, but how does this relate to the two junior brothers? His tone was somewhat perplexing, making Jane and Junti extremely uncomfortable. Even without losing their origin, they could not elevate their realms. Very well, it shall be as you say, senior brother. Junti gritted his teeth and said, golden light flashing in his palm as drops of essence manifested, forming 12 golden Bodhi seeds. Junti's complexion also turned pale, and his breath weakened significantly. Xuanyuan, smelling the fragrance of the Bodhi seeds, felt his divine spirit invigorated, and the laws were within reach. Truly worthy of saint-level Bodhi seeds. Nuwa sighed softly. The supreme spiritual roots of the primordial era, only this one can lead to enlightenment. The efficacy of these seeds made her somewhat envious, wondering if she could acquire some for her brother in the future. Huda's eyes sparkled with divine light. What a great treasure. Laozi's gaze was fervent. Used for alchemy, its potency would undoubtedly surpass the 9 transformations golden core. Junti shivered uncontrollably. The gazes of these people were terrifying. Jane stood protectively in front of Junti, warily watching the crowd. Senior uncle is generous. Guangchengzi smiled faintly, but did not take the beads. The 3 pure ones acted simultaneously, erasing all marks of Junti within. What a joke. Junti appeared very weak in their eyes, yet he was still a heavenly Tao saint. Allowing Guangchengzi to take him away unchecked could lead to a counterattack. He would have no chance to resist, and they would regret it too late. Yuan Shi took out a white rope of immortality, conjured divine fire in his palm, and soon it transformed into a thin thread weaving through the 12 Bodhi seeds into a bracelet. A top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure, though a bit weak. I shall refine it into a postnatal supreme treasure for you in the future, Yuan Shi said, placing the Bodhi bracelet on Guangchengzi's wrist. Thank you, master. Guangchengzi gently stroked his wrist, letting his sleeve fall to hide Junti's gaze. The generosity of the 2 senior uncles is appreciated. When the human race flourishes, please come to impart teachings, but do refrain from using certain methods. Very well, it is rare for all of you friends to be here. How about we discuss the Tao? Huta said with a smile. Laozi nodded. That sounds good. With less than 1,000 years before they needed to act, this was a good way to ease the mood. Guangchengzi and Xuanyuan exchanged glances. They were blessed. As the sounds of the Tao emerged from the peak of Kunlun, myriad phenomena manifested, and Guangchengzi immersed himself in it, resonating with the laws and the rhythm of the Tao. Time is up. As the Tao sounds ceased, Guangchengzi opened his eyes and streams of light flew from the human race. The disciples of the 3 teachings, shielding humanity, the Shirshin Taoist, blended into the void, quietly observing everything. The time of the Yuanyuan Hui had arrived, and he watched as the imposing presence rose from all directions of the primordial era, filled with malice. They could finally unleash their fangs without reserve, revealing them time and again, only to retract them when forced like terrifying beasts, ravenous to the extreme, opening their gaping maws before their prey. The Shirshan Taoist's eyes narrowed fiercely, his fingertips lightly tapped, and a thick black light, imbued with killing intent, pierced through space. A corpse fell, creating a massive pit in the land of the primordial era, that of a three-headed golden lion covered in fur. Above the great Luo, those who dare to strike against humanity shall be punished. The cold voice echoed throughout the primordial era, granting the terrified human race a moment to breathe. The three ancestors of humanity raised a treasure radiating merit, forming a protective barrier around the ancestral land of humanity. However, many humans still roamed outside. The myriad tribes of the primordial era had initiated the hunt against humanity, a delicacy they had never tasted before. The protagonists of the heavenly land must undergo trials. If humanity can endure and not perish, then they will truly have the foundation to stand in the primordial era, otherwise they will ultimately be puppets in the hands of the saints. The efforts of the Yuanyuan Hui were not in vain. Humanity faced the myriad tribes with newfound resistance, and the disciples of the three teachings continuously aided humanity. After all, they were the disciples of saints, and the myriad tribes were cautious in their approach. Dozens of streams of light flew from the west. Their attire was vastly different from that of celestial cultivators, yet they stood alongside humanity to resist the myriad tribes. In the heavenly court, starlight descended, and many immortals also came to assist. Guangchengzi was somewhat surprised. Hao Yin indeed seized the opportunity, while Qi Jingzi and others had some insight. The disciples of the Western teaching are quite capable. The guidance of the two senior uncles is commendable. Guangchengzi glanced at Jane and Zhuan Ti, discovering that there was even a great Luo Golden Immortal among them. Yet those present seemed to have not heard him. Instead, they looked at him in shock, as if he were a monster. Zhen Yuanzi's lips trembled, ultimately letting out a long sigh. When did you comprehend the dark laws? Yuan sure felt a tremor in his heart. The Shirshan Taoist had just used the dark laws to kill the three-headed golden lion. Everyone present was extraordinary, easily discerning that the dark laws had already reached the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. Laozi's premonition grew increasingly unsettling. When did this disciple conceal such a significant matter from them? The dark laws, the opposite of the light laws, how could he hide it for so long? Isolated light and dark cannot rank in the top 10 among the 3,000 paths, but their combination is no simple matter. Guangchengzi extended his hand. His left hand radiated golden light, casting down pure white brilliance, while his right hand was as black as ink, devouring all energy. The peak of Kunlun was divided into two worlds under the influence of these two laws, clearly distinct, yet interconnected. When I severed my obsessions, I comprehended these dark laws. From the extreme of Yang Yin is born. When light reaches its peak, it will also give rise to darkness. Guangchengzi clapped his hands, and light and dark mutually negated each other, restoring the previous tranquility. Yuan sure hesitated. He could not understand why Guangchengzi chose to conceal the dark laws, especially since he had severed his obsessions right before his eyes without detecting any abnormalities. I must also thank Master for imparting the Tao to me for 10,000 years. Guangchengzi bowed to Tong Tian, as the Tao of severing heaven had greatly inspired him. Otherwise he would not have comprehended the dark laws to the Quasi-Saint realm in such a short time. There is no need to thank me for teaching you, my disciple. Tong Tian was somewhat excited. The effects of his teachings were indeed remarkable, and upon his return his disciples would surely experience significant improvement. Nuwa gazed at Guangchengzi with an inscrutable expression. 1,000 years ago, she sensed that there was something within this light law. Thus could her law of creation also give rise to the path of destruction. Should we act now? Tong Tian sensed the wrongness of the atmosphere and offered a warning. Brother Tong Tian speaks rightly, this cannot wait. Since we Tiandao saints are all present, let us strike together. Nuwa's face turned austere as her gaze flicked over Jin Zuni, who she had not intended to invite them. Very well. Let this be settled today, so that no future calamity may arise. Yuan sure sighed. Huta stepped aside, and said, I shall remain here to protect the rights. She was ill-suited to meddle in matters of the Tiandao. Jane Zuni looked puzzled as Guangchengzi flicked his sleeve. 2 streams of light shot forth, and both men wore looks of astonishment. Allow me to begin. Nuwa stepped forward, her eyes filled with visions of the human race's slaughter. Though her heart ached for humanity's future, she steeled herself. Today must be like this. She cast the Zairin Bien, the creation whip, its aura sacred. Nuwa's divine form shed 9-fold rainbow light, as she gazed upon the primeval land with a merciful intensity. The human race's fortune now. Water gushed, and a somewhat ethereal river of fortune manifested bright and new as a newborn sun, brimming with vigor and upward striving. Guangchengzi's expression sharpened, a great seal shot out from within the auspicious clouds. Kongtong Seal. 9 golden dragons carried the Kongtong into the river of fortune, which immediately congealed and thickened. Laozi flung forth the Taiji diagram, and the human race's fortune began to expand. The Penga Fan and the Hundun Zhong followed. Jane Zuni exchanged a glance, and a 12-fold Gongda Jinlian, the meritorious golden lotus, drifted down. Hutu inhaled sharply. The human race's fortune had already outstripped even the Wu clan at its height. Countless human silhouettes crowded the river, converging into the resplendent arc of fortune now manifest. Go! Hutu no longer hesitated. A titanic figure towering from earth to heaven and stepping on the wheel of reincarnation strode into the river of fortune. Many human apparitions in the phantasm suddenly swelled in stature, clearly of the Warren lineage. As the progenitor of Earth Immortals, I shall contribute as well. Zenuzi sighed, casting the Earth scripture forward. Guangchengzi and the Sanqing were taken aback. Neither had expected such moves from the two. Yet having chosen the human race, they would in time reap considerable benefit. Watching the river of fortune swell, humanity on Honghuang's surface fought with renewed courage. Aided by the disciples of the three teachings, the myriad tribes at last dared not slaughter wantonly. They held fast, Nuwa said with relief. Though a quarter of humanity was lost, this undeniably declared to all clans that the human race had risen. Laozi's eyes hardened. Then act. Nuwa hesitated, then nodded fiercely. From her fingertip, a drop of essence blood wick edged forth, and Guangchengzi likewise flicked out a drop of his. The two met each other's gaze, and intoned together, in the name of the human race's sacred father and sacred mother we seal. Their droplets of blood twined into an intricate, immense net that fell across the river of fortune and enveloped it. The power of Tiandao. The 6 saints intoned in low chorus as vast Tiandao laws descended and fused with the blood net, laboring to press down upon the river of fortune. Rays of divine light and wills rose to resist, but the Zarin Bien snapped down, scattering those human wills. The 9 golden dragons roared. Runes coiled around the Kongtong which blanketed the great net. A cataclysmic roar filled their ears as the net completely encased the river of fortune. Several spirit treasures flew back and landed in their owners' hands. Nuwa watched the Zarin Bien with a look of melancholic loss. I do not know whether today's choice is right or wrong. For the future of humanity, this had to be done. Guangchengzi's voice was resolute. Where are their eternal protagonists of heaven and earth? Today we have defied the heavens. This action utterly sealed humanity's latent potential. Humans breed prolifically and are vast in number. If individuals grew too individually powerful, the Tiandao would never tolerate it. As Honghuang's future rose through dimensions, humanity would inevitably rebel against innate limits. If millions upon millions became innate-born, the world's spiritual energy would be drained. How could heaven and earth continue to develop? This sealing today was to prevent a future deluge of innate-born humans and to ensure humanity's long-term dominance as the principal race of heaven and earth. Indeed, Hutu stepped forward, eyes complex. Perhaps with the 6 Tiandao saints united, even the Tiandao itself was compelled to yield. She had come to safeguard the rights, fearing Guangchengzi and his allies might provoke the Tiandao. A lasting position as the world's primary race was a daring thought, yet they had succeeded. With the Warren lines still within humanity, the Wuzu would gain some benefit as well. These 2 junior brothers did a good thing by coming, Laozi remarked, glancing sidelong at Zuni and Jin. He had not driven them away earlier for this very purpose. With the 6 Tiandao saints acting in concert, even Master Hongjun had granted face. Jane Zunti smiled wryly. They had learned of it too late and could only grit their teeth and comply. So we await the great rise of the human race. Guangchengzi raised the Kongtong and the 9 golden dragons seemed to awaken. If my nephew leads the human race, he must already have a plan. Nuwa smiled gently. Although humanity's fortune has grown to subdue the myriad tribes and become the true protagonists of heaven and earth, they must still pass trials. Thus there must emerge 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to lead humanity to its zenith. Guangchengzi spoke as 9 golden dragons leapt from the Kongtong, encircling the summit of Kunlun. Who will befit the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Zuni's gaze burned hot. The titles 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors signaled the leaders of humanity. If he could become one, he and his senior brother would no longer lack fortune, and the 48 great vows would soon be fulfilled. Matters of the East hardly concern you 2 junior brothers, Nuwa said coldly. You were sent to impart the human lineage's way, yet still you covet the human emperor's seat. Are the 2 elder uncles certain they wish to hear? I must make clear the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors pertain not to the West. Guangchengzi half-smiled, eyes edged with schadenfreude. Jane Zuni turned ghastly pale. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, what vast fortune that must be, had slipped so near and then away. I will listen. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will be the future leaders of humanity, though our paths will cross inevitably. Jane sighed deeply and stayed behind. Huta cast a look at Xinyuzi and stifled a smile, forcing her mouth not to upturn. Guangchengzi chuckled and bowed to the Sanqing. As the keeper of the Kongtong, I shall begin the arrangements. The Sanqing nodded and watched in quiet amusement. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man. To develop humanity and expand its territories, the 5 emperors shall rotate according to the 5 elements. These are exalted positions not to be held by the common. Nuwa, as the human race's sacred mother, has labored immeasurably. Fux's karmic burdens have been cleansed. Offering half his accumulated merit in sacrifice, he may serve as the human race's heavenly sovereign. Guangchengzi produced Fux's true spirit, a blue radiance, circling with conspicuous merit. Nuwa covered her mouth, tears welling. She had never imagined her nephew would place his elder brother upon the throne of heavenly sovereign. Hutu exchanged a look with the Sanqing, each seeing comprehension in the other's eyes. Guangchengzi had long prepared, even if Fuxi became heavenly sovereign, it would be a human heavenly sovereign alone. Thank you, dear nephew. Nuwa bowed to Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi quickly avoided her, and Nuwa then bowed to the Sanqing before calming down. Uncle, I have one more request. After Fuxi attains the Tao, he can only be the emperor of the human race. Nuwa quickly nodded. The karma of my brother has already been removed, and in the future, he will only be the emperor of the human race. Good. Guangchengzi smiled gently. Sanqing and Hutu exchanged deep glances with Nuwa, saying nothing. Guangchengzi's gaze swept over Xinyuanzi and Jane Zuni, continuing, after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attain the Tao, they must have a place to settle. Huayun Cave is the first cave paradise of the primordial chaos and should serve as the residence for the future 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, suppressing the fortune of the human race. Xinyuanzi was taken aback, and Huta lightly coughed. Since Xuanyuan Taoist has a close relationship with Hongyun, you should be able to take charge of the matter regarding Huayun Cave, right? Yes, it is indeed an honor for Hongyun to have fallen and for Huayun Cave to serve as the future residence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Xinyuanzi, though puzzled, agreed. For some reason, Jane Zuni felt an ominous premonition. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding the same concern. Uncle Xuanyuan is straightforward. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. Indeed, Xinyuanzi Taoist is quite straightforward. Hutu smiled gently. Aside from the already informed Sanqing, the others were left baffled by the laughter of Guangchengzi and Hutu. Uncle is the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, and the 3 masters control the heavenly immortal lineage. I have created the path of human immortals, and with Huta's sisters' help, the ghost immortal lineage has also been established. The celestial immortal lineage is yet to come into existence, but the Earth immortal lineage is solely under your purview, Uncle. Guangchengzi looked at Xinyuanzi with anticipation in his eyes. If Taoist Xuanyuan can create the path of Earth Immortals, the title of ancestor of Earth Immortals will be well deserved. Although Nuwa did not know what Guangchengzi and Hutu were planning, seeing her brother's future set, she did not. Hutu nodded. If Taoist Xuanyuan creates the path of Earth Immortals, it will greatly benefit the restoration of the Earth veins. You flatter me, but I do have some insights into the Earth Immortal lineage. Xinyuanzi remained calm. Guangchengzi had already hinted at the path of Earth Immortals to him, and he had discussed it with the Sanqing. Furthermore, the path of human immortals had also shown him prospects. Everything these two were doing was merely elevating his status. If it has been created, then congratulations, Taoist. Hutu feigned surprise and quickly interjected. Today is a good day indeed, perfect for a performance. When you first entered the netherworld, you sensed it, and you received the Earth Emperor Seal from the Tao ancestor, which shows your affinity with our Earth Tao. Hutu smiled. In the future, your title, as the ancestor of Earth Immortals, will be quite justified. The Western Earth veins are severed and your assistance will be needed. Hutu glanced at Jane Zuni, took out a yellow jade tablet, and a heavy aura of the earth emerged, causing Jane Zuni and Nuwa to change their expressions. This item. Xinyuanzi's face showed a look of obsession. The origin of the earth made his primordial spirit yearn intensely, as this item held immense allure for him. This is my token of the earth Tao, no different from the primordial purple energy. If you integrate it, you will attain the status of Earth Tao Saint. At that time, the power of the Earth Tao will greatly increase, and restoring the earth veins will no longer be a problem. Silence fell, a deathly silence. Congratulations, Uncle Xuanyuan. Guangchengzi clasped his hands in congratulations. Sanqing also wore smiles. Taoist Xuanyuan is destined for the title of Earth Tao Saint. Nuwa felt a cold sweat break out behind her. The Sanqing brothers and Hutu had already reached an agreement as Xuanyuan was here to replace her. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thank goodness she did not make a mistake again, otherwise not only would her brother secure the position of the human race emperor, but she would have also been suppressed after attaining the Tao. Congratulations, Taoist Xuanyuan. Nuwa, having come to this realization, also smiled and Jin Zunyi's face turned pale. They had let Honghuang fall when he perished, and Xuanyuan had always regarded them as enemies. After becoming a saint, they would no longer care about Xuanyuan, but now Xuanyuan unexpectedly had the chance to attain the Tao. They are heavenly Tao saints, but Xuanyuan will also be the Earth Tao saint in the future. Who is more distinguished? Hutu had already spoken. They could not interfere with the Earth Tao, and their smiles were more bitter than tears. Congratulations, Taoist Xuanyuan. Thank goodness Xuanyuan is alone. Xuanyuan's eyes reddened, finally understanding why Hutu and Guangchengzi played this act together. It was to allow him to justifiably become the Earth Tao saint. Surely they had already made a decision. Hutu's attitude towards him was kind. Guangchengzi was planning for him, and the Sanqing saints were accepting him. Thank you, several Taoists. Xuanyuan bowed earnestly, and the others received his salute with smiles. They had indeed done a lot for Xuanyuan. Alas, although Senior Honghuang has fallen, the origin still exists. Yunzongzi has received this favor and has become a true immortal of fortune, which is also a legacy of Senior Honghuang. Guangchengzi suddenly sighed. Yes, Yunzongzi has already attained the great Tao, and Honghuang Taoist has also been gone for a long time. Yuan Shi's words were pointed. Jane Juni looked at his nose and his heart. Though feeling guilty, he dared not speak a word. Xuanyuan's eyes flashed with joy when Guangchengzi suddenly mentioned Brother Honghuang. What does this mean? He found it hard to believe that attaining the status of a saint was already a great fortune, so how could he dare to desire the position of the three sovereigns? Laozi suddenly spoke, with Fux's karma removed, and with Nuwa as the human race's holy mother attaining the title of emperor is only natural. Then it follows that Taoist Xuanyuan as the future Earth Tao saint can assist in restoring the earth veins, and under the protection of merits and fortune, it is only rightful for Honghuang Taoist to be reincarnated as the Earth Emperor. Hutu acted surprised. If Honghuang Taoist had not fallen back, then having received the primordial purple energy for so many years, he would have attained the Tao and held a position as a saint emperor. Tong Tian supplemented Hutu's unfinished words. What? Jane Zhuani and Nuwa stiffened, looking at the others in disbelief. What does this mean? Nuwa took a deep breath. Since these few spoke this way, it could not be baseless. She cast a sympathetic glance at Jane Zhuani. Honghuang Taoist, it seems he has not fallen. It seems that the Sanqing Tao brothers have all agreed. Little brother, you hold the fortune treasure of the human race. Oh, what do you think? Hutu smiled. I believe it is feasible. Guangchengzi replied seriously. A truly congratulations to Taoist Xuanyuan. In the future, you two brothers, one will be the Earth Tao saint, the other the human race emperor. It is truly an immeasurable blessing. Hutu smiled, taking out a small wooden sculpture. A divine soul flew out, excitedly glancing at Xuanyuan, then saluting everyone. I have met the various saints. Honghuang Taoist as well. Nuwa was taken aback for a moment, and then replied with a smile, I am quite well. Honghuang nodded at Guangchengzi, thanking this young friend for his care, then looked at Jane Zhuani coldly, saying, it has been many years. How have you two saints been? The expression of Jane Zhuani turned pale, as if he were about to cry. Honghuang is not dead. How could he possibly still be alive? Even Fuxi is left with only his true spirit, yet Honghuang's divine soul remains so intact. I am well, and you are safe. Truly wonderful, Zhuandi said, smiling in a way that was more akin to crying. If Honghuang had fallen directly, that would have been fine. Oh, a life lost means debts are settled. But now that he is still alive, this bears the weight of saintly karma. What are he and his senior brother to do? Debts are everywhere. Why is the fate of their brotherhood so bitter? Honghuang sneered. I hope the saint does not speak insincerely. Debts are everywhere. Why is the fate of their brotherhood so bitter? Honghuang sneered. I hope the saint does not speak insincerely. Hutu pushed the puppet aside, and Xuanyuan tucked it into his sleeve, bowing to Hutu. Alas, I told the two uncles to leave, but... Guangchengzi sighed. The words were sharp. The Sanqing couldn't help but laugh. Even Hutu and Nuwa couldn't suppress their laughter. This was truly a chase and kill. Xuanyuan smiled, feeling quite pleased, while Jane Zhuani looked as if he had eaten bitter melon. Timid and uncertain, the pain in their hearts was known only to themselves. When the laughter subsided, Nuwa regained her composure and asked, is there a candidate for the position of Emperor of Humanity among the disciples? She pondered carefully. It seemed they had no close friends around them. Could it be that they were to rely on heavenly will? Guangchengzi smiled shyly. A disciple of mine is currently in the cycle of reincarnation. Based on merit, he deserves the position of the Emperor of Humanity. The Sanqing were taken aback. They were unaware of any new disciple Guangchengzi had taken, while Kong Xian and Jin Peng were still guarding the human race. Does the disciple want to occupy the position of the Emperor's teacher in advance? Zhuanti was somewhat angry, speaking in a flustered manner. Fuxi could be excused, but these people had conjured up a Honghuang as the Earth Emperor to annoy him and his senior brother, and now they were even arranging a position for an emperor whose whereabouts were still unknown. Guangchengzi's disciple was known throughout the wilderness. It was none other than Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Where did this third disciple come from? He simply did not want to share the positions of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors with them, even wanting to snatch away the position of the teacher of the 3 emperors. The sound of a sword echoed. The sword light flickered and the jade rui was shuttling through the air, while Jiayin's treasure banner bore cracks that emitted sharp sword energy. Zhuanti held his head in frustration, extremely indignant. Mind your tone, Yuanshi said, his voice laced with murderous intent. Even if his disciple has no third disciple, the position of the emperor's teacher is not something you can covet. Tong Tian snorted coldly, the Qingping's sword resting against Zuni's neck. Did he really think that leaving Kunlun would allow him to bully his disciple? Nuwa felt a chill in her heart. These 2 senior brothers still had such tempers, unable to tolerate even the slightest criticism of Guangchengzi. But Jane Zhuanti was likely driven mad with anger to say such things. Senior brother, please calm down. Jane looked at Tong Tian, nervously fearing that he might strike him down with the sword. The Taoist saints do not die and cannot be extinguished. Even if they fall, they will be reborn from the source of the Tao. But if that happens, he would be bound even more closely to the Tao, and after several falls he would fear there would be no chance of transcendence. Junior uncle, I spoke recklessly. Zhuanti apologized to Guangchengzi, cupping his hands. Laozi lightly coughed and Tong Tian withdrew the Qingping sword. Hoda's expression was astonished. Could it be him? He indeed qualifies for the position of the emperor. Since Guangchengzi mentioned his disciple was in the cycle of reincarnation, she had been calculating and finally remembered someone who had initially been unwilling to enter reincarnation. It was only after Guangchengzi came and conversed that the reincarnation was carried out. Indeed, Guangchengzi glanced at Jane Zhuanti. Although I have not formally accepted him as a disciple, I have already left a mark. That Xiantian turtle will sit in the position of Emperor of Humanity. You 2 uncles have no objections, right? Jane Zhuanti looked as if he had been struck by a purple lightning bolt. His face flushed, and he stammered, unable to speak. The Sanqing were astonished. Guangchengzi had never mentioned this to them before. However, the merits of the Xiantian turtle were indeed continuous, and he qualified for the position of the Emperor of Humanity. As for the position of the 5 emperors, it will depend on the human race itself. The Tao flows, and there will always be a suitable holy emperor appearing to lead the human race to its pinnacle. Guangchengzi looked at Jane Zhuanti, his expression indifferent. I do not designate the positions of the 5 emperors, but it has nothing to do with you. The 3 emperors and 5 emperors have great merits. My brother's reincarnation will inevitably close his memories. I wonder if junior uncle could guide him in his stead. Nuwa looked at Guangchengzi, her tone earnest. No, the heavenly emperor is the leader of the 3 emperors, the foremost among future 100 kings. The master is the head of all saints and should be the teacher of the heavenly emperor. The emergence of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors will surely manifest extraordinary signs. The disciple holds the Kongtong Seal. When the time comes, I will report the position of the heavenly emperor to the master. Guangchengzi bowed slightly to Laozi and spoke softly. Laozi gazed deeply at Guangchengzi, and Nuwa's gaze also shifted to him. Being taught by this senior brother, her brother would surely attain enlightenment. However, Laozi sighed inwardly, agreeing to this. The tasks this disciple was to undertake were about to come to light, and he felt increasingly unsettled. The 2 masters shall establish the 2 emperors of heaven and earth. It will be up to Master Tong Tian to take on the position of Earth Emperor. Guangchengzi turned to the other side. Yuanshi's breath caught, and his gaze became profound as something had changed. Zhen Yuanzi bowed to Tong Tian. Thank you, Saint, for your concern. Hutu and Nuwa were aghast, and Jane Zhuanti's expression was uncertain as something was amiss with Guangchengzi. As a disciple jointly taught by the Sanqing, he should not lean towards any one of them. Yet he had mentioned that he had already accepted the Xiantian turtle as the Emperor of Humanity. Now that the Heavenly Emperor and Earth Emperor belonged to the 2 teachings, did this not signify that Guangchengzi intended to align with the teachings of Chanjiao? The 2 masters shall accept the 2 emperors of heaven and earth. The position of the Saint Emperor under Master Yuanshi cannot lack a holy emperor to suppress the luck. As I currently reside in Kunlun, I will teach the Emperor of Humanity under the name of a disciple of Chanjiao. I ask for your permission, Master. Guangchengzi did not care how the expressions of others changed, directly bowing to Yuanshi. Laozi closed his eyes. Had they finally reached this point? Tongshan's expression turned grim. Did this disciple ultimately choose the second brother? Was it his fault for leaving Kunlun, with the eldest brother abandoning him? Yuanshi's voice was hoarse. Have you truly made up your mind? To be fair, Guangchengzi's actions at this moment had the semblance of sowing discord among the Sanqing. But after the departure of the eldest and third brothers, he had seen this disciple's state. That dark law could not be comprehended without immense sorrow and anger, and he could never bear to blame him. Having stayed in Kunlun for a long time, I naturally must serve the master. The teacher of the three emperors cannot be left empty-handed. Guangchengzi smiled, seemingly trying to mend the gaps in his words. Then let it be decided. Laozi declared decisively, settling the matter. He felt a lingering guilt while Tongtian opened his mouth, but found no words to say. The position of the 5 emperors will be left to all of you disciples can also earn some merits. Good, in that case the 3 emperors and 5 emperors are settled. Nuwa broke the stalemate, responding with the body of a holy mother. In that case, my brother and I shall take our leave. Jane spoke up, bowing as they departed. Make sure to speak well with your master and the others. Huda's voice lingered in Guangchengzi's ear. Xuanyuan opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words, leaving with a heavy heart. Junior sister, I will not accompany you any further. Laozi issued the dismissal order. Nuwa bowed before following Huda's footsteps. At the peak of Kunlun, a sudden silence fell, but the atmosphere among the 4 disciples was somewhat strange. If the 3 masters have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I will answer without reservation. Guangchengzi said sincerely, gazing at the dark laws rising from his palm. However, to the ears of the 3 pure ones it felt different. Unknowingly, this disciple had already grown to this level. When do you plan to attain Dao? I swallowed the question that was about to come out and changed it. I feel that the light law is too weak and wish to comprehend both light and darkness together. Guangchengzi raised his eyebrows, cloaked in light, yet his pupils were pitch black. This dark law is even more intriguing than I imagined. It will likely take me some time to fully comprehend it. Perhaps the darkness arises from the light. He faced no bottleneck in understanding the dark law, finding it quite smooth, akin to re-understanding the light law. Although light and darkness are opposites in his hands, they blended seamlessly, resembling the duality of yin and yang. What you say today is? Yuanshi hesitated, but Guangchengzi directly interrupted him, looking straight ahead. It is. Tongtian trembled, bowing his head in silence. As a disciple, I accept the teachings of the 3 masters. I will always be a disciple of the 3 pure ones. Long ago I mentioned that the red flower, white lotus, and clear lotus leaf signify that the 3 pure ones are indeed one family. Guangchengzi spoke, brightly, a faint smile directed at the 3 pure ones, expressing his stance. No matter how the 3 pure ones were, he was their disciple, and he regarded them as his divine fathers. However, what does the relationship between the disciples of the 3 teachings and this humble Taoist matter? Those matters that affect the feelings of the 3 pure ones and trouble the 3 masters should be ended. Guangchengzi lowered his head at the right moment, his lowered gaze concealing his murderous intent. Do you blame your master? Tongtian's voice trembled slightly. Yes. Guangchengzi did not hesitate to give him a definite answer, saying, however, that was the thought of my master at the time of departure. My master has his own difficulties, and I understand that with the emergence of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, I hope the disciples under my master can accumulate more merits. Laozi closed his eyes briefly. Guangchengzi had become somewhat obsessive. Yuanshi glanced at Tongtian, noting that his 3rd brother was in such a daze, yet when he left, this humble Taoist was also in a similar state. Disciple, please give your instructions, master. Your 3rd master did not mean it intentionally. Our paths do not align, but no one else can compare to you. You are our first disciple and our progeny. You should understand the significance of this. Yuanshi's eyes were calm as he earnestly counseled. Guangchengzi smiled broadly. Naturally, I understand that for me the 3 masters are the most important. Although the teachings of the 3 pure ones do not exist in the same place, my master will always be Kunlun's 3 pure ones. What happened today was my rudeness, but the Chanjiao must have a sage emperor's master to suppress the fate. Now that I reside in Kunlun, I naturally must consider more for Master Yuanshi. It is good that you can think this way. You may return to Bo Palace with your master Tongtian. Yuanshi said with some relief. Laozi also shook his head, not wanting to continue the discussion. Master, let us go. Guangchengzi walked alongside Tongtian, both heading towards Bo Palace. After Master departed, I came here, but without Master, Bo Palace feels empty. Standing before Bo Palace, Guangchengzi's expression was complex. Tong Tian sighed. It was my fault as a master. I should have consulted you back then. He once thought Guangchengzi had already forgiven everything, but did not realize it had been bottled up inside. From Guangchengzi's perspective, both masters had abandoned him, and he could only wait for their return. As long as my master did not intentionally abandon his disciple, that is enough. Guangchengzi looked at the refreshed Bo Palace, his mood beginning to ease. No matter what, you are the most important in my master's heart. Tong Tian spoke earnestly, and Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. At the peak of Kunlun, Yuan Shi watched the two departing figures and waved his hand to set up a barrier. Elder brother, do you also feel something amiss? Laozi's expression was serious. Please recount what happened after I left that day. Guangchengzi's Dao heart has become somewhat obsessive. He once said it was not the time to sever his attachments, and I thought he had other opportunities. Yuan Shi closed his eyes, recalling scenes flashing before him. Attaining the realm of Pangu, the Father God allows me to decide where they stay, who would dare to defy. Once again the past echoed, and Laozi, sensing the divine thoughts, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Yuan Shi also opened his eyes and shocked, the wine cup in his hand crushed, his lips trembled, and the two exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. I did not expect that it would bring him such great harm, Laozi muttered. It seems Guangchengzi never thought that we brothers would part ways. What about our third brother? Yuan Shi said with some reluctance. After Guangchengzi severed his attachments, he went to Chanjiao Island. Who knows what our third brother might have said to provoke him? Laozi's eyes flashed with cold light. I have only this one disciple, having personally taught several Yuan Hui. As long as I can eliminate his obsession, everything will be left to him. Yuan Shi looked at Laozi in shock, then sat down weakly. But our third brother will definitely resist. If he had not despaired, how could Guangchengzi comprehend the dark law? He left for those disciples without considering Guangchengzi's feelings. Laozi's expression was indifferent. Moreover, both you and I have advised him he should take it as repaying a debt. Yuan Shi sighed deeply. Well, some disciples of the Chanjiao I have never even seen. Guangchengzi is one we have personally taught. He is not the kind of person who seeks bloodshed. Laozi looked towards Shangqing Peak. The Shangqing disciples he has personally taught are either in the stars or among the human race. The inheritance of the Chanjiao is sufficient. It can only be this way. Yuan Shi also steeled his heart. Whatever trouble our third brother has caused, let him repay it himself. Laozi snorted softly. His second brother had pointed out his faults in front of him, which also had his reasons. After the matter is resolved, will elder brother return to Kunlun? Yuan Shi looked towards the 8 Scenery Palace, revealing a sincere expression. The Kunlun 3 pure ones, his heart's entanglement lies here. What should this humble Taoist do if he does not return here? Laozi gave a bitter smile. Master, when the 2 emperors of heaven and earth appear, I will send a message. Watching Laozi and Tong Tian step out of Kunlun, Guangchengzi bowed deeply. After their conversation, his Dao heart no longer felt as heavy as before. Is Duo Bao suitable to be the Earth Emperor's master? Laozi suddenly spoke while looking at Tong Tian. Elder brother. Tong Tian replied, puzzled. Xian Dust cultivation is insufficient. Fuxi must be personally taught by me. Our third brother's Chanjiao Island has many disciples. You are not suited to personally teach them. Moreover, Xuanyuan will definitely not stand idly by. Laozi's expression softened. The human emperor is of utmost importance. Disciples from the Chanjiao may not be enough. In due time, your disciples from the Zhejiao will also need to step out to assist, hurry, and enhance their strength during this time. Tong Tian thought for a moment and agreed. The 2 emperors of heaven and earth needed to develop the human race, and the human emperor would expand outward. Without sufficient manpower, it would not work. Then I will return to enhance the strength of your junior brothers and sisters, and have them assist when the time comes. Tong Tian waved his hand excitedly. This time he returned. The entanglements of elder brother's second brother and his disciple were all resolved. Tong Tian was indeed the luckiest. Laozi watched Tong Tian's joyous figure, secretly sighing. The third brother had always been straightforward, not one for deep thoughts. Foolhardy people do have their fortunes. Guangchengzi looked at Laozi, pondering his master's actions today. Both I and your second master will assist you, the voice echoed in his ears. When Guangchengzi looked up again, Laozi had already disappeared. Feeling the gentle gaze of Yuan Shi behind him, Guangchengzi was filled with confusion. What did the 2 masters know? Yet it seemed they supported him. Turning to look at the peak of Kunlun, Yuan Shi appeared somewhat surprised, as if he hadn't anticipated Guangchengzi would turn back. He smiled gently, saying, do whatever you wish to do. Guangchengzi's Dao heart trembled. He bowed to Kunlun and directly walked towards the underworld. Dao friend has arrived, Xuanyuan said, pacing at the entrance of the underworld, eagerly welcoming Guangchengzi as he emerged from the void. Is everything all right? He appeared somewhat worried, his eyes filled with concern. Guangchengzi felt warmth in his heart and replied softly, "It's nothing, we have already discussed it. There is only you as the chief among the three pure ones. Naturally, it weighs heavily on you." Zhen Yuanzi carefully chose his words. Guangchengzi felt helpless. He was not that fragile. Once the matters of the human race were resolved, everything would be taken care of. "Let us proceed inside." Zhen Yuanzi led the way, nodding at the gatekeeper, the River of Forgetfulness. He and his junior brother Honghuang had already settled their past, so there was no need to cling to the river, and he wondered how his expression had been when the two of them attained the Tao. "I pay my respects to the two saints." Zhen Yuanzi bowed to the lower part of the reincarnation disc. Aunt Nuwa Guangchengzi was not surprised to see Nuwa. With Fuxi entering reincarnation, she would surely come to send him off. A blue light flew out from her sleeve. Nuwa reached out to catch it, gently stroking it with a sorrowful gaze. The Earth Mother appeared indifferent. After all, Fuxi was the emperor of the Yao clan. If she had not made preparations with Guangchengzi, she wouldn't easily allow his reincarnation. "We cannot delay any longer. Let us begin." Seeing Nuwa silent and lost in grief, Guangchengzi took out the Kongtong Seal and spoke. "Very well." Nuwa's form stiffened as the creator's whip appeared. Observing this, Zhen Yuanzi took out a wooden puppet, and Hongyuan's spirit floated out, bowing to everyone, while he had already bid farewell to Zhen Yuanzi. "In the name of the Holy Father and Holy Mother, we establish the thrones of the two emperors of heaven and earth." Guangchengzi and Nuwa shouted in unison as the Kongtong Seal and the creator's whip each shot out two streams of light, embedding the will of the human race into Fuxi's true spirit and Hongyuan's divine soul. Watching the fortune merge, Nuwa's gaze showed no more reluctance as she pushed Fuxi's true spirit forward, with Hongyuan closely following, entering the path of humanity. Next, it will depend on the development of the human race. Guangchengzi's eyes narrowed in determination as he sighed. "Sister Hutu, leave the matter of washing away the memories of the souls to me." Nuwa smiled at Hutu, and from her body separated an old woman who landed beside the bridge of oblivion. The laws of creation stirred, and a stone pot appeared in front of her, bubbling away. "Sister's laws of creation are indeed extraordinary." Hutu chuckled, watching the souls entering reincarnation drink from this soup instantly, becoming dazed and forgetting their past lives, her expression filled with a smile. Seeing this, Guangchengzi also smiled and said, "In this way, sister can save some trouble." In the past, to seal the memories of souls, it was always Hutu who used her authority in the underworld to force it. Now with this Ming Pasup, Hutu has saved a lot of effort. Watching the merit energy descend, Nuwa smiled slightly. "You are prepared for this journey, right?" Hutu looked at Guangchengzi, seeing no more gloom in his demeanor, indicating he had come to terms with it. "Indeed." Guangchengzi chuckled softly, standing between the dark sun and the dark moon, where light and darkness intertwined, casting down the brilliance of the sun and moon. With obsession as the root and soul as the bone, the middle stage of meditation takes form. Swallowing Yin to refine Yuan, and condensing the ghostly body, purifying the spirit at the pure Yang's gate to guard the spirit platform. Refining the form with the great Yin's moonlight, the Yin extreme births Yang to hide the traces of immortals. Guarding the one and not moving, understanding the true essence, merit transforms to break the tribulation barriers. The ninefold thunder tribulation nurtures creation, and one step ascends to the great Luo's honor. The sound of Tao echoed as Guangchengzi eloquently narrated the method of ghostly immortals. Countless spirits in the underworld knelt secretly, practicing their skills, absorbing the essence of the great Yin's moonlight. As the merits descended, Guangchengzi waved his hand to distribute half of it, sprinkling it on many ghost cultivators, as they would become the backbone of the future ghostly immortals and needed protection. "Thank you, Immortal Guangchengzi, for creating the method for our ghost cultivators." The ghostly immortals knelt, receiving fortune. Guangchengzi stepped into Hutu's palace, seeing her also gathering merits, and couldn't help but smile. Rubbing the aura treasure of the ghostly immortals in his sleeve, he sighed inwardly. The ghostly flag was fortunate not to be a seal. Junior nephew has been granted the heavenly Tao and has created paths for both the human and ghostly immortals. Such fortune truly makes me envious. Nuwa joked, congratulating Guangchengzi. "It's merely a small skill. It is also thanks to the dark sun and dark moon that the number of ghostly immortals has increased. Otherwise, how could there be so many?" Guangchengzi sighed helplessly. "The human immortals can only cultivate to the Great Luo realm, while the ghostly immortals' limit is probably also Great Luo, but compared to the human immortals, it is far more difficult. After all, the ghostly immortals have fallen once. The 10,000 calamities of the Yin spirits find it hard to attain sainthood. To attain the Great Luo, they need to transcend 9 thunder tribulations and purify their original spirit to be on par with normal Great Luo Golden Immortals. Junior nephew need not be modest. The path of ghostly immortals has given them a second chance at the Tao. Nuwa shook her head. Moreover, if they can attain the Great Luo Golden Immortal, they will directly comprehend the laws. Sister Hood's underworld will benefit greatly. Here it is most suitable for the ghostly immortals. Hotu smiled slightly. After all, they were ghostly immortals, and their comprehension of the Great Luo would mostly align with the laws of darkness, which are fitting for the underworld. Dao friend Xuanyuan, when will you allow us to witness your earth immortal Dao? Nuwa teased, for he too would be a fellow practitioner in the future and should not be offended. Your Majesty flatters me. I merely started it, far from matching the talent of Dao friend Guangchengzi. Yuanzi humbly replied. Indeed, in terms of qualifications, who can compare to junior nephew Guangcheng? Nuwa chuckled lightly. I presume, when Dao friend completes the earth immortal Dao, it will also be the time for you to attain the primordial Dao. Thank you for the saint's blessing, Zhen. Yuanzi raised his cup and chuckled. My brother has already reincarnated, so I shall take my leave now. Nuwa drank a cup of tea and prepared. Everyone understood she was worried about Fuxi and did not try to keep her. Zhen Yuanzi saw Guangchengzi had no intention of leaving and added, I must return to the mountain to create the method. When the Earth Sovereign is born, I hope Dao friend will inform me. Rest assured, Uncle Master, I will convey the message. Guangchengzi stood up watching Nuwa and Zhen Yuanzi depart, shaking his head. Hota looked at Guangchengzi in confusion. Is there something else? The two emperors of heaven and earth have already entered reincarnation. As the Holy Father of the human race, Guangchengzi should return to the primordial era to oversee the situation. Reincarnation is the place where all souls return. There should be the power of all beings. Guangchengzi said softly. Hota was taken aback, looking at Guangchengzi in shock. You want the power of all beings? Do you even know what you are saying? She lowered her voice. The power of all beings is a collective of the will, thought, and desire of all living beings in the primordial era. It does not belong to yin and yang, nor to gods and demons, and is unrelated to laws. It is the primordial power that emerged with the birth of sentient beings when the world was first opened. It is formless and intangible, scattered in every corner of the primordial era where there is life. No one can forcibly seize it. They can only borrow it according to the flow, and a slight misstep may lead to a backlash from all beings. Guangchengzi looked at Hotu earnestly and said, the reincarnation has been established for over a myriad of epochs. There must be a considerable amount of the power of all beings. I wish to refine a spiritual treasure. No. Even a Honghuang Daojixian cannot forcibly use the power of all beings. Only saints who are representatives of the laws of heaven and earth can bear the power of all beings, as that is the hope of all beings entrusted to the saints. However, Guangchengzi has not yet attained enlightenment. In case of any harm, she cannot afford the cost. Furthermore, Guangchengzi is entangled in too many matters, and if something goes wrong, it could turn the entire primordial chaos upside down. I can remain in reincarnation. Do not worry, sister. Guangchengzi did not give up due to Hota's rejection. With Hutu assisting him, he would not be harmed. What spiritual treasure do you wish to refine that requires the power of all beings? Guangchengzi smiled slightly. Just a mirror. 10,000 years later, the human race. Huaxu was pregnant due to her connection with the land of Luais, shocking the entire tribe. Huaxu, you should leave the tribe, said an elder with long white hair, his expression complex. Since the ban of the Holy Mother was lifted, many human women have been abducted, giving birth to children with traits of other races which were clearly not human. Huaxu grew up among humans and had heard of these events, but she merely stepped on the legendary footprints of the Thunder God, yet no one believed her when she spoke of it. With no other choice, Huaxu had to leave and settled by the banks of Luais. Most humans practiced martial arts, and Huaxu was certainly not a delicate girl. She had both strength and means. Little Su has seen the Empress. Two strange beasts came to where Huaxu lived, bringing many celestial fruits, and quietly watching her. Who are you? I am Honghuang, and he is the Sui Bian sent by the Lord to bring food to the Empress. Yes, the child in the Empress' womb is a great sage of the human race, requiring no toil. Sui Bian also said the same. Huaxu pondered. Being a martial practitioner herself, she could naturally discern the implications of these two strange beasts. All right, I appreciate the efforts of the two celestial beasts. Seeing Huaxu agreed, Honghuang and Sui Bian exchanged glances and then took their leave. Above the human race, Guangchengzi stood shoulder to shoulder with Nuwa. Thank you, nephew, Nuwa said, gazing at Huaxu below with a complex expression. Although Fuxi has reincarnated, he was once a Quasi saint with great abilities. It may take some time. I have already sent a message to Master Taiching. Time passes in the blink of an eye for us. I will remain here to watch over things. What about that Huaxiu in the future? Guangchengzi cautiously asked, being the future mother of Fuxi, hoping Nuwa would not act impulsively. Nuwa hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. The mother of the heavenly emperor must enjoy the fortune and worship. She originally intended to fabricate a body of innate human race for her brother, but was stopped by Guangchengzi. Without the transmission of successive bloodlines, how could she be recognized by the human race's fortune to attain the holy emperor's status? With these words from my uncle, I can rest assured, Guangchengzi nodded. He was indeed afraid that Nuwa might act out of anger, as being the mother of Fuxi inherently placed her above Nuwa. Then I will take my leave for now. If Fuxi will be born in 12 years, and Master Taiching will arrive. Seeing Nuwa staring intently at Wax's belly, Guangchengzi could only take his leave with reluctance. All right, nephew, take care. I will wait here for Master Taiching. 12 years later, by the banks, the sky was filled with rosy glow. Fragrant aromas wafted through the air. 7-colored auspicious clouds gathered, and myriad golden rays poured down from the clouds, illuminating the entire water area, as if it were a world of glass. Phantom figures of strange beasts appeared from all directions. Dragons and phoenixes cried out. Unicorns treaded on clouds, and Xuanwu crawled forward, lowing towards Huaxiu. A golden light that pierced the heavens and the earth radiated from Huaxiu, and a phantom of a man with a human body and dragon tail appeared, gradually merging into the body of the newborn infant. Whoosh! The source of ultimate in carrying the essence of creation passed through space and merged into the infant's body. In an instant, the infant landed and began to grow, quickly transforming into a boy around 10 years old. He exhaled radiant light, his eyes clear as autumn water, as if containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, the birth and death of all things. The ancestral land of the human race was astonished by this phenomenon, and many rushed over, realizing that what Huaxiu birthed was not a monstrous entity. Do you wish to take me as your master? An old man with white hair suddenly appeared, quietly observing the boy. Salutations to the master, may the sage live long. Huaxiu and the elders of the human race bowed upon seeing Laozi appear. Since the Taiching sage established the human teachings, his portrait had been posted in the ancestral temple for worship. They were all cultivators, how could they not recognize him? What can you teach me? The boy neither bowed nor stood defiantly, looking at Laozi. Do not be rude. Huaxiu chided softly. After all, this was the leader of the human teachings. How could he speak so? Laozi smiled slightly. I can impart to you the path of the saint, the method of longevity, and I can also teach you the way of the holy emperor to govern the human race. I pay my respects to my master. Good, you shall be called Fuxi. I will return in 10 years. Laozi pointed at him, sealing the knowledge of the primordial chaos in his mind before disappearing. I bid farewell to my master leader. Fuxi, you are a disciple accepted by the sage. You shall return to the ancestral land. Your future is limitless. The elders looked at him with fiery eyes, for this was a great opportunity for the human race. 10,000 years ago, news had spread from the ancestral land that the human race would have 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns appear, leading them to the peak. Fuxi looked at them with difficulty, and Huaxiu held his hand, squatting down to be at his level. You have this opportunity. In the future, you must strive to lead the human race to the peak. Watching Fuxi and Huaxiu walk towards the ancestral land of the human race, Guangchengzi supported Nuwa. Why must you suffer this again? In the past, I severed my obsessions, and my brother sacrificed his origin for me. Now I am merely returning a little. Nuwa forced a smile. Guangchengzi shook his head. That was incomparable. You are now a revered sage. It is not so easy for a sage to recover from injuries. This origin merely makes Fuxi stronger, increasing his chances of attaining enlightenment in the future. Unfortunately, Nuwa would never see what she wished for. Master Taiching has accepted a disciple, and the human race is ready. I will remain here. Nephew, you can attend to your own matters. Nuwa did not look back, merely staring blankly at Fuxi. The Emperor of Heaven's enlightenment must have a procession to welcome him. Nuwa's face reflected a look of contemplation. This matter I will arrange for someone to handle. There are many rare treasures and strange beasts on Fengqi Mountain. If not, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan can also serve as mounts for the human emperor. It would not be disgraceful to them. Guangchengzi chuckled softly, secretly thinking you are also quite the brother's admirer. Nuwa turned around with a half-smile, and Guangchengzi felt a chill in his heart, not daring to think further, and turned to leave. The Emperor of Heaven requires one more thing. I must go retrieve it. In the starry sky of the universe, looking at the numerous celestial bodies now inhabited by star lords, Guangchengzi nodded slightly, acknowledging that over the years Wang Shu and others had been quite industrious, recruiting many cultivators. Wang Shu was the first to notice, guiding the Tying Star to invite Guangchengzi aboard. The flavor of this osmanthus tea remains as delightful as ever. Guangchengzi sighed in appreciation. Wang Shu chuckled lightly. You flatter me, my friend. Your deeds in the primordial chaos over these years have truly opened my eyes. Guangchengzi shook his head, gazing at the starry sky. You have also put in a lot of effort, my friend. We are merely doing our respective duties. Wang Shu looked at the constantly transforming chaotic energy in the array of the starry sky. If it weren't for the disciples of Kunlun, this grand array wouldn't even be possible. My junior brothers and sisters are naturally quite capable. Guangchengzi gazed at Jin Ling and the others with a gentle expression. Thank you for your efforts in planning for the 12 moon deities. Wang Shu poured Guangchengzi another cup of tea and raised his cup in gratitude. Guangchengzi smiled in response, knowing that Wang Shu referred to more than just this. Primarily, it was about the 12 moon deity princess not being oppressed by the witch clan in the underworld. Over the years, a considerable amount of chaotic energy has been transformed. Wang Shu nodded. Indeed, during this Yuan Hui, the number of humans has surged significantly, and the myriad clans have also multiplied considerably. Without the transformation of spiritual energy by the starry array, the density of spiritual energy in the primordial chaos would have decreased. Has the heavenly court sent anyone? Guangchengzi asked in a low voice. Wang Shu blinked. Are you inquiring about the situation in the heavenly court? In recent years, the heavenly court has recruited many personnel, among whom the most outstanding is a great Luo Jingxian known as the Barefoot Immortal, along with a disciple of the Western Kunlun Queen Mother, the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. However, some cultivators from the heavenly court are coming to the starry sky for assistance. Did you notice the goddess on the fire planet? Guangchengzi turned to see a remarkable woman exuding charm and intellect, directing the stars and commanding the star lords on auxiliary stars. A Tai Jinxian, quite formidable. Is she from the heavenly court? Wang Shu chuckled. You truly seem unwilling to step into the heavenly court, my friend. Guangchengzi shrugged. My master once intended for me to take the position of the heavenly emperor, but I was unwilling to be constrained, so I recommended my friend Haoyan. If I were to frequently visit the heavenly court, it would raise suspicions. You are indeed of high moral integrity, my friend. Wang Shu's eyes sparkled like the moon, unable to suppress her admiration. That goddess has quite the remarkable background. She is the desire goddess of the heavenly court, a sister to Haoyan Yaoji. Wang Shu introduced the woman's identity word by word, leaving Guangchengzi astonished. It turned out to be Yaoji, a surprising revelation. That's well. Guangchengzi composed himself, wondering if his junior nephew would have another chance to emerge. Rest assured, with me here, the array of the starry sky will always be under our control. Wang Shu replied, earnestly, knowing well what Guangchengzi was worried about. It was merely the fear that Haoyan would covet and attempt to seize control of the array. This matter is of utmost importance and closely tied to my plans, absolutely not to be neglected. Guangchengzi spoke calmly. How long do you think it will take to transform the primordial innate spiritual energy to a higher level? Wang Shu pondered slightly. At least 3 yuan hui. After all, the cultivation level of the 12 star lords is still too low. If it were like the previous era of the demon clan, with 365 great Luo Jingxians, it might only take 10,000 years for the spiritual energy to increase dramatically. After all, that was a formation of saint-level caliber. Guangchengzi sighed, thankful that he had drawn a great plan for his master, otherwise waiting 3 yuan hui would leave them with nothing but regrets. I have come this time to take away the He Tu and Luo Shu. After seeing Wang Shu's anxious expression, Guangchengzi continued, the human emperor's ascension requires this item. Then the array of the starry sky must be put on hold. Wang Shu sighed deeply. Ever since Fux's name surfaced, she understood that the human emperor's ascension was far more critical than the matters of the starry sky. He was the brother of the Saint Nuwa, and the saints of various realms established their teachings under the guise of the Earth Lord. There's no need to worry. Guangchengzi chuckled, pulling out a scroll and a turtle shell, placing them on the stone table. He Tu and Luo Shu. Wang Shu questioned in surprise. No, it's merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Guangchengzi nodded. Indeed, this is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure I refined. Currently, the Star Lords lack the strength to fully unleash the power of the starry array. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure can also maintain the formation. Once the human emperor ascends, He Tu and Luo Shu can be returned. At that time, I will have him oversee the array in the starry sky. With a peak Quasi Saint as the focal point, the power of the starry array would surely become even more formidable. Wang Shu smiled brightly. If that's the case, we might not be far from the peak era of the demon clan. The starry array was created by Fushi, and no one among them could rival his familiarity with it. Moreover, at that time, Fux's cultivation might have surpassed her own. After all, he was the leader among the Earth Lords, and if he were merely an ordinary mid-level quasi-saint, it wouldn't be worth the attention of the saints across the realms. Guangchengzi lightly waved his sleeve, sending two treasures flying into the depths of the starry sky. In no time, two even more spiritually enhanced He Tu and Luo Shu returned, and those operating the array felt no abnormalities. I have spent quite a bit of time in this starry sky, and should return. When I instruct the human emperor, I will still need the starry array's assistance. As the human emperor unifies the human race and exerts pressure on the myriad clans, he naturally requires support. As the human emperor's teacher, he cannot act lightly, and will have to rely on external aid. Rest assured, my friend, I will surely lead the 12 star lords to assist the human emperor, Wang Shu assured solemnly. Guangchengzi nodded, glanced at the fire planet once more, and disappeared from the tiny star. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed for the human race. Fuxi had already grown into adulthood, accomplishing great deeds for the human race. He abandoned the crude method of recording events with knots and created written symbols, allowing human civilization to be recorded and passed down. He also taught the human race fishing techniques and invented fishing nets, liberating them from a survival model solely reliant on hunting. By observing the habits and reproductive patterns of birds and beasts, he domesticated livestock, horses, cattle, sheep, chickens, dogs, and pigs, enabling the human race to engage in animal husbandry, significantly enhancing food supply. Guangchengzi nodded in agreement, noting that the fortunes of the human race were steadily rising, especially as Fuxi had established rules for marriage, clarifying blood relations, and ending the primitive chaos of intermarriage among humans. Most importantly, he delineated tribal boundaries and established management rules, promoting the human race from scattered living to settled communities, laying the foundation for future unification. Seeing Xiandu occasionally assisting the human race, Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile. After 10,000 years, he had already reached the Tai Jingxian realm. Master Taching had put in quite an effort, even allowing Xiandu to earn merits. Aunt Nuwa, I have returned. Seeing Nuwa frowning, Guangchengzi approached to greet her. The calamity facing the human race is about to begin, but unfortunately, we cannot intervene. Guangchengzi fell silent. This is a trial for the human race. To attain the position of the everlasting Earth Lord, how could it be so easy? As he watched two women emerge from Fuxis residence, Guangchengzi's eyes widened in astonishment, trembling as he looked at Nuwa. What are they? Nuwa's face was pale, yet she smiled gracefully. You did not see wrong. Guangchengzi was left speechless, glancing between the human race and Nuwa, unsure of what to say. That woman is named Feng Lixi. She is an incarnation of this palace. Nuwa smiled, her gaze affectionate as she watched Fuxi busy at work. Guangchengzi shuddered involuntarily. The brother complex was quite terrifying. It's not just a simple incarnation, is it? The aura of creation was so rich, how could it be an ordinary incarnation? This palace has infused a drop of essence blood. Nuwa spoke nonchalantly. While you were in the starry sky, this palace lacked the 9 heavens essence soil, so I had to use the divine earth of creation. Fortunately, senior brother Taiching was still around and provided this palace with a small vial of the 3 light divine water, enabling this palace to create Feng Lixi, who is your brother's wife. Guangchengzi felt a chill run down his spine as he stuttered, that little girl. Indeed, brother, named her Mi Fei, she is our child. So she is sister Mi Fei? Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile. Her status was quite similar to his own. Although she was merely a saint's incarnation, she still contained the blood of a saint. In the wilderness, apart from the many saints and himself, no one could be more noble than Mi Fei. Guangchengzi was at a loss for what expression to make. Indeed, for Fuxi, this senior uncle dared to do anything. The disciples of He Tu and Luo Shu have already been gathered, just waiting for Fuxi to comprehend the Tao. Nuwa chuckled lightly. Thank you, nephew. Could Guangchengzi dare to agree directly? He could not today. He had witnessed the actions of the mad female saint, and could only force a smile. It's all for the human race. Fuxi has governed the human race for 300 years, and the tides of fortune have been constantly turbulent. The luck of the human race now surpasses that of the primordial witch and demon clans, with all races sharpening their blades. However, with the disciples of Kunlun and Nuwa and Guangchengzi guarding, nothing serious has happened. It's coming. Nuwa's face turned pale in an instant as she rose to gaze into the void. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, she could naturally sense the movements of the heavenly Tao. Crack! The sound of thunder and lightning erupted, the sky suddenly splitting open, and boundless floods cascaded down, engulfing the human race. Guangchengzi looked on in shock. 9 heavens weak water. Indeed, at that time Emperor Jun extracted the primordial energy of the heavenly court. If it weren't for the master using a spiritual treasure to suppress it, the heavenly court would have long since shattered. Now through this rift the weak water descends, which can be considered justified. This calamity can only be resolved by the human race themselves. We cannot intervene. Nuwa's expression was weak, yet her gaze gradually grew resolute. The calamities of earth, water, fire, and wind must each be endured by the human race. Only then can they stabilize their position as the eternal masters of heaven. Guangchengzi spoke with a sigh. Watching Fuxi organize the human race to climb the high mountains for refuge, it was fortunate that Guangchengzi had passed down martial arts, giving many humans the means to resist disaster. However, many elders gave up the chance to ascend the mountain. They did not wish to burden the human race and wanted the children and young adults to escape first, as they were the future hope of the human race. Isn't the dragon race also unable to help? Nuwa furrowed her brow, seeing Honghuang leading many dragons to rescue the human race, but their protective divine light was eroded to a mere thin layer by the weak water. Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with divine light. The dragon race controls myriad waters, but this weak water is descended by the heavenly Tao, containing the power of the heavenly Tao. This calamity can only be crossed by the human race themselves. The dragon race can only save a portion. This is a trial directed at the human race. Fuxi has not yet comprehended the Tao, and the heavenly Tao is exploiting this timing. Otherwise, it would not be a trial. We have lost 2/10 of the human race. Nuwa's expression was grim, and Guangchengzi's eyes also held a glint of murderous intent. Some demons took advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters, killing many humans. If it weren't for the protection of the dragon race and the disciples of the three teachings, the human race would have suffered even greater losses. Those demons acted with the power of the heavenly Tao. It is the trend of the times. Guangchengzi cursed inwardly, finally allowing those scourges to seize the opportunity. The demon race has also appeared. Nuwa snorted lightly, somewhat dissatisfied. The wilderness has always had demon cultivators, yet they have hidden like lost dogs. This time, seizing this rare opportunity, they stirred up trouble alongside the myriad races. 81 days and the weak water will cease, but the rift in the heavenly court is unstable and will surely erupt again one day. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment. Auntie is skilled in the way of creation. Can you repair the heavenly gap? No need to be so troublesome. You and I cannot intervene directly, but this palace has its own methods. Nuwa's gaze flickered slightly as she looked towards the gathering place of the human race. Feng Lishi was assisting Fuxi in settling the humans. The most perilous moment has not yet arrived. The myriad races have not yet truly shown their fangs. At this moment, even the great 12 Golden Immortals have not intervened, so let's wait a bit longer. Guangchengzi followed her gaze and saw Mi Fei preventing some human youths from helping. Despite having the blood of a saint within her, even after hundreds of years, she still looked like a child. Such deities do not grow in mind or body without tens of thousands of years. After the water calamity passes, will there be other tribulations for the heavenly emperor? Guangchengzi handed over the Hichu and Luoshu. Nuwa took it, and the Hichu and Luoshu flashed with spiritual light. Her expression grew grim. The heavenly machine is chaotic. I cannot calculate. Truly trying to test the human race. Guangchengzi muttered to himself. However, he did not regret it. Although the tribulations were great, the benefits gained were even greater. As long as the wilderness does not perish, the human race can exist forever with the permanent position of heavenly master. I shall borrow the Kongtong Seal for a moment. Nuwa returned the Hichu and Luoshu to Guangchengzi, took out the creation whip, and the two spiritual treasures closely tied to the fortune of the human race collided, causing the river of fortune to manifest once more. The phantom of a man with a dragon's tail floated in the river of fortune. The heavenly emperor's law image erupted with immeasurable golden light, and the pressure of supreme nobility flickered indistinctly, yet he was bound tightly by a stream of water. This palace will not let external factors influence my brother's path to enlightenment, Nuwa murmured, gazing gently at Fux's phantom. Guangchengzi was stunned, his expression changing drastically. Auntie, you must not. I have already decided. Nuwa waved her hand to trap Guangchengzi, and just as she was about to act, a surge of yin and yang energy emerged from him. Laozi's expression darkened as he looked at Nuwa. Sister, give me an explanation. Master. Guangchengzi was taken aback. He did not expect that Master Tai Ching would be watching him closely. Nuwa was also stunned, looking at the scene before her, feeling both amused and helpless. Younger sister did not intend to harm my nephew. Master, Aunt Nuwa wants to sacrifice Mi Fei as a substitute for the calamity. Guangchengzi, the loss of the human race from the water calamity was too great. Nuwa feared it would affect Fux's path to enlightenment, so she wanted to connect the calamity to Mi Fei using their father-daughter bloodline, but this would undoubtedly lead to Mi Fei's death. This calamity with the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor as a sacrifice could also be seen as an explanation to the Heavenly Tao. Moreover, Mi Fei was not an ordinary human. She still carried the blood of a saint within her. Laozi glanced deeply at Nuwa. Even after her enlightenment, this younger sister had not changed, still valuing Fuxi above all else. Let her do as she wishes. Laozi pulled Guangchengzi behind him. This palace will give you an explanation. Nuwa's eyes flashed with sorrow as she swung the creation whip down. The stream of water entwined around the Heavenly Emperor's law image snapped, and she struggled to hold it in her hand, throwing it towards the human race. On the mountain, Fuxi was organizing the human race, when suddenly a cry of alarm came from behind. He clutched his heart, kneeling down and spitting out blood. Master! What happened to the master? Quickly summon the three ancestors. The surrounding human race rushed over, their faces filled with horror. Fuxi had made tremendous contributions for the survival of the human race. He was not only the leader of the human race, but also their spiritual guide. If anything were to happen to him, the human race would likely face a severe setback. Mi Fei. Fuxi shed tears of blood looking back at the human race, where Feng Lixi was lying on the cliff, held back by the others. A massive wave had surged, sweeping towards the surrounding humans. Though Mi Fei was small, she possessed divine strength, pushing all the children away, but got caught in the current herself. Husband, our child. Feng Lixi lay in Fux's arms, her eyes blurred with tears. Fux's face was filled with sorrow, but as the leader of the human race, he had his responsibilities. He could only suppress his grief, entrusting Feng Lixi to others to care for her, while he continued to organize the human race. Above the human race, Nuwa's eyes were filled with tears as she watched Mi Fei fall into the flood. Guangchengzi could only sigh inwardly. This senior uncle had never changed. He looked up at Laozi. The three masters would not harm him. Laozi seemed to understand his thoughts and smiled. The flood will soon subside, Guangchengzi said. The closer we get to the end, the more cautious we must be, Laozi hinted, and Nuwa quickly regained her spirits. Indeed, the flood was gradually receding when suddenly a dark shadow appeared, and a massive wave crashed, toppling several peaks and charging towards the mountains where the human race had gathered. In an instant, a sense of despair filled all the humans. Nuwa looked back at Fuxi with reluctance, then pointed towards the human race. A divine light burst forth from Feng Lixi, transforming her into a divine form, with a human upper body and a serpent tail. Monster! The surrounding humans were alarmed. Sui Ren carried the fire and rushed over, seeing Feng Lix's form, and quickly knelt down, saying, I pay my respects to the Holy Mother, please save our human race. Bai Yitung, she also transformed into divine light, and hurried over, saying, I pay my respects, Your Highness. Fuxi stared blankly. He could not understand why his wife had become the Holy Mother. Feng Lixi looked at Fuxi with deep affection, a gaze that seemed to convey thousands of words. The two exchanged glances, yet neither spoke. She reached out and summoned a branch from a pine tree on the cliff, transforming it into a celestial sword in her hand, the serpent tail swaying as she entered the flood. At the bottom of the flood, a black dragon entwined with demonic energy thrashed about. As the receding flood surged, Feng Lixi dove and slashing the dragon with her sword, lifting it up and tossing it onto the cliff. The myriad races caught in the tumult of the flood felt a chill in their hearts. Upon seeing Nuwa's divine form, they all retreated. Feng Lixi plunged the dragon-slaying sword into the dragon's body, watching as the flood gradually subsided, radiating with 9-colored divine light. She slowly floated up into the sky, her divine form gradually fading, transforming into a sacred earth filled with the power of creation, with a drop of her blood shining at its core. In the heavenly court, Hao Yin was observing the human race with the Hao Yin mirror when suddenly an overwhelming aura emerged. Hao Yin Yaoqi's expression changed drastically. Was a sage on the move? The two hurried forward to greet, but only a mass of earth mixed with blood flew deep into the heavenly court, enveloping the entire court and slowly merging into it. Buzz! The 33 heavens trembled, and a small tower floated out. The entire heavenly court seemed to have become one, no longer having that previous ethereal feeling. Hao Yin received the small tower, resonating with the Hao Yin mirror and Hao Yin sword. They were all of the same origin. Hao Yin Yaoqi thanks the Holy Mother Nuwa. Looking at the flood receding and the cracks in the sky healing, countless humans knelt down, saying, Thank you, Holy Mother, for your compassion. Fuxi was in a daze, the three ancestors of the human race, standing by his side, speaking in a deep voice, You are the leader of the human race. Fuxi wiped away his tears, leading the strong, middle-aged clansman down the mountain to inspect the land after the flood. He had his responsibilities. Guangchengzi gazed at Fuxi as he regained his composure, saying, This crisis has been passed. Nuwa forced a smile, returning the Kongtong Seal to Guangchengzi. Laozi silently glanced at him, sighing. With the river map and Luo book in hand, Fushi is about to attain the Tao. I will go down to take a look, Guangchengzi said, stepping into the wilderness. As the flood began to recede, the disciples of the three teachings continuously guided the flow. They all bore the aura of death, a result of battling the myriad races. Fortunately, there were no losses. The myriad races were not foolish. Taking advantage of the flood to attack the human race was in accordance with the heavenly way, but if they were to attack the disciples of the sages, they would have no chance of reincarnation. Guangchengzi formed a seal with his hands, and boundless golden light ascended, showering down on each disciple. They immediately felt the death aura dissipate, feeling much lighter. Thank you, senior brother. You all continue to guide the flow, or do not worry about the death aura. The heavenly emperor has returned, and merit will naturally descend. Guangchengzi encouraged them, having just used the purification seal to dispel the calamity aura from his junior brothers and sisters. No wonder he had taught them well, none bore any karma. Guangchengzi followed the largest current, while three female immortals, with varying attire, held a magical treasure, collecting the flood and pouring it into the Yellow River. Mixed Yuan Golden Dipper. Guangchengzi's eyes lit up with joy. He hadn't expected to meet it at this time. This was a primordial treasure that shone brilliantly in the Fengshen era, having stripped him of his original 3 flowers atop. However, this item had powerful absorption capabilities, said to be able to hold the entire universe, making the retrieval of the flood a mere trivial use. Yun Xiao pays respects to the senior brother. The leading woman in white saw Guangchengzi bowing, and the two behind her quickly followed suit. You 3 sisters are too polite. Guangchengzi smiled, watching Yun Xiao and Bi Xiao with their honest expressions. It seemed that their experiences in the underworld had some benefits, as they no longer dared to act recklessly. Bi Xiao mustered her courage, hiding behind Yun Xiao, and quietly said, Senior brother, I have been helping the human race alongside my sister. The Empress of Earth allowed us to come out. We are not abandoning our post. Guangchengzi was surprised. The change was too drastic, turning from willful to cautious. Had she suffered a beating from the Empress of Earth in the underworld? Seeing Yunxiao's awkward expression, Guangchengzi nodded, saying, That's good. He waved his hand, producing 3 magical treasures. You all continue. This Yellow River holds an opportunity for you. You can use the mixed Yuan Golden Dipper for some sensing. Yunxiao's eyes brightened as she performed a bow, saying, Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Thank you, senior brother, for bestowing treasures. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao were enamored with the treasures. Unlike their sister, their treasures were merely low grade. This senior brother had given them 3 high-grade primordial treasures, truly a favored disciple of the master. Guangchengzi shook his head, hesitating for a moment. Yun Xiao, please send a message to Gue Ling for me. I need her assistance with something. Saying this, he did not wait for Yunxiao's response, and walked downstream along the Yellow River. Moi. An object floating on a tributary caught Guangchengzi's attention, subtly resonating with the essence of the river. Under the heavenly Tao, there truly exists a glimmer of hope. Looking at the lifeless body, Guangchengzi couldn't help but sigh. A beam of light infused with power surged forth, and the river began to churn. Soon a water droplet the size of a fist emerged. Within it slept the primordial spirit of a young girl. Watching the body collapsed by the riverbank, Guangchengzi frowned deeply. The soul had been separated from the body for too long, and was no longer usable. Spirit of the Luo Shui. Gazing at the source of Luo Shui in his palm, Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile. Luo Shui Mi Fei was indeed a delicate balance of life and death, but her physical form had completely merged with the Luo Shui, which granted her a sliver of hope. With her primordial spirit no longer having a vessel, she could only manifest in the form of the Luo Shui goddess. The karmic ties with Fushi and Nuwa had been severed, unless those two were willing to reconnect through fate. Well, it seems fate has brought me to witness this. With a light wave of his sleeve, Mi Fei's divine body dissolved entirely, and the Sanguang divine water merged with the source of Luo Shui, subsequently sinking to the riverbed. In 100 years, she should awaken. Guangchengzi smiled, slightly unaware whether the Nuwa goddess would still recognize this daughter. Walking on the vast land of the primordial era, everything the human race had known was submerged by floodwaters, yet the human race remained unbroken. Under Fux's guidance, they began to rebuild their homeland. Guangchengzi stood in the void, observing the scene before him. Indeed, resilience was the most precious quality of the human race. Greetings, senior brother. Junior brother Honghuang. Guangchengzi turned to see Honghuang behind him, where a dragon steed bowed its head, not daring to even swish its tail. Reporting to senior brother, according to your instructions, I found this dragon steed. It still possesses the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Huanglong smiled awkwardly. In terms of lineage, this dragon steed could be considered his descendant. You dragon clan are indeed generous, Guangchengzi implied. Huanglong stated earnestly, our dragon clan owes its present to your guidance, senior brother. If you command, we shall be ready. He couldn't bring himself to mention that upon returning to the dragon clan, he told them that senior brother wanted to select a dragon steed for a task, which alarmed the entire dragon palace, gathering all dragon steeds for Huanglong's selection. The Heavenly Emperor is about to attain enlightenment, and Nuwa Shirshu intends to select either a dragon or phoenix clan as the Heavenly Emperor's steed. Guangchengzi whispered to Huanglong. Huanglong abruptly raised his head. As a disciple of the Chan sect and having been trained by senior brother, he understood that the future position of the three human emperors would rival that of the saints, thus serving as a steed for a saint would be a tremendous honor for the dragon clan. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Huanglong sent a message through a jade tablet. This tablet was connected to the dragon palace's formation given to him by his uncle Zhu Long after he descended the mountain. Let's wait a bit longer. Guangchengzi frowned, looking towards the east, wondering why there was still no reply. Senior brother. The three sisters of Yunxiao hurried over, accompanied by the Wudong saintess. Guangchengzi's expression darkened instantly, and he laughed in anger. Good, very good. Senior brother. Wudong bowed respectfully, saying, please, senior brother, calm your anger. Junior sister Gui Ling Shi. Huanglong didn't dare to breathe, and the dragon steed behind him even held its breath. Wudong and the three sisters of Yunxiao felt an overwhelming pressure, as if struck heavily in the chest, struggling to breathe, while their inner power ceased to flow. A glint of malice flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. I have already given you a chance. In the future, I will personally extinguish you, and there will be no need to trouble the two masters from the west. He reached out and grasped as bubbles emerged from the yellow river. A spiritual turtle flew out directly and landed on the dragon steed's back. Junior nephew, come to the confluence of the Yellow and Luo rivers. Nuwa's voice echoed, and Guangchengzi shot a cold glance at Wudong before vanishing. Wudong, junior sister, you. Huanglong hesitated, only able to sigh. Senior brother needed to find a dragon steed, so he hurried back to the East Sea to select, while asking junior sister Yunxiao to personally seek out junior sister Gui Ling, yet she still had not come. From Huanglong's perspective, even the smallest hint from senior brother would suffice for them. Clearly this was an opportunity sent to them, yet that junior sister Gui Ling had actually declined. If senior brother were to become angry, it would be one thing, but now he left so casually. Gui Ling would likely suffer. He hadn't forgotten that senior brother possessed the tokens of the three teachings capable of punishing any disciple. Even Xiangzi and Duobao were obedient before senior brother. Given that you have made efforts for senior brother, I will give you a piece of advice. In the future, stay far away from Gui Ling. After Huanglong finished speaking, he flew towards the human race, hoping blood wouldn't spill on him later. Yunxiao's face turned pale, anxiously looking at Wudong's senior sister. Chengxiao and Bixiao dared to move, only then standing behind Yunxiao, too afraid to speak, feeling for the first time how powerful senior brother was. Wudong forced a bitter smile. As for junior sister Gui Ling, she nodded to Yunxiao, hurriedly bidding farewell, needing to rush back to Jinao Island to report this matter to master Shirshu. Guangchengzi saluted Nuwa and looked down. Fushi arrived at the confluence of the Yellow River and Luo River, his eyes filled with sorrow. He had lost his wife and daughter, yet, as the human race's sovereign, he still had to shoulder his responsibilities. Suddenly the floods descended. Faced with such calamities, the human race had no power to fight back. Natural disasters and human misfortunes were unpredictable, and the human race could not unravel the mysteries of heaven and earth with no way in. Fushi gazed ahead where the waters surged, the murky yellow blending with the clear azure, sometimes distinct and sometimes intertwined. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. A dragon steed emerged from the Luo River, its dragon head and horse body covered in scales, bearing a map upon its back. Simultaneously, a spiritual turtle surfaced in the Yellow River, carrying the Luo book. The two divine beasts transformed into mysterious symbols, kneeling before Fushi in the blink of an eye, revealing the river map and Luo book upon their backs. Fux's eyes sparkled with divine light as he observed the peculiarities of the river map and the Luo book with their numbers and forms intertwining. The doubts in his heart melted away like snow, realizing that the rise and fall of water is predetermined and the operation of heaven and earth follows certain laws. Fushi looked at the giant stone beside him, using his finger as a pen, flashes of inspiration illuminating his mind, inscribing each stroke onto the stone. Everything in the universe does not escape the duality of yin and yang. Wind, thunder, water, and fire, as well as the mountains and marshes of heaven and earth, represent the rules of the operation of the heavenly Tao. When the wind rises, the Sun hexagram is born. When thunder roars, the Zhan hexagram manifests. When rain falls, the Kan hexagram appears. When fire burns, the Li hexagram shines. When heaven descends, the Qian hexagram stands. When earth supports, the Kuan hexagram takes form. When the mountains stand tall, the Zhen hexagram is fixed. When the marshes gather, the Dui hexagram is full. Qian and Kuan, Zhen and Sun, Kan and Li, Jin and Dui, the 8 trigrams combine to generate the 64 hexagrams, calculating the changes of heaven and earth. The river map and Luo book glimmered with divine light, surrounding Fuxi with the patterns of the 8 trigrams. Boundless spiritual energy converged, and Fux's aura continually rose, his cultivation level climbing steadily. Radiant clouds filled the sky, and 100 birds sang to the phoenix. Guangchengzi squinted slightly. The Qinghuan clan of Fengxi Mountain could also be considered a phoenix. The great Luo Golden Immortal is not too bad. Fuxi opened his eyes, gazing at the 8 trigrams inscribed on the giant stone, his heart settling. From this moment on, the human race would possess the means to discern fortune and misfortune. Fuxi stood up, and the dragon steed and spiritual turtle merged into the river map and Luo book, landing in his palm. Thank you very much, junior nephew. Nuwa smiled gently at Fuxi as he comprehended the Tao. Guangchengzi nodded, hoping that after the heavenly emperor attained enlightenment, he would still be able to smile. With a wave of his hand, the giant stone on which Fuxi inscribed the 8 trigrams shook, revealing a turtle shell upon which there was also an 8 trigrams diagram.